Hello.
Drake video.
What's up with that? You tell me.
I don't know. I think someone, it'll be in your own video logs, told me to go look for it on Twitter. Do you want to explain?
Me? No. You were the one writing to me on Twitter to check it out. What are you talking about?
Do you want to show those DMs now?
Listen, I don't leak DMs.
I could show.
No, we don't do that out here.
You see, be nice now the camera's on, yeah?
Sorry?
You're nice now the camera's on.
I'm always nice. I'm never fake.
Okay, I'll let you get away with that. Well, where's your partner in crime? Oh, Torzy's already there, down doing it.
There.
Zershan was the one that saved me. Dorian, come sit down here. Come sit down here with your food. Yeah, come sit down. It's fine. You can eat. So, yesterday's game, by the way, that looked almost too easy. The map pool works out perfectly for you.
Yeah, we felt pretty comfortable. We knew the veto was going to go our way. So we felt pretty much confident every map that we were going to play. We probably expected a tougher game, and maybe third map, but we just shut them down on first and second map. Good game.
Very good game. And you got yourself a semi-final spot, so an extra day to chill, an extra day to maybe enjoy the new CS2 update. Did you play anything yet?
Actually, I played maybe a maximum of 3 minutes on it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, unfortunately, I didn't have time yet, but I heard some good things about it, so I'm going to be happy to try it out.
What did you hear that was good? I've heard nothing. I just looked up there and went, okay, cool, and then I came to work.
So according to my teammate Ludwig Brollan here...
Well, you know, come if you have the CS2 update information. Come sit over here.
What? Yeah, we heard that it's a lot smoother, so that's good to hear.
A lot smoother. What did you feel? How long did you play?
20 minutes. It was more easy to spray.
More easy to spray?
Yeah.
Do you think this will stop Donk?
Nah. He's the GOAT.
The GOAT already? You're going to put the kid as the GOAT straight away?
Okay, never mind, no.
Yeah,
no.
maybe just, calm down just a little bit on it. Zershan, you can help me out here. Don't look at his face, just look at me. He tried to say that he didn't tell me to look at a certain Drake video on Twitter. Did Shuhei or did he not do it?
No comment.
Why are you being political now? You were on my side before.
Yeah, that's my boy though.
Oh.
On the spot like that, you hear that?
You're only doing it because he could cut you from the team, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. See, look, you're just making people scared. See, he's worried about losing his job.
Ain't no way. No, never.
Well, the boys are together. That's the main thing. I will look at this, though, right? Yesterday's games was good. Overall, since Brolan's come into the team, things have been looking good. But have you even been performing better individually as well? Just why? What's going on? Explain.
Good routines. making sure you do the right things before the game. Good team chemistry, nice people around you. It's much easier that way.
And you guys seem to be having a lot of fun still.
Yeah, always. I mean, we were rewatching the game yesterday. There's just so many funny moments. It kind of reminded me of we playing a little bit with what we were doing. So, yeah, I mean, it's nice to have such a good energy in the team all the time, even if you're losing. I mean, we were losing like I think 4-1 on Vertigo in the beginning, and we ended up winning 13-5 and 13-4 or something in the Ancients.
You won 11 rounds in a row between T and CT side.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really good run, and that just proves our mental abilities. I feel like so.
Now, you also went to save Yimfat. There was a round where poor Jimmy was getting destroyed, right? They kept wrecking him on B side, and you came over, and then he pulled off, 3 with a 5-7, and then Brian comes from behind. Were you like, okay, I'm going to back my boy up. I'm not letting him go down like this?
Yeah, so in freeze time, I look at the scoreboard, and I see my boy struggling 0-7. And I'm like, this can't be like that. You know, I got to bring him back in the game. I call this like, Jimmy, just come B. I'm going to jump for you. Hey, you just gets 2 kills. Perfect.
So throw yourself out to the Lions, and then Jimmy will do the cleaning up.
Exactly.
Okay, I like that. I like the way that goes. Now, if you remember, I posted something on Twitter saying about when I first came to you guys' practice room and how excited you were then. Even though it's been, that's like 3 years now? You still have that same energy. You still enjoy all this.
Yeah, it's important to keep that spark. The spark in you, it definitely motivates you. I mean, all of this is still new to us, and we're still growing every day. So it's good to be going through this with a bunch of people that are also enjoying it as much.
It was so wild though, right? Because we come to that hotel, it's COVID times in Kiev, and we're sat there all like excited, ready to go. Was that like your first time meeting each other, or did you boot camp before that? I can't remember.
I think we boot camp before that in Hamburg in Mouse facilities, but I think that was basically the second time probably, or maybe third time we saw each other in WePlay then. And I mean, yeah, as you said, I think we were all extremely excited. It was an amazing journey, and it was an amazing tournament, and it was really fun.
I think even when we saw it online, I didn't know how good you guys were going to be on land, because the difference was I went to all the other team rooms and the practice rooms and saw these teams, and they all looked a lot more stressed than you guys. You guys were just enjoying yourselves.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was. We were always very confident in the pieces we had in the team. We always knew that we created the right team. We didn't think about changes at any moment. I mean, the only changes that happened was because people were promoted to the main team, right? So I think that just proves how confident we were in the project that Dennis and my boy here built. And yeah, I think that we all did the right things. And I feel like that's why we had such a good chemistry, and we really enjoyed the game.
But what's crazy is many teams can have chemistry and have a core. Hello, Torzy. You finished now? He's just been there quietly. There's a light behind him. Aha. Yeah, come chill out. There's room. You can sit on my lap. Yeah, Jimmy, come as well. Oh, he's going to go. Okay, you go eat. Go. Yeah. Thank you very much, Darshan. Sure, I want to touch on one thing, though. Your 4 core, we see the synergy good, but he fit in perfectly, not just in the game, but outside of the game. That doesn't happen if you look at all other teams. Someone comes in, you can see they're not quite there. Why was it so easy with Brolan?
I think it's just really good scouting and looking at players that would fit the atmosphere that we have in the team. Mm-hmm. Also the age. I think that plays a huge factor in it. And just seeing how, like for us, I think Luda needed someone that was in their age group as well. I think it brings a lot of motivation to him, being back with someone that is his age and just as motivated. Not like a nip. Ooh. Bang. Yeah. Yep. But yeah, he's been a really good fit.
This is great, by the way, because he can be the mouthpiece for him. He can sit there and be quiet, and you can say, not a nip, not this, la, 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 all this stuff.
Yeah, you just stretched out an IP. It's crazy. So much ego.
So much BM. Yeah, actually, I can ask you now. What did you ask me to look at on Twitter yesterday?
Nah. We don't.
You don't want to say this now, no?
Yeah, you guys saw Jake's leaked video, guys. Check it out.
So now to explain, because at least he's given the truth out here, I walk up to do my pre-match interview with Brolan, and all of a sudden they're like, have you seen Drake's video? In my mind of a normal person, I'm thinking, oh, maybe a new track, I might go look for this. And they're like, look on Twitter. I'm like, why would I look on Twitter for this? I still have not looked. I then said, I'll ask my girlfriend, I'll say, she can look. And Zershan's like, no, don't do that, don't do that at all. And that's how I knew these two who trolled me. You trolled me in Dallas as well. We had the same problem.
Yeah.
What was the guy's name?
Peter Sagan.
Yep. Do I know this person? I'm not going. I'm too old for this. You can't do this to me.
Yeah, we're just having a lot of fun here, you know.
Too much fun, that's for sure. Yimi, how are you, my man?
I'm doing really good.
Yeah.
Enjoying some media.
That's a cap.
Yeah, that's a full cap. You can see it on your face. You're just lying. What's your favorite thing about media?
I don't know. Just spending time with the team, it's so amazing. We have such a good chemistry in the team, and
He's capping.
so nice teammates. Nice
He's
teammates.
capping.
Sabrina, did you PR train him before this?
Yeah, very extensively. Kind of hear it. Yeah.
They know it through and through of how he should speak and what he should do. Do you guys feel like the favourites or one of the favourites because you're in the semis?
I don't think so, to be honest. I don't think we are one of the favorites, but I hope we will make it through the finals and even win the tournament. I'm really excited to play in the arena.
And for you, Shuhei, do you feel like it, or do you think there's like, because obviously everyone's hyping up Spirit, but they don't have really in like the core. They have a bit of experience, but two young players without the experience on the stage.
I think we're definitely up there for some people's, or maybe some people have an opinion that we might be the favorites. But I don't think we as a team think that way. We would rather focus on every game and just perform the best we can.
Okay. And in terms of every game to perform the best you can, what games do you feel like you didn't perform up to standard? What was your most hard game so far here? Because it did look like a pretty good route for you guys.
I mean, to be honest, no game really stands out.
That's what I thought. I'm glad you said it because I was thinking, I'm like, didn't see them really, like I'm worried about them at all.
Yeah, but I think the first game was a really good game from us to warm up.
Okay.
It was a very tough game against Cloud9, going overtime and winning it there. I think because we missed the playing stage, it was a really good warm-up game for the rest of the games, and that's what set us up good for the Game Legion game and now for the Ents game.
Then now for the Ents game. You're predicting Ents to go through?
I mean, it's going to be a rematch in the final in this case.
You think? You think?
We'll see how they do against Spirit, against Falcons. It's definitely a possibility.
Do you think you're going to have the crowd on your side as well, though?
Depends who we're playing against. Yeah. Right.
So who would you play? You got who?
FaZe or G2?
FaZe or G? Oh, God, yeah, okay. But you can just bring the Polish side in.
I mean, those games are going to be interesting because obviously they have Polish players as well. They have Polish legends and behind them. Yes,
Yeah, coaches.
So it's going to be interesting who the crowd cheers for. I'm hoping that it's just going to be equal. You know, no favorites, no nothing. But it is going to be what it is, and yeah.
Overall start to the season though, Torzi, you've been happy?
Yeah. I mean, the RMR was a little bit rough, but
That was fun. That was just like, to make sure you understand maybe we're not as good as we thought, learn, practice, get a bit further.
Yeah, but we made it through. So also this event is going crazy. It's going well. So yeah, I'm happy. I'm really happy where we are at the moment.
Do you feel like this could be the best you've been? Because we know Frozen was a great individual player and he fit with you guys very well. But do you feel like this is the best team on paper that you've had? Everything's kind of fit and click together?
Yeah, I think so. I feel like this. I think everybody knows that we have the right pieces here, and we all feel really comfortable with each other. And it's just like we also feel really confident, and it's a matter of time, in my opinion.
I like how Zershan left to go eat his food and just saying random words behind W.
Yeah. He's waffling.
Yeah, he's always waffling.
Yapping.
Also, the last thing I want to touch on is that your crew has got bigger. We've got the whole team behind it we normally see, and we've got now video, photo guy as well. Did you say something at the beginning of the year? Guys, you need to step it up. The other teams have more content people. We need it as well.
I have no idea what's going on, actually. We had like 12 people here. It's crazy.
Well, we definitely know that we don't all fit in the elevator. We already tested. We tested the limits. Overload.
Wait. So it didn't go.
Nope. We had to split up.
Who did you make get out? Dennis is a rather big boy, but I do like him big. So on that note, we'll end. You're on the arena stage, right? For you, this is your biggest event you've stepped foot on, and you're going straight to the semifinals. What's the feeling in your heart? What's the feeling in your emotions?
A little bit nervous, but I'm really excited, to be honest. Like, as you said, it's the biggest arena I have ever played. So I'm really looking forward. And now already it looks so amazing. So I'm just really excited to see how it looks with full of people.
Oh yes, it's empty, it's a bit messy, but it's the part of the charm was the first days you're getting used to it. Your brother played here though in 2019, right? And he took second place and did what no one else had done for Finnish Counter-Strike. How much did that mean to you to see him doing it when you were so young?
I mean, it just always gave me this feeling that I want to become better and I just want to beat him. And now is the right chance, I would say, to beat him in this way that I want to go further than him and go to the finals and win the tournament. It would be a dream. But But yeah, he said really good things about the Katowice and like the arena. He said it's really nice and one of the best, I think. Nice. So yeah, I'm just really happy and I hope I will make it further than him.
Do you know what I love about this is you say, I want to go further than him and I want to beat him. So you're still very competitive with your brother.
Yeah, of course. I want to make it further and just beat him in achievements.
Can I ask you, when he was playing here, were you in the arena as well with family or were you watching at home?
No, I was watching from home.
Okay. But you watched it all?
Yeah, I watched it all. But I wanted to really be in the arena, but unfortunately it couldn't happen back then. But now I'm playing here, so life is good.
Is he going to come down?
No, he's not coming.
That would be fucking cool if we got him. Because your family came to Elisa, but obviously that was in Finland. Are they coming for this?
No, they're not coming for this, unfortunately. But I think they will come for the next events. At least I was talking with my dad, so it would be really nice.
It is lovely, right? Family affairs to come in and enjoy, share the magical moments. Yeah, I'm going to let you get on with your day. Thank you very much, man.
Yeah, thank you.
For you guys, straight into the semis, we're going to have to wait for your opponent, which will be the winner of FaZe versus G2. So first I wanted to ask you about this whole thing, going straight into the semis or having one extra game in the arena. Where do you stand on all this? What's your preference, so to speak?
There's a lot of opinions about it. Some may prefer to play from the quarterfinals because it gives you a warm-up game. You're used to the stage. Some say that now you're in semis, you are a lot closer to the final, to the trophy. So that gives also a motivational boost. I think it's our first time basically in a situation like this. So we're yet to know which one is better for us. Definitely it's better, or at least it feels better to be in the semifinals than quarterfinals. But the way we will handle it, I don't know yet. We will see on the stage how we deal with it. Hopefully it's going to be good.
And some thoughts on the G2 FaZe matchup. Feels like both teams, G2 probably more so, struggling a little bit in CS2. So what are your thoughts on that game?
I think it will be very interesting. I think the matchups are really good. Obviously, ENCE and Falcons, as you said, it will be very spicy. It will be like a very close, good brawl, like fight. And G2 FaZe game of experience, I feel like, more so. And yeah, I think that they are both great teams. They have maybe very high ceilings, very low floors, kind of. And I think it will be very interesting. I would like to really play both. Like if I could choose, of course, I don't really have a favorite. Of course, I want to play against David, of course, Frozen, and beat him. I think it's something that all of us want in the team. It's not something personal, but obviously as an ex-teammate, you want to beat him. So
well, he also left you guys. He thought he's better over there, so we want to show him that he was wrong.
Yeah,
he
absolutely.
Left for the worst team.
Of course. I will always wish him luck, not against us. But I think that it's a very good matchup. There's amazing players there. Monesi has been absolutely incredible over the last 2 years, and especially last year. And it's nice to see Nico back to form last 2 games. I think he was destroying the teams. And I think there is a really good matchup to be had. I think also FaZe is slowly building what they had in a way with Frozen. So yeah, I think it'll be a very interesting matchup. I'm really looking forward to play them in the semis. And to touch on what Kamil said, I think we are not sure as a team how we would end it as 5, but I'm sure that we will find answers because we are always there for each other. And I'm sure that if I'm not feeling well, then somebody else will step up for me. And I think that's the best feeling you can have coming into a intensity match, call it.
Yeah. Right, the most important question, no one is sick. No one has
Everybody
a fever. Everyone's been drinking their vitamins, right? Staying inside.
Just wait until game day.
Everyone is. No, it's all good. We're doing our routines, going to the gym as well. That's important, I feel like, for your health, mental health, physical health. And vitamins, of course. We have our sports psychologist. It's you gotta take it. So, I think that we're doing all the right things. And also, as Gilev said, it's all about enjoying the moment. I feel like you don't know. Obviously, we're a young team, all of us, but you don't know when is the next time we get such an opportunity. So, I feel like we all know, all 6 of us in the team, that we have to take it with our hands and take this opportunity to the next level and hopefully win the tournament as well.
Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, and White Market.
the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win. GG!
And it's all done. A Strolling win. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Norby!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Katowice are rich in the annals of Counter-Strike history. History which is both joyous and sad, which it was yesterday in equal measure, because do you know what? FaZe treated G2 in a way, well, let's just say there won't be a second date. Our man Frozen, he's one step closer to glory. A decade ago, Virtus.pro, well, they blew the roof off the Spodek and really was a crazy atmosphere, which was repeated yesterday as ENCE just fell short of managing to beat Team Falcons. It's Falcons who go through to today and the semi-finals. And what is happening in those semi-finals? Well, let's find out from Shox and from Banks.
The Falcons are in the semifinals of the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice, and they said they didn't expect it, but I saw Snappy and his team come alive yesterday. And talk about coming alive for Madden. Madden stepped onto stage here on these stairs and then onto the stage in the Spodek like he owned the place. He had an absolutely stellar performance. And of course, yesterday it was versus his ex-team. It was personal, but today it's for a spot in the IEM finals. And if we talk about stage, then the $1 million question is, can Donk do it here? Will he get nervous when he sees all of this and when he steps in front of that crowd? We will see. He is, of course, flanked by Ashiro with a new lease on life, and, of course, led by Chopper, who deserves his flowers. But in the Spodek, nothing is given to you. You have to step up and take it.
And for our opening game, we've got the new school versus old school. The old school being FaZe Clan. They've done this before, they know what it takes. The pillars of this team, Karrigan and Rain, dominant as ever and leading their team to victory. Brokey, the Latvian laser, came up in style and did more damage than we ever expected to see him do, especially with his recent performances. And remember, Rops, Frozen, they come from MOUZ. They know what it's like to play there, and they chose to go for the bigger brother team and find their success and achieve their glory. And that's what Frozen's trying to achieve here. It'll take a few more steps in order for him to lift his big trophy here. Now for MOUZ, they are the younger brother. They're supposed to be maybe mini FaZe when it looks at this. But Shuhei is a great leader looking to define himself at events like this. And when he has to define himself on this stage, he'll have the Polish crowd behind him. He has so much ability. And the players around him right now, they believe. These are the young players that came up with him. And Brolin has been putting up one hell of a performance, a fantastic performance. But can they finally beat FaZe, who constantly knocks them down and pushes them to the ground? Let's find out.
Well, is this, I think it's the semifinals out here. Sure as hell is. It's the Intel Extreme Masters in Katowice 2024. We're ready for a semifinal. Let's start talking to people right away. How about that? What's going on, man? How you doing?
Good, good. You?
Doing all right. Where are you from?
Armenia.
Okay, so not Poland. What brings you, which team brings you here, rather?
No specific team, but FaZe up.
No specific team, though. No favorites.
No.
What about today? If I look at everybody talking about Donk, what do you think about Donk?
I don't know. He's getting smashed in the final by FaZe. That's all I know. But no specific team.
Yeah, no specific fans. But anyway, well, thanks, man. I'll see you inside. A lot on the line as things start to take shape at the very end of Katowice 2024. And people are already starting to fill up in here. I think there's an entire queue. They've been waiting around. That guy gave a peace sign, but he already walked away. I would have talked to him. There's one man that knows anything about esports and perhaps the dark side. He's over here, isn't he? Let's go take a look. Hey, man. You recognize this guy? I don't know. Yeah, hold up, homie. How you doing? I can't see your eyes. It's kind of scary. Hey, do you know anything about Donk? You know anything about Counter-Strike?
I know about StarCraft too.
Oh. Well, we can't all be perfect, man, so.
There is flying across the space.
Well, look, I don't want to take from you. You're doing a great performance. Hit it one time for the road. Hit it. Yo, anybody know anything about Donk? Donk? Hey, what's up, man? What you doing?
I'm sorry.
No, you don't got to be sorry. It's just Darth Vader. It's fine. It's not a big deal. Who'd you come here to support today? Which team?
Wait.
Yes, semifinal day here at the Spodek, and obviously the lines are starting to jam-pack in. What's up over here?
How are you? Hello.
How you doing, man?
I'm good. I'm very good. How about you?
Well, I see you guys have a real long camcorder here. That's pretty cool.
Yes, we are documenting Katowice and IEM as well.
Okay. So what have you caught so far?
Just the beautiful scenery and of course the very competitive gaming. It's very nice.
So what team did you come here to support? Where are you from? All that?
Poland. Ensa, exactly.
Yesterday was a little.
Yeah. We didn't make it, but you know the spirit lives on.
It does.
Yes.
It's interesting what one Dane and 4 Poles can do, but they're doing it, aren't they?
Yes, they are definitely.
What about Donk though? You know anything about that guy?
Not too much. Not too much.
I got to keep going then. I appreciate you.
No problem.
Gang. So many faces around. Hey, hi. You come here often?
Not much, but sometimes, yeah.
First time at IEM?
Yes, first time with my boyfriend. He's actually right there.
Is he hiding or what?
Yeah, yes, a little bit, cause a little bit of we are having fun a lot, so yeah.
As you should. It is the Intel Extreme Masters. There's fun. There's competitive nature. There's also a little team called Spirit taking on the Falcons today.
Yes, I've been on CS2 a little bit for now, and yeah, but I'm sad that ENS went down yesterday, but yeah, today is a good match also, so.
It's not ideal for ENS, but anyway, you enjoy the show, yeah?
Yeah, a lot, really. The energy is amazing today, and yesterday also, so yeah.
You got good vibes. I like you. I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Janky.
Bye.
Yeah, so to takeaways today, I would look at one. First of all, the Falcons making it this far, staying alive this far. Go a little bit further past that, this guy Maiden, he got on the stage and he did what he had to do. So perhaps if he can keep that going, Falcons have a better chance. Albeit it's not going to get any easier for them. I don't know, maybe there's some Falcons fans around here. Let's find out. Yeah, I saw y'all standing there looking at me. I'm looking at you, looking at me, looking at you.
Yeah.
Where y'all from?
I'm from Poland.
Okay.
And I'm from here, from Katowice actually. Yes, so it's my local event. But I also big fan of CS, so great to us year to year see the coming back of Katowice in the circuit, and good to see you guys actually.
Better to see you, I promise. It's very nice to have everybody situated and going. You come here probably to support ENS, is that fair? But no more ENS.
No more ENS. No
so if you got to pick, you got Spirit, Falcons, Donk. Tell me something about Donk.
Bro, he's amazing. He's riding on HLTV. Wow, yeah. That's something next level, and of course we are cheering for Donk. We are cheering for the rest of the teams, and my personal preference is of course FaZe, because Carrigan, the old dog, still
the Danish Polish kind of guy.
Yeah. That's true.
How does he do it? How does he come down here to Katowice and make everybody love him all the time?
He's like, I don't know. He knows something about Poles that makes them like him, but the true Polish Dane. From like right here is of course Łukasz Glaive, like in our hearts from now on, the true Polish Danish guy, and I hope that next year also maybe ENS or any other team will come to Katowice and get out of the group stage again. So.
Yeah, keep the ball rolling. Hey, I got to keep going though. There's a show, but hey, I appreciate y'all.
Yeah.
Y'all enjoy the show.
Thank you.
So there was this team, and there is still a team called Mouse, and obviously they're on track right now. And they're going to be starting here in the semifinals. Perhaps we have some Mouse fans, some Suhi fans. Shuhi, I don't know, I probably said that wrong. But this guy, what's good, man? How are you?
I'm good, perfectly fine. Everything's good.
Okay. Where are you from?
Warsaw, Poland.
Okay. So not too far away.
Nope.
Tell me about this Mao's clan. Mao's clan. Not,
clan?
Yeah, Mao's clan, kind of like Mao's team, FaZe team. Yeah, you get it, right?
Yeah, I get it. I mean, Mouse is becoming like an academy for FaZe, pretty much. Kinda.
Yeah.
Yeah, but still rooting for FaZe today.
Okay.
Neo, the coach, obviously. And, been a FaZe fan since, 2017, so.
What about Shuhei, though? What about over there on the Mouse side? There's a poll.
I'm hoping for some Shu on the arena because of Shuhei. Yeah, but he's very talented, very good as well. But I've been a FaZe fan since 2017, so it doesn't matter. I mean, if they played ends, then I would be, I would have a problem with choosing between of them. But
the crazy part is you started liking FaZe in 2017, and then that thing in 2018 happened. You remember that at all?
Yeah.
Without too much detail.
But me and my friend, we brought Cloud9 logo to school and we burned it. We were so angry. Yeah, we're hardcore fans. We don't mess around.
Well, hey man, thanks for that.
17 then, so it was pretty childish, but
it happens.
Yeah.
Well, Cloud9 still won that, and they're not anywhere in sight right now. So
yeah, that was a fluke, right? Because they won it and then they fell off pretty much.
Yeah, and that sounds like a good place to stop the story. Anyway, Mouse, FaZe, you got FaZe, right?
FaZe, yeah. Wouldn't be a problem if Mouse won, but FaZe should won everything.
But FaZe.
Yeah, FaZe up, obviously.
There it is. Thanks, man. I appreciate you.
Thanks.
Anybody watch Counter-Strike? You guys watch Counter-Strike?
Sorry?
You like Counter-Strike, man?
Yeah, of course.
Hell yeah. Who'd you here to support today?
G2, but sadly they fly away.
They didn't make it, so we rooting for FaZe.
Okay.
No?
Damn.
Only my stupid friends.
I guess. Is that what they do?
Cut it.
Oh, yeah. They're his friends. We'll just leave it at that. Look, man, what about Donk? Can you tell me anything about Spirit, Falcons, anything about the semis today that G2 aren't in?
I like Donk.
Okay.
He is a good player. They are telling he's arrogant, but for me, he's good.
When you are that good, I guess, and you kind of can be, I don't know. What do you think?
Can you...
when you're as good as he is, can you be arrogant?
Yeah, of course. He's young.
Yeah.
He is good.
Okay.
I think he can do this.
Look, I want you to tell these people that are going to be hearing this later, tell them something nice. In Polish.
In Polish?
Yeah, do you know Polish?
A little bit. Polska górą, do toho, and I don't know.
That's a good stop point. I appreciate it. What's good?
He is also Czech streamer. Really famous.
Hey, that would explain a lot, actually.
Yeah,
Fair enough. We'll try it again next year. Don't worry, it's fun. I'll work on my Polish, you work on yours.
Yes, of course.
Cool. Well, good luck.
Good
See you
luck
later.
to you guys.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
See ya. Hey, man, nice hat. That's a cool hat, man. Things are obviously out of control around here, but if I sit here and I think about the games we have in front of us, and I think about the FaZe clan that has been promised, but now with Frozen, not only do they stay alive, now you kind of have to look at them and say, hey, maybe they stumbled a little bit here, there, whatever. They're on the right way. They're on the right path. Speaking of being on the path, you. What's good? How are you?
Hello, fine. I just came here today for the playoffs, and I'm having good time.
Where are you from?
I'm from Poland. Okay. Yeah.
Is your first time in Katowice for IEM?
No, it's a third one.
Okay.
Third one. Yeah.
Okay. But it was nice to see Poles on stage yesterday, right?
Yeah, finally from the 8 years. Yeah, this is the first time. So it's the best feeling for us, for Poles.
What if we switch it up a little bit and the honorary Polish guy from FaZe, you might know him as Kerrigan. Yeah. What are FaZe's odds to win this whole tournament? What do you think?
It will be hard because I think Shuhei is the best Polish GL, and I think he can read Kerrigan today, and this will be hard for Kerrigan and FaZe clan generally today, and at least for the today matches, because if they win against Mouse, they have good odds in the final.
Cool. Cool. I guess we'll leave it at that, man. I appreciate you. Good luck to you, man. I hope you enjoy the show today.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. Okay. So it appears as though I actually do need to go do the show. I can't just hang out in the parking lot all day. Of course, I do fancy a bit of tailgating. None of that matters. Neither of that is here nor there at this moment. I'm going to go get changed. I'm going to go get dressed. I'll be right back. Yes, the Spodek. We get ready to take flight just one more time, especially for a semifinal, because tomorrow we have a grand final. But don't worry, we'll get into the nitty gritty, the dive in the deep stuff. I got all that. Don't worry. I had to get changed. I got out of the parking lot, and I found some friends here even, now that I think about it. One of them goes by Yanko. The other one goes by Steel. And both of them are eager for some Counter-Strike today, gentlemen.
I think you did great, Trace, first of all, on that walk around. I'm sorry that you didn't have enough time to tailgate as well.
Yeah, luckily there are no tailgates out there. So maybe next year. Maybe we should start that in esports.
They need to take a page out of the Buffalo Bills book.
No, those people are tailgating in like 7 foot of snow. They're out of their minds, which is exactly where we find ourselves now. Josh, tell me what you thought about yesterday.
Yesterday was an interesting day because we saw Falcons playing against Ents in the arena, and Ents was, propped up by the crowd, but it wasn't enough because Falcons, they came through, but it wasn't pretty. It was not pretty.
But you wanted to believe, right? Like for a second, you're watching that game, you're like, come on, Ents, y'all gonna do the damn thing? Y'all doing this? Nah.
At the start, I'm like, okay, Falcons wins this match. And then I'm like, oh, the crowd's here. Okay, Ents is going to win this match. And then I watched Falcons beat Ents the first map. I'm like, okay, Falcons is going to win this. And then Ents won map 2. I'm like, what is going on?
An absolute roller coaster of emotions in that one, Trace. I think Ents pulled off, they threw a curveball Falcons way with that overpass pick. It paid off, just didn't have enough in the tank to close it out. And of course, in the first game, the battle of the Titans, G2 versus FaZe, but it was more of a David versus Goliath matchup.
Not like a David versus David. Not Goliath versus
Not
Goliath.
That one. And yeah,
Isn't David supposed to win in that story?
Listen, Josh, you're new here.
Frozen did win.
This is a running joke.
Okay, my bad.
Frozen did win, yeah. And I think FaZe looks really sharp. They look better than they did in groups. Frozen finally performed on the big stage. So, yeah, excited to see how these games go today.
And having seen FaZe do that yesterday, let's turn our attention to what is a semifinal, right? The donk that was promised. I feel like he's everything that everyone's talking about. But why?
I think it's just how incredibly skilled he is and the number that he's putting in for Spirit. I think without a doubt they're the team that has played the best Counter-Strike so far in Katowice. And the one question mark about the semi-final is exactly what you see on your screens. There's 0 playoff appearances in big events for Donk, for Zontix, only 2 for Magisk, and Chopper, 12 for Shiro. So is he going to be able, and Team Spirit, to play at the same level in front of that crowd?
It's going to be a tall order for them, and obviously, you only get that much talk about you if you're doing something right, but also if you're doing something wrong. And I think we're getting a little bit of a mix of both when we're talking about Donk and the rest of his squad. And what they do really well is playing really well together as a team, swinging together and fighting. The only questions that we have right now are what's going to happen after the CS2 update, because their playstyle was about being aggressive and swinging things and fighting, and that's going to be not as prevalent. And then the other thing is, are they going to crumble when they're booed, actively booed?
It's also a pretty good sign for a team that when you're trying to talk about their flaws, it has nothing to do with the stuff on the server, right? It's just things outside of it. Oh, is it going to affect their performance? Because, hey, let's be honest here. If Spirit doesn't play like 50% worse than they did in groups, they're going to 2-0 Falcons. Like, it's going to be a pretty straightforward game for them, right? Because of how big the discrepancy is just in the CS showed so far.
But the nerves. Well, you know what? We'll have to just sit back and watch that.
Nerves.
Nerves. Hey, nerves. Yeah, trying to keep those in check. You're going to need to do that because there's a lot of people on that stage, and that's just a whole different variety of emotions and things you have to go through, especially with emotions for us, though. So we turn our attention a little bit. Think about the side of Frozen. We talked a little about FaZe itself and now where they are continuing down that path.
Yeah, I think for Frozen, he said it himself in interviews, right? He's set up to succeed, and he needs to perform in big games. That was a bit of a knock on him, why he didn't place higher on the top 20 list last year, because when he came to those S-tier events, really big events, in playoffs, wasn't really performing up to the level you would expect, but yesterday he was brilliant against G2.
So, Josh, tell me, though, a little bit about, this squad itself. What did you get out of it? What did you derive?
About FaZe?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, if we want to talk about a player like Frozen, oh, why isn't he higher up on the list of the top 20? Why don't they go deeper in playoffs? It's also about who you've got beside you. And when you're looking beside you and you have younger players, less experienced players that haven't gone as deep at tournaments, and then you're going and now you're beside Kerrigan, you know, world-renowned IGL.
It's easier.
And then you have Brokey, you have Rain, you have Rops. You know, Rops is the top, I don't even know, 5 or 10 rifler in the game. And he was looking really good at the start of CS2. So it's like when you're playing with and around these people, it's going to elevate you yourself.
Yeah, and that is just the story of FaZe. Now, the Mouse project, like how on earth did they get here? It's just incognito almost.
Are they the little mouse that could, Trace? You know, I think there's without a doubt a lot of skilled players on that team, young players, they play some good CS, but the story has always been, when it comes to this point, right? A big event, Katowice, Cologne, a major, and the playoffs, and you're facing a more experienced squad, that's usually where they just can't get that W. They can't get over that hump, and I'm curious to see, you know, is this the game where they're going to break that streak?
Look, just 30 seconds away from moving swiftly away. Tell me a little bit about the last pole standing. And there better be a cool picture of this, too. One pole just kind of like there with his face on it.
Yeah, we're seeing Shui on Mouse, and they've definitely done a good job to get here, but they kind of squeaked on by. So it's going to be interesting to see if the crowd rallies behind him the same way that they did with ENCE yesterday, because that could be a difference maker, and maybe that helps him stay mentally in the game. If there's ever a doubt of, you know, if he's going to be able to call a good game or not, this is going to be something that elevates him.
Yeah, and elevation is what we're looking for, which is exactly where we're headed. Upstairs, upstage to get this bad boy started. You're watching the Intel Extreme Masters. We cut to a quick break. We come back, and we get the semifinal day started. Let's do the damn thing, fellas.
Welcome, my friends, to the Cathedral of Counter-Strike!
Elevated, never low, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving
now. Smokes. You see a double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple, that's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally. With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
Hello. Josie, how are you doing, man?
Hey, I'm good. I'm excited for the arena.
I'm sure you're excited, but how do you get ready for a day like this, you know, when you're about to step on stage again, especially a huge stage like this?
It's not just about today, but the preparation we make every day. I think this is why we play for, to get to these moments, you know. So, yeah, we are just doing our preparation, doing our routines to be comfortable when we have to go on the stage and perform, so, yeah.
Now, one thing I know about you guys, the mood is always good in the team, but what did you discuss as a team before today, before like this moment comes?
We discuss what is our strengths. We need to know what we have to do on the server and what is to like believe in ourselves, you know, what is that, those things. And yeah, it's just to make us feel comfortable again and to remind ourselves what should we do.
Comfort is certainly key, but you're facing FaZe and Frozen again. Is there anything you want to prove to in this matchup?
Not really. Not to him. We would like to prove ourselves.
Nice, I like that.
Yeah. I mean, we lost the last 5 or 6 games to FaZe, so yeah, that's the case. But we would really like to prove ourselves that we can beat them, even on a stage like this. So they have a lot of experience. I think they are a step ahead. But I think if we play good, we can win.
Well, let's see if now's the time. Thank you very much, mate. Go get yourself ready.
Thank
Good
you
luck.
so much.
Hello, Robs.
Hey.
How was it yesterday in the Spodek?
Great.
Great, yeah. Did you have a lot of fun with the new update, and how fun was it to tase G2?
It was fun for sure. I think the Zeus, the taser, got a buff in the recent update. I think in terms of, its potential, it's always been there, but it's just about realizing it, and it was the right moment.
Okay, and tell me a couple of words about Mouse and playing them and how they've been developing with Brolan.
Mouse, I think, obviously a young team. I think they have a lot of firepower and they have a lot of potential, with that lineup, how it can develop. I think they've always been up here. In recent times, they've had good success, been in playoffs. We had many fights against them already in CS2. So I think, we'll see how it goes. I think we always had the win in the recent matches against them. So I think they definitely want to beat us, but hopefully we can shut them down again.
Thank you. I hope you tase many more players.
Semi-final day down here in Katowice, and the sun is out, if you would believe it. Now, it doesn't quite matter because we did come inside. We have to determine who's going into the grand finals tomorrow. And also, let me remind you exactly where you find yourself. That is the Intel Extreme Masters 2024. Gentlemen, we have arrived at semi-final day.
Yes, we have, Trace. Only 4 teams remain. We have FaZe and Falcons that have progressed through the quarterfinals yesterday. Mouse going to go up against FaZe, Frozen's X-Team. Same for Up, same for Kerrigan. And on the other semi-final layer today, we're going to get Team Spirit versus the Falcons.
Hello, everybody. Dzień dobry. I had to try it, man. I'm not very good at Polish, but I gave it a shot. Yeah, a lot of things to unpack here. Let's start on the Mouse side of things. And we did just talk a little bit about them in the pre-show. Josh, when you look at this Mouse team, I almost call them Mouse Clan again. When you look at this Mouse team, what excites you about them?
What excites me about them is that they are so individually just powerful at their roles, and what they're not afraid of is to get down and dirty and in the moments where they're pushing around, they're flanking, they're not afraid to just move around the map and take things into their own hands.
I think also for this matchup, what's impressive is it's a little bit of a new versus old sort of a matchup, right? Mouse's roster, one of the youngest that we have in the tier 1 scene, right? You can see the discrepancy in age, but you know what comes with age, Trace? Experience. And that's when you see that FaZe has a plethora of it with this lineup. The playoff appearances in big events are out there, so that's the main point here. Mouse, did they get enough experience with this lineup in the past 6 months or so to be able to get over that hump, which is FaZe Clan?
Which is an interesting conversation. We just heard a gentleman outside say that this Mouse team, kind of like an academy team almost for FaZe. So what sort of similarities? How does that manifest itself like that?
Well, I think one of the things you need to look at is the fact that 3 guys that are on FaZe Clan right now used to be in Mouse. It was Kerrigan first who went back to FaZe from Mouse, then he, in 2022, gets Rob sober, right? Finds instant success with that, and now, towards the end of last year, they get Frozen too. So the 3 used to play together in Mouse in 2019, right towards the end of that year, actually secured the #1 spot in the world, won a couple of big LAN events too, and now Kerrigan is he rebuilt that core in FaZe Clan.
Yeah, and it's almost like FaZe is like the elite team, and then Mouse is the team that kind of just gets to a certain point, but past that point, they can't make it any further. And this is going to be a huge test for them because they haven't been able to perform like that on a playoff stage before, and it's always like they beat the teams that are under them, but they'll never play up and beat the teams that are above them.
And I think it's a testament to Mouse as an organization, really. I mean, the majority of their team was their academy team only 2 years ago, so their ability to scout talent and develop talent, I think it's been impressive because they've been one of the more solid teams in the last half of last year.
Yeah, and overall, I mean, you're talking about a team of problem solvers, right? I mean, sometimes we say that about a team, but when it comes down to figuring it out when times get tough, Kerrigan and crew have proven they can do it.
they've proven more than enough times that they could do it. I think they won like 5 tournaments in a row, elite level tournaments. The only team that they really lost to was Vitality in that string of events that they've run. And even when they lost to Vitality, it was second place. It's not like they're going out in the semifinals or the quarterfinals. They're making it all the way, and they're only losing to the most elite of elite teams.
And that's a stark contrast, you know, compared to what Mouse is doing. But yeah, to go along with FaZe, the first one in Sydney, kind of out of left field for FaZe, right? Because they were struggling in months leading up to that tournament. So go to Sydney, win there, CAC, right? Another LAN tournament with the win, loses to Vitality in the final, fall final and world final. So, you know, 4 top 2 finishes at the biggest LANs towards the end of last year. That also tells you, despite the whole twist situation, that they were getting a good grasp of CS2 before some of these other teams.
So tell me how that would work then, because most teams, if they get a new player, they go about trading around players. There's a little bit of a rebuilding process. So how is it that Frozen's able to slot right in?
It looked like he slotted into like a lot of twist roles, but then it's also like he's got the pick of the litter for whatever he wants to do. And the rest of the team is really trying to make him feel comfortable and let him slot into the system really well. And it's when you have players that are so experienced and so elite that they can switch positions and make you feel comfortable, that's always going to be a good thing.
And also what you touched upon previously, the fact that he has teammates like Rops, like Kerrigan, like Broky, guys who are more than capable of carrying their own weight, right? So he doesn't have the burden of having to carry this team. It's more like you just have to execute your role to the best of your ability, and if you do that on a high level, the team is probably going to be getting a lot of wins.
Which is what you're looking for, dubs, right?
Yes, if you're FaZe, you're definitely looking for dubs there. Because FaZe, like we can talk about how they've had such a pedigree, it's going to be a letdown if they don't win here.
It really would be, but not for me, I can tell you that. What we can do is hear from Kerrigan. We've got some words with him before we jump into the game.
Kerrigan, yesterday, your first time playing in the Spodek this year. How was it? Because your cams were really nice to look at and all the kind of interaction you had with the audience.
Yeah, I mean, I love to play here, right? I've been in the final 3 times. Enjoyed a lot of great moments, also some hardship moments, right? So just being here again after very disappointing last year of Katowice from us. So yeah, I just enjoyed the game, and it's always gonna be fun when you play G2 in playoff on such a good stage.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe it would have been more fun if it was a bit closer, but that's neither here nor there. Talk to me about Mouse then. They have a lot of rookies for the Spodek, a lot of first-timers, and I feel like you may be expertly placed to kind of deal with that and shot cal against that.
I mean, I think they have a great structure, great foundation. Sometimes it's not about if they can handle pressure or not. It's just how they feel in the game, right? If they're focused, the environment won't really matter to them. I think that's how it is. It's all about enjoying the moment, and I think in this game they have actually nothing to lose, right? It's a big playoff stage game for them, first time on a big stage like this maybe, and they played against a team they had hard times with. So a lot of things go out with our wind, but I've seen before in Counter-Strike that doesn't really matter until you start shooting them on the server.
Absolutely. You talked about yesterday how you had, a specific strategy to shut Nico down and make sure he couldn't get into the game. Who do you identify as the biggest threat on the other side today?
I think the player that played the best here in Katowice is definitely Surgeon. So he's hyper-aggressive in some of the duels he's taking, right? So that's something we're a little bit aware of. But we're not changing too much on how the enemy plays. It's just different scenarios where we could prepare something, right? So yeah, we have obviously prepped something for today like yesterday. But what it is, obviously, I can't say that.
Obviously not. Maybe you can say something about how your relationship with Frozen is evolving. I know you're very closely involved in how he's doing, and he had a great start yesterday as well, and a little bit of extra spice versus Mouse for him today.
Yeah, I'm just super proud of him. How I think the first tournament in World Finals was a little rough for him to get used to everything new, right? He only played in mouse sports in his pro career. So I think he's evolving just as I expected. Demands a lot. Very key rounds, especially the first round 1 against G2 was basically just because of him. So we need that performance today from him as well, and I think he's fired up, and hopefully we can help him to manage to go into the grand final.
Thank you very much. Good luck.
Kerrigan talking about a specific round versus G2. Now, I know you love breaking down some G2. They might be broken down enough already. So go ahead and jump into it, Yeko.
You know me, Trace, that's my guilty pleasure. But there were a couple of them, I'm not sure which exactly he meant, but I picked one that, illustrates FaZe Clan, how they are able also to do more with less. This is the round right after they won the 2v4, so a reset round, some early utility towards mid and K, right, just trying to sort of keep G2 towards that middle area, then delayed Jaguar, cave take, right? Like they're slowly creeping up towards that B bomb site. At this point also, you have Frozen here on the lurk, right? They're trying to sort of leaving to work his sort of a thing, and the rest of the team is setting up for this B execute. You can even notice, you know, number 4, that's the rotation coming in towards B. So G2 kind of has a good read here, but the problem is, despite that, they're not going to be super coordinated, unlike FaZe. You see Brokey throwing the short and long smoke, the molly for corner, right? And here you can already see how the G2 players are sort of, you could see Hooksy falling back, right? Nexa is also playing defensive here, and Nico is isolated in the site, and you don't want that to happen. When there's an execute coming in, you either want to play in front of it or just play retake. He gets swarmed. You can see Frozen. He's playing on the other side of the map now. This is creating space for him, but he doesn't really need to do much in this round, because once Kerrigan plays the smoke fade, gets a kill, G2 is going to decide to go for a save. So FaZe, yes, they have all these stars, but it's the fact that they're also playing really well as a team and playing really coordinated. You will see from Nico's POV here, he doesn't know where to look. He's completely lost. And FaZe, this is a really, really important round in that first half of Ancient. They just make it look super easy.
And it was at this moment, Josh, that Nico knew he'd messed up. Is that right?
That is absolutely true. I think the one thing that we can talk about with FaZe is that it's not just the one thing that they do well, it's that they have a deep playbook, they have really experienced players, and they can win from any situation. So here is an example of them doing a really simple execute, but it makes it look really easy. And G2's here just like, oh, I don't know where to go. I'm just lost.
Just hanging around.
And that's, you know, when you play against an aggressive player like that, you can almost count on that he's not going to play behind those smokes and play passive, and that's a good way to exploit that.
But Brokey. What about Brokey, and why are we excited to see him in the server?
Hey, Brokey is incredible, right? Like when he's on point, it's just very exciting to watch, because he's one of those guys who's super mobile, isn't afraid to get into it, do some combat hopping and whatnot. And yesterday he was amazing against G2, delivered a lot of important rounds on the first map and especially on the second map. And we have to remember, when FaZe won 2 years ago with JKS, the whole stand-in situation, Brokey was the MVP.
Yeah, it's important that your opper is able to kind of deliver it all. So if your op can't rifle, if your op can't clutch, if your op can't go for these aggressive openings, then you're always going to be playing at a deficit. So having an opper that can do it all, he can solo a site, he can stay alive, he plays with his brains, also with his aim. So it's not like he's just like this one-trick pony. He's got it all, and he's able to do it with every gun. I've just seen a P250, dualies, op, AK. Like, what can this man not do?
Well, that's the big question.
And I think for FaZe as well, it's really important, because you look at some of those tournament wins, right? That's when Brokey is also playing well. Sometimes when they falter, it's maybe when he's not having the best of tournaments. That spray transfer was disgusting. That was then converting a 2v4. And he does seem, at least yesterday, to look like the Brokey from that 2022 Katowice, where he won the MVP.
Which, you know, for all intents and purposes, it's not to say that FaZe had a great start to this tournament, right? Now they find themselves as maybe one of the favorites in the bracket.
Hey, it's FaZe, the great procrastinators, right? It's just about getting to the playoffs for them, right? Because you could see, watch that game against G2, and then any of the group stage games, even the ones they won, they looked much better, because they just get into that zone when they're on stage, right? When you have veteran, experienced players, this is what they play for, and this is, well, relative to the other teams, they're going to be much better.
It's when you're a team that is at a certain level, it's so hard to play down to a different level. So if you're a team that goes to these international events and you come back and you play practice games in North America, you're going to be so bored. It's the same thing with FaZe when it comes to like elite level tournaments. It's like, it's playoffs, or it's like, what am I doing here? This is a waste of my time. Just get me to the main stage and then I'll show up.
Which is a wild way to live your life. I'd have to imagine that it's not ideal for everyone. FaZe, though, as we said, problem solvers, veterans, all this, that, or the other, they're able to figure that out. And somehow, some way it comes together for them. For MOUZ, though, perhaps not super veterancy that we look at, but what are they bringing to the table against FaZe?
They're bringing in a lot of skill, right? And I think MOUZ is also a unit that's super cohesive. You can see that everyone gets along, and we were wondering, you know, earlier with this roster, are they going to have some problems when it comes to playing on stage and big games with mentality because of the inexperience? But not really. I mean, they haven't crumbled on stage against some big teams. They haven't gotten over that hump either.
Yeah, and as we saw from ENCE yesterday, they were also a team that were kind of young, kind of inexperienced, and they were kind of propped up a little bit by the crowd here. And I think the crowd's going to be on Mouse Sports' side. So if Mouse is going to do well here, it's off the back of the fact that they're a cohesive unit, that they are individually skilled. They don't have a lot of experience. Brawlin might have a little bit of higher level experience, but when it comes to the stage stuff, yeah, it's not going to be an easy task for them.
Sorry, and also you lost Frozen, right? Who was that young veteran? So we talked to Shu and Exertion, and we asked them, like, who's going to step up? Is it going to be by committee or whatnot? And Exertion said, Kerrigan pointed him out. He said, I think I have to be the guy who's going to lead a little bit more, who's going to be a little bit more aggressive. And Shui chimed in with saying, I think everyone needs to do a little bit more. We've been in this situation before. We haven't been able to win those games. So everyone's aware of, hey, we need to step it up a little bit.
With Shui over here on Mouse, what are they going to be priding themselves on? When you look at the results and what they've shown now in terms of fortitude, what do they have?
I think when you look at Shui and just this Mouse team, I think they play really good Counter-Strike, and they're not playing scared. In every game, they don't lose because they're playing not to lose, and then they're not playing their game. I think it's just a little bit of gaining experience, and you can see ever since Shui joined, it's been those big tournaments, right, that they're missing out. Cologne couldn't make the playoffs. Sure, they win Pro League, but which is a much smaller environment, not really a crowd, not really an arena. In Sydney, playoffs, but can't get a win in the playoffs and so on. So it's a recurring theme for these Mouse roster.
Getting over this hurdle is going to be definitely the biggest step for these players, because as a team, they haven't really shown that they can be more than just like a gatekeeper type team where they just keep out the younger teams, the less experienced teams. But I liked what I saw from them against ENCE and from the other teams basically in this tournament so far in the group stage, because they weren't playing scared, as you said. They were being aggressive. They were getting in the dirt, and they were sniffing out the cheese, finding out where they could go in the map to get around ENCE. Like, ENCE looked completely lost when we saw them play against Mouse. And if Mouse is able to keep doing that against a team like FaZe, that would be really cool to see.
And we've had teams hit this same sort of glass ceiling before, Trace. I mean, you can go even to the legendary Astralis lineup. Before they became that, they were always stuck in the semifinals, right? Couldn't make it to the grand final. A little bit for that Luminosity team that became SK, the Brazilians too, right? Heroic, notoriously, could get to the grand finals, but couldn't win them. So sometimes it's just about getting that one win that can be the catalyst and really unlock the potential of this lineup.
And, for the side of Mouse, we could just speculate all day long, but I would much rather hear from one of the legends over there in Mouse, and then Shui.
Mouse marched on forward to the semi-finals. This is an important game, but this is an important stadium for a young Polish player like yourself. What did it mean to you to be able to play here on your first ever Katowice and be in the Spodek?
It means the world to me. It's basically the whole CS history. That's why I've been playing. That's why I'm competing to play in front of a crowd like this, especially hometown or in my home country. So it feels amazing. It's my dream come true.
And in terms of your dream come true, I'm sure it would be a dream to beat FaZe, right? They're a team that you guys have struggled against, but would it be fair to call them your kryptonite at this stage?
They're definitely our nightmare. So many times we came close, but we just couldn't close it out. We've been working every day to be better, and I feel like as a team we are definitely a lot better, and I feel really confident in coming into this game.
Now both rosters, exact same players, faced off in Abu Dhabi for the World Final. What did you learn from that, and how can it make your difference here?
Yeah, back then we didn't have time to prepare with our new player, and now that we got comfortable and now we know what our strengths are, we will use it to our abilities in this game.
And we've seen it, right? You guys have been performing so much better, looked better. Broland's fitting in very nicely. For you, though, when it comes to you versus Kerrigan in the calling department, is it something that sits in your mind?
I mean, it's always a competition between us. He's been my idol, and I've always looked up to him. So playing against him is very motivating, and I just want to get that step over and finally beat him.
So some mind games in play?
Definitely.
I look forward to seeing it. Shuhei's ready. Let's see if they can take down FaZe this time.
This is the craziest game of 4D chess by Kerrigan. You've got to give it to him.
Yeah, I think, we saw the veto come up during that interview. There were no surprises in the bans themselves, right? But for the picks, it becomes a little bit tricky because FaZe had the upper hand so many times. They go with the nuke pick. It could have been Overpass, perhaps, or Inferno, really anything for FaZe at this point. But for Mouse, it was Mirage almost every single time in those previous games. And there were a couple of close losses, but they switched it out to Ancient, right? Which is a bit surprising to me because FaZe is so incredibly good on the map. With this roster, they lost it once, and that was the opening game, you know, at Blast against Gamer Legion, where there really wasn't too much on the line. So I don't know if it's anti-strat, like they feel they match up against it pretty well, or trying to throw a curveball, but in any case, it's brave for MOUZ.
Well, that's what makes it so weird to me as well, because MOUZ barely beat Cloud9 on this in the group stage to even make it to the Spodek. So there's like a round that I want to bring up on the expensive piece of equipment, as
yes.
the technology, the telestrator, because it was such a close game. We saw here, MOUZ was about to lose to Cloud9. There's a 2 versus, it's a 1 versus 2 actually for Perfecto, but he spots them, he's getting his rotate off, and now it's up to MOUZ to decide where they want to go and where's this guy going to be coming from. And what ends up happening here is we see Exertion staying back to see if, you know, is Perfecto going to go into Donut, or is he going to like sit behind? And as they split up here, and towards he's coming into the site alone with 12 seconds left on the clock here, it's like, okay, what's going to happen here? Perfecto's going to come out. This guy's not here to protect. 6 seconds left, 5 seconds left. And what's going to happen is all Perfecto has to do right here is not swing out wide. And we're not even talking about MOUZ here versus FaZe, right? Like this was the moment that was the decider for MOUZ to end up winning in overtime here. And then they were able to make it through Gamer Legion, who didn't look that great all tournament either. So this round right here is why MOUZ is in the Spodek right now in the semifinals. And I think it's absurd for us to not point that out.
I love how you find a way to touch on Cloud9 and just you know, sucking with whichever lineup. But yeah, I think it was a really close series, and it seemed to be a catalyst for MOUZ to really, from that point on, they looked much better. Surprisingly, they didn't stick together in that 2v1, but yeah.
But when things come down to a head-to-head, you know, we're talking, obviously, sorry, Perfecto, didn't really work out there for you, right? You maybe swung a little too far. Maybe not at all is what you should have done. When we look at the head-to-head between MOUZ and FaZe, what does it lead you to believe? Where do you start to draw your conclusions?
It's been all FaZe. I mean, even Shui himself is aware of it, right? And you can see from all these games ever since, you know, even before he joined, after he joined, that one win for MOUZ actually came from Pro League, right? Which, as we said, was the final tournament in CSGO. It was in a smaller environment, but when it comes to these big events, it's FaZe all day long.
It's also like FaZe kind of flipped a switch. As soon as CS2 came out, it's like, okay, suddenly they're here to play and they're not going to lose to anybody except for Vitality. Whereas MOUZ, it doesn't seem like they have that same sort of pedigree, because their matches are CSGO wins.
But I will tell you, the last one, which was the Blast Premier World Final, it was 2-0 for FaZe, but it was 13-11, 13-11, and MOUZ lost all 4 pistols, right? So that was the closest they've gotten so far, and maybe, just maybe, they've learned enough to be able to beat them here in Katowice.
Well, if they went 0-4 in pistols, maybe they're watching too many G2 demos.
Probably right.
Yeah.
Probably right.
Wow. Always a stray around here for G2. It's just we always got one in the chamber for them. Let's think about, you know, this sort of lineup and versus those top teams. You know, you're painting a picture, Josh, which is, you know, who's losing to who the most. Well, here for MOUZ, what's the picture look like?
Yeah, it's definitely dropping off. We're seeing here that they're able to beat the likes of anybody that's ranked lower than them, basically. But when it comes to teams like Vitality, FaZe, G2, Na'Vi, that's where MOUZ really struggles. And the teams that they beat are all the teams that are under them, but they'll also lose to teams that are under them, like Gamer Legion, for example. They have lost to them. They won against them in this event, but you know, they should be more consistent if they want to be a championship level team.
It's a definition of a gatekeeper, really. You know, everyone who's sort of below you, you keep beating them, but you can't break into that contender status by beating some of these best teams. And yeah, I mean, you can see FaZe on the other side of things. They're even better against the best teams in the world and teams that are outside the top 10.
It's because the teams that are outside the top 10 are the ones that are, you know, in the group stage still. They're not even on the playoff stage. It's when they get on the playoff stage, 86% win rate. When they're before that, that's the 80%. That's why they lost the Spirit, for example.
Yeah, you know, the math checks out. You know, really, if we kind of run those numbers, the numbers are going to continue to run themselves. I do think that if we look overall, we think about those top teams and how they pit themselves against each other. From the MOUZ side, how does it stack up?
Well, just thinking about how MOUZ even got here, it didn't look like it was great. So we saw Gamer Legion actually taking out Monty, but Monty looked really not good. They weren't able to boot camp. It was really difficult for them to get any travel here. We didn't see them in any officials. So Gamer Legion dispatches of them. MOUZ had that really close call with Cloud9. They narrowly win. Third map, Perfecto really trolls a round away. MOUZ is able to win in overtime there on the third map. They go against the Gamer Legion, which is maybe an easier matchup than a strong Monty would be. And then what happens from there? They get to play against Ents, and Ents really looked outclassed. They rely on having a really good game plan, really good starts, and they didn't have a good start. And Maus was able to just get through Ents' strats and game plans because it was all about like these set plays and not so much about the audibles and the mid-rounding. That's where Ents really wasn't good, and that's where Maus plays really well.
So, Janko, let's do this. You got about 20 seconds, so who's going to be winning this bad boy?
I think...
No pressure.
I think this is, where Maus has figured it out. I think that close game, they had some time with Brawl and Sureface, had time with Frozen, but I think this is where they shock the world and get an upset.
This is where there's like a little piece of cheese on the trap, and FaZe is the one that goes, and it's just, that's it. I'm sorry, but it's just like...
It's low-hanging fruit. Don't worry, Josh. Hold that thought. We will go to a break. We'll come back. We'll get into the game. We know it's Nuke, Ancient Mirage. We know it's a semifinal featuring FaZe and Maus. You're watching the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. I love y'all.
Turn up this up right now. I like this up right now. You might be stuck right now. This might loosen me up right, up right, up right, up right, up right now. Get off this bus right now. You're acting sus right now. This one. Turn up this up right now. I like this up right now. You might be stuck right now. This might loosen me up right, up right, up right, up right, up right now. Get off this bus right now. You're acting sus right now. This one. I know what you want. I know what you need. Some seeds, grow some trees. Ain't no smoke, it's made for lungs, but you believe. But it's okay, we make mistakes, be relieved. So why art doubting? They're not like me, my eyebrows too intense. I rock out like the Brahma. I wanted to be like Dwayne Johnson. Teacher said I'm trouble. Once I got my dreams won't work, I started snapping, I bust bubbles. I think it's how creators see. Other creators be perceived as fly. You're whipping right, but off IG, you're broken cheap. I need an electric bike to vend this food, to vend these rules. Get these tools, cause haters drool, they're watching me. Haters discretion advised. Oh me, oh my, I just want to survive and to see under darkness, hiding from the light. All we do is push violence, pain over violence, radio silence. Turn up this up right now, I like this up right now. You might be stuck right now, this might loosen me up right, up right, up right, up right, up right now. Get off this bus right now, you're acting sus right now. This one. Turn up this up right now, I like this up right now. You might be stuck right now, this might loosen me up right, up right, up right, up right.
Mr. Yimvad, how you doing?
Amazing, thank you.
Now, your brother once looked at these stages, right? 2019, he made it to the grand final after beating Na'Vi. Did you always believe you would get there?
Yeah, I knew it will happen to me as well at some point, and now I'm just looking to get into the finals, and yeah, just really excited.
Are you ready to beat FaZe this time?
I am for sure.
Zersh, I want to quickly tap in with you as well.
Yeah.
FaZe and Carrigan said you're the one to watch out for right now. You're going to put the hurt on them?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm going to try my best, but at the end of the day, it's a team effort always, so yeah, looking forward to play with the team.
I like it, man. Good luck.
Well, who am I going to talk to? Maybe Brokey. Hello. You had an unbelievable game, I think, yesterday on stage, and today it's versus Torji, and I think he can hear you. So how do you think it's going to go?
Going to be a 2-0 for us. A very easy game.
Very easy game. Why do you think it's going to be so easy versus Maus?
They suck.
Okay. Thank you.
In the most important games, in the most important clutch factor, we are ice cold. That's the main thing we need to be strong on. Skill and mentality, we should be strong as we normally are.
Having the chance to stand in front of the crowd and actually play and take part in the tournament, it's an amazing feeling. It's one of my dreams coming true. We are a very young group. We're quick to adapt. We have a good atmosphere in the team. It's all a matter of putting everything together and working it out on the server.
The whole team is incredibly hungry. Playing Frozen gives us a bit of excitement, and I think this is going to be the case where we show him that he made a wrong choice.
It's gonna be a good game. We are still friends after all. People changing lineups, going from teams to teams. There's gonna be time where you're gonna play your old teammates at some point. I don't know how much they changed ever since I left. They're doing good, you know. I mean, they made this product after all, so they must be doing something right. Once it comes again, I will just enjoy it.
Let the crowd enjoy and let me stay alive in the game.
This frontier, yet unexplored, its secrets hidden in the cosmos. Knowledge is passed on, refined and used by generations to come, to define what's possible. Fight or flight. The journey is vast. Fame, glory, a distant star, far from one's reach. Stay too long in the star's light and risk annihilation. 9, ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running.
Welcome along to the Intel Extreme Masters 2024. We are live from Katowice in Poland. Are you ready? Oh yes, day 2 here in this magnificent arena. Day 2 where we see semi-finals. And do you know what? Shiz just got real because the teams that are waiting backstage, 4 teams, they don't just want a place in that final. They don't just want to win that trophy. They want to prove that they have mastered a brand new game. The king is dead. Long live the king. And here in Katowice in the Spodek, have we got 2 semi-finals for you. Later on, a big old matchup. But first up, 2 teams. And may I say, we have some Poland on Poland action. Are you ready? This side, are you ready? Well, let's get it on. Let's bring out the first team today. And it is a team that has gone serenely into the semi-final. They've done it quietly, but they've done it powerfully. And in their ranks, the final Polish player coming out to this stage for the first time. Katowice, Intel Extreme Masters, please welcome, it's Mouse Sports! And they are taking on a team that has a Polish coach. They need to be a team that yesterday were all powerful. Intel Extreme Masters, welcome, it's FaZe! Listen to that reception. Listen to what is going on here. My friends, it is time to get this semi-final underway. We have that trophy and a place in the final for the winner. Let me bring up, please. Come on, let's have a captain and let's have the coach. Let's have 2 Polish players out here to the center of the stage for a shaking of hands. Respect shown, which means it's time to get it on! And I have practiced this, so here we go. Jesteście gotowi? I can't believe that worked. Right, who's winning this? Is it gonna be FaZe? Is it gonna be Mouse? That was equal, I need to hear it. Is it FaZe? Is it Mouse? You guys are ready, we're ready. Let's get it on.
Right. Now, okay, there we go. Freaking finally, my goodness. Can you imagine? Can you believe it? Woo! I'm amped up now, Yanko. Give me something.
You know who's pumped as well, Trace? It's Mouse. Only 2 years ago, they were playing Academy Leagues, the core of this roster. Now they're on the stage in the Spodek against a team that's beating them time and time again. But hey, it can only happen so many times.
Yeah.
That victory is within their reach. They just need to go out there and take it, Josh.
Yeah, and FaZe Clan, they're here and they're with Frozen looking better than ever. And, you know, they're looking without Vitality in the way to stop them from getting a trophy. They're looking here to get back another trophy.
FaZe Clan, this is their playground, Trace. They did it right here 2 years ago. CSGO, CS2, it doesn't matter. They're going to be fighting for those trophies. They took down the defending champs, and now they're going up against Mouse.
Yeah, we're talking about a FaZe that outlasted and withstood some tests there in the group stage, but at the same time, this is a playoff phase. This is a team that comes into the game on these stages, and they prove it time and time again. Perhaps, you know, you got to worry, you got to have all the question marks in the world. Can Kerrigan and Neo lead this team into another grand final appearance and Despotic? We don't know, so we're going to have to sit back and find out, gentlemen. It is time to get it on. It is time to start a semifinal, and we're going to do it with Sponge and Machine.
One hell of a game in front of us. Nuke to start. And two very different teams with very different history standing against one another.
A new engine, new title, and new faces to the Spodek. The CS2 competitive Counter-Strike sphere is taking shape right in front of our very eyes. Mouse, this is your time under the big lights, going up, established champions on the other side. Can the fledglings show they're ready to fly? Or Nuke's gonna be a tough task to start.
It's a tough map, Chad. Comms have to be on point. Tight rotations, and you know Kerrigan, he's deceptive. He'll try and pull those mind games, have you second-guessing yourself. They're gonna have to keep a real rock-solid head on their shoulders if they want to have a chance here.
That's a perfect place to start the conversation. And they're gonna be on that CT side where he can push and pull them around the map. Average age of 20. First time on the stage for 4, and Brolin's been here before, but there was no crowd back in 2020.
Let's get this one started, shall we, Katowice? Two pairs of dual Berettas, Chad.
Yeah, P250 for Rain. And have Brolin taking the position of Frozen in yard. Waterfall smoke on top of main. Brolin knows a fight likely coming. Doesn't really have a lot of help available.
Brolin, he is tested. He does not nail the first one, and he's punished for it. That's what our P250 is designed for. Take that long-range engagement. And now the Swede has a bullet in his. Frozen, occupying hell, forward position. Look how much territory FaZe have taken. Shui cowering in the heavens. Constricting onto this Polish player, 21 years of age, now the pressure applied from every angle. Up the ladder, he's anticipating. Kerrigan, the wide swing through. Rob's good for the shot. FaZe in no hurry now, but it's Exertion next victim. Roki maybe pushing it a bit too far, but either way, it's going to be one back from Torji.
And they're both down towards the lower side here. So this one already feeling done and dusted, unless young Jimmy can have something to say. There's a kill back, but the bomb already down. Number disadvantage. This one is feeling like a FaZe pistol, and already carrying in the corner will be Mouse. They're going to carry this Kevlar across. They get some famous upgrades into the next, but FaZe, that was way too easy. Frank can get up to his usual hijinks towards yard. They are going to have a very tough task, but just to explore this a little bit more, Mouse, since the addition of Brolin, they've only played this map 3 times. And that's a map where, look, we've discussed it, not ad nauseum just yet, but if Kerrigan can make them doubt, right? It's how these rotations, who's meant to rotate where, where's the gap, and also the comms on the positions. On the stage, you're a little bit more frantic, a little bit more hectic in the moment. This isn't just a normal group stage game of CS, and that's where Mouse have their first real test. It's about getting comfortable, just making sure you can shoot. You want to build that confidence back, because instead of established champions, that's what FaZe Clan are.
Yeah, I don't think Brokey was messing around or making a joke when he just looked dead down the lens saying, yeah, 2-0, they're noobs. That's what he feels like. That's Brokey's mindset coming into this one.
Been able to get out the 2 Famouses behind the save Kevlar.
Okay.
So something to work with. CZ75's 5-7 equipped. Oh, we've got a crowd favorite, it seems.
Wow.
No love for the young Shui, an in-game leader of the next generation.
Kamil Szkeradek of Poland up against the established FaZe Clan.
And the legend Neo.
Yeah.
Rain's got some space towards yard, but he has company in secret, and well, just behind the warehouse smoke starting to fade. So Torji tucked in, the flash over. I'm not sure how much was spotted, but could be bad information. Starting to rotate away. About a minute left on the clock. 2 players now reside as Jimmy starting to get a little bit aggressive. This is what you like to see, and we know the Finns, cold-blooded.
He just looked excited when he was standing backstage, excited to get this opportunity to play his favorite video game on the stage. For all the marbles, this is semi-finals, this is no joke. Crossfire from Brolin and Jimmy not to be tested. We have got 40 seconds, so the pressure now on FaZe.
Volley.
That's a problem for Torji, but flushed out into the CZ Carrigan. Brought down by the side arm. Eating flashes, now they're getting closed in on Brokey, just destroys them. Walks into the site, says, I'll be having that. And with only the 1 death, FaZe convert this second round force.
Jimmy looking to have to save this one again, so 2 rounds, just hoping to retain what he can. Yanko pointed out on the desk the last time these 2 teams played, it was close, but no cigar and pistols. Wow, that would play a big factor, right? Wow, it was a 2-0, but both the maps were 13-11, all right? Let me get the...
Hey, that's competitive. Right? That doesn't get more competitive.
But they were 0-4 in the pistol department. And we know in MR12 where mistakes or the tiniest of details are indeed amplified, not being able to pick up any of those can spell your death. Jimmy will be holding on to this.
Yeah.
Another little fun fact is Rops, how he has this Mouse team in his pocket every time he goes up against him. You saw the stats. I think HLTV tweeted something out today. Just how dominant he can be against Mouse. It's kind of funny as well. You think about it. Frozen goes, we call him the young veteran, and replaced by Brolin, who played with legends like Flusher, JW, right? You know, some of the absolute best of the best Crims, of course, of the Swedish Counter-Strike, and now he comes in as, I guess, the most experienced member of the new Mouse roster, or what are they, FaZe Academy?
Yeah.
Mouse NXT?
There's lots of ways to call it.
Got a bunch of names.
Yeah, and some of the biggest names that have worn the Mouse jersey now play against them in the FaZe.
I am hoping we get a little bit more of a matchup today. The G2 versus FaZe game yesterday, it wasn't what we were promised. It wasn't a classic barn burner. I don't think G2 had left the hotel. That was a pretty abysmal showing, especially from some of the stars. Didn't even need to get out of my chair.
And that's when you know it's serious. When Chad Birchall stands up. Rain descending now. This is just a formality, you would assume. But in no hurry, don't want to mess this one up.
They've used Yard in every round. I understand it was the pistol, now into the force buy, and then against the eco, quote unquote. Katowice is making some noise. Hopefully the game can deliver, as we were just discussing.
Gives it a go to Shuey. Forced off by the Molotov.
You would just love to get a kill if you some of the names here. Shuey won't get the chance. Brolin will. Just do some damage.
Yeah, Frozen up against some of his old lot. Should be set for success here. Exertion, he does land a bullet. Could be finished off if he's not covered just as quickly. And so 3-0, that's the FaZe start. It's T-side nuke, so dream start for FaZe Clan.
Yeah, beautiful work. Everybody with about 5K plus before the utility purchases start coming in, and Cyclone already going to take a timeout. And I understand it, because if you drop this round right here, then you're going to be down to another partial buy for the next. The scoreline already going to be 5-0.
Starts to spiral.
Make sure you're competitive immediately. So take this, discuss how you want to start things. Make sure everybody knows exactly what they need to do on this opening gun round, the reactions that you're looking for, those communication issues on the CT side that we were just discussing. Make sure all of that's ironed out, who's going to rotate where, just in case. So a lot to say from the Danish coach.
They've only got positive things to say when they do talk about Cyclone and his contributions. And then on the other side, Neo. Legend of Poland and Polish Counter-Strike.
I am curious, Alex, if we're going to see something to set the tone from Mouse. Are they just going to do a default round where they spread across the map in their standard positions and play to the rotations of what FaZe throw out? Or do they want to try and do something a little bit more direct? Do they have a move? Do they want to go aggressive? Do they want to try and crunch in towards lobby? Do they want to go for yard control? Right now looking pretty standard. Exertion to block door. Brolin, deep molly, HE towards yard, stalling out any of the early T-side aggress. Rain on the lower side. Frozen up the tippy top. The smoke wall does land. Multiple bodies out here at Gren to exploit this yard play.
Yeah, it's Brolin firing off a couple of rounds of ammunition. Nothing connecting. Torchy has already.
They are looking for yard control. Lots of bodies.
Yeah. Smokes obscure the view. Flames force back Torchy. Rain progressing. Brolin's investigating. This first frag is massive. Does Torji have the element of surprise? He still finds Brokey's head. Traded immediately by Rain. Finds the upgrade, a 4-on-4 with secret loss. Rob still holding the backside. Frozen will be loud and audible onto that roof. And, oh, a missed shot. Yeah, he's in trouble now. Too many bodies. Didn't anticipate. Rob's towards the red. Jimmy spring into action. Topside's under a lot of scrutiny here. The whole face plant squad walking into Zertian just like that. Shui one back. He needs a multi-kill here to get Mouse off of that goose egg right here, right now. Rain too strong. Don't think he has 2 bad days in a row, Chad.
And Jimmy, I suppose they expected him to rotate lower, being that ramp defender. He never even worried about it. He gave up ramp quite early. So quizzical about that rotation point, and he's even going to give this one a look.
Really? No kit? 3 to find, and yeah, he isn't just poking his nose into main. But I mean, this is getting already a bit of a problem for Maus. You just discussed already the cash in the coffers, having 3 alive. You're still operating on those Galils.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I didn't expect Maus to have the easiest of times.
Yeah. And what is, like, I'm sure there's a large list of reasons for that. Is the top, is it experience? Is that a conversation?
It's just comfort in this environment. Jimmy on our screen right now, 17. I think the oldest 2 members are Torji and Brolin at 21. Exertion, I think he's 19. Yeah. You're young, you're not experienced in this environment. You're going up against a team like FaZe. Brolin has only been in his team temporarily. He's on loan still. He's not even fully signed. So, look, he'll be with them for the major campaign, sure, but this is a tough task. Mouse have never even been in the arena before, let alone the younger names, and most of them coming from the academy roster. The only one not from an academy is Brolin. The rest of them all came through Mouse and XT from different variations.
This isn't going to be comfortable.
He's tied 1.
Shui, a light some aggression, a spot of it thrown into the mix. It's Robs who stabilizes for 1. But with Jimmy's frag back, they've managed to manufacture a 2v2 and the aggression does not stop. Especially with Torji hitting that shot. He's taken down Raid on Yard. Only Frozen now to save FaZe Clan's perfect run. This aggression, just pistols and a rifle. Jimmy closes, triple kill on the trophy. And it is going to feel good. Mouse getting that 1 round immediately. 5 rounds in short, but not running away with this of FaZe.
And that's what I was kind of hoping for they'd go for on the first gun round. Now, sure, like not all in, but something where you get to dictate the tone and the pace of the game. I don't even have to discuss the Peakers advantage or anything about that in CS2, but when you're the ones who are setting the pace and you're the ones who are deciding how you want the round to go down, if you can capitalize on those opening kills, you can see how it can snowball. Like it's Frozen left there in the clutch. They make sure it doesn't get out of control. That one's going to feel good as well. I thought that'd be extra motivation for the Mouse boys today. Hey, Frozen, you left us. Well, maybe you shouldn't have. We're in the Spodek without you. And it's not just Frozen who left once upon a time. Mouse is an org. Losing Rops, losing Carrigan.
Yeah, it's like Mouse, you know, they're hitting the gym after a breakup kind of vibes. See if they can continue to impress. As Jimmy is recovered AK-47, has found Rops on his initial excursion.
Yeah, aggressive from Rops, trying to punish the young Finn over towards Ram. Rain is ahead of the util. Jimmy still looking for fights. Frozen's grabbed one back on a Brolin. That was from the silo. All highlighted there, so you can see Brolin just picking behind CT Blue, getting his head taken off.
Yeah, that'll be
quite aggressive though, Alex. You can see the AWP.
Oh, Frozen coming down. Jimmy's not looking. Too many contacts at the same point. And Torji, that forward position now has to be the hero. If Carrigan's not ready for this, which he was, did jiggle out. Now, oh, he gave it a go. Hyper aggressive from Torji and punished by Frozen. Possible to be overlooked. Frozen adjusts.
8 for 2. Frozen now 4 kills within that round.
Man. And he had top of the scoreboard alongside Brokey yesterday as well in the quarterfinal. So Frozen, he does seem to have taken to this stage like a fish to water.
Yeah, looking very comfortable. And I think the thing is, look, he hadn't been in the Spodek before, but he'd been winning bigger events previously. And remember in Avanza, we had 3,000 people, 4,000 people packed into that venue going up against Astralis. He knows what it's like to be on a stage, and he's been playing for an awfully long time, so much more comfortable in this team. And wow, Bowser bought in. So the loss bonus definitely favoring them, but they've got some big emissions. Light on the util, light on the weaponry, probably feeling the confidence how they did in the previous, but you're not going to fool them with the same trick of a lobby crunch twice.
Yeah, but if you pull this off again, that will inject some additional confidence into the ranks. Lurk smoke drop.
Torji already in the vent, so nobody's been able to dip down. Shui spam just by Brokey from back lobby. So Brokey with a bit of a premonition. So much damage done. In-game leader, the Walking Wounded, and are walking their way back outside. Rainer's made sure that nobody has progressed. All 5 members, and well, smoke's available. They can erect a wall and go phase.
Yeah, what's Brolin and a FAMAS to do about a full exec? He's got a decision to make. Skirting the edge of the smoke, didn't catch anything. Now he activates for one. Kate takes down Rain. Phase across.
Nobody down B at the moment for Mouse. Someone's going to have to rotate. Jimmy from Ramp with the silence then for the first port of call.
And this is that smoke and mirrors we were talking about.
Down, Alex.
Over rotations, Carrigan, he's just pulling the strings. Exertion, oh, lobby clear.
They're going to give up his position as well.
He's got a lot to do. An Exertion, he will spray down two. Masterful control. And now with Torji back up the vent, contributes as well. Watch out though, it's Rops in the clutch.
No time. Round's over.
No time. Mouse will take it. That's amazing considering the over rotation. It had to be Exertion. And he's held on to it. I thought FaZe had their number there.
Yeah, and the fact that he's throwing that nade, he's telegraphed his position as part of that. So as FaZe come through main, through the gray screen, caught off guard, a nice double kill up the vent. There's too much chaos, not enough time. And they handle another one. So thriving in these moments of desperation are Mouse.
Well handled, yeah, and Torji, he secured the round with this one, flying up the vent, taking a bit of a risk.
FaZe are going to feel like it's a bit of a fumble. See if they can respond again. Make sure Mouse don't string consecutive rounds together. The last 3, we've had a back and forth nature. Standard opening, top hut molly. Lurk smoke out the door. Keeps them guessing about event drop.
Loud about that is Rain and Exertion. He'll collect himself another double kill, holding onto his position. Down goes Carrigan after one. These CTs, they pack a punch. Exertion, back-to-back impact multi-frags. And now a 2-man discrepancy phase. He said they don't want to give him a way back into the CT side. Well, those consecutive rounds seem imminent, Chad.
And confidence. That's what I'm seeing right now with Brolin's movement. Happy to take some space. Just allowing FaZe to have full control of the map, and it might even catch them off guard. See, he continues to silently make his way around.
It's very rare to see Rops caught off guard. This man is perpetually ready for the engagement, but he hasn't and isn't anticipating Brolin. Jimmy loses out on his ramp duel. Big one back from Brokey. This 2 versus 4, now 3, could still be problematic. 35 seconds as they descend. Rops lingers, trying to catch the rotation, baiting in Torji, but time is of the essence. They need to get that bomb down. Punching in the code. Shui opts not to engage, waits for the team to crunch. Still a crossfire established. Shui, he steps forward into Rob. Now 2 versus 2. It's falling apart at the seams.
Didn't see him.
Oh, wait, Brolin the Ghost. The Ghost has caught off Rob. Now Brokey. He seems to have an idea. Brolin, this would be huge. What a clutch from Brolin. Pulls Mouse into the consecutive and saves them from red faces in a 2v4.
Oh, that flash, completely white screen, and Brolin can count his lucky stars. He got away with that. Oh, the timing. What a miserable way for FaZe to lose that 2v4 situation. I thought it was those two as well yesterday on Ancient who won the 2v4 up against G2 that broke their hearts. It started with that Exertion, beautiful double, but Brolin takes down Robs. Brokey had no idea the player could be so close, and the fire in the belly of the Polish in-game leader, but you have to, again, turn to Exertion. 2 rounds back-to-back where he's found impact, and huge impact. This time it was to start the round. Last time it felt like it was to finish.
Yeah.
And he's a player who talks about Counter-Strike like years above, right? You see him, the way that we get to discuss it with him. He's got a wise head on him. And right now delivering the first map of this semi-final. Now, you take that time out, you have a bit of a conversation, and you can understand why only one player survived. With the plant, the bite, not looking too bad. Tech 9s, AKs, plenty of util. An AWP for Torji. Can that be the difference maker? Oh, missed molly there.
Ooh, a knee-jerk reaction from Exertion was to consider a potential
You just
bait
can't
on the
lose
vent.
that. Yeah, you can't lose that vent slip so early.
Such a quick lurk smoke thrown from spawn. Oh, and Robs has caught Exertion now, so no contributions from him here. Rain's across as well, just alone.
This is the recipe for success now for FaZe.
So for Carrigan, by having Rain down, what does that facilitate? What does that enable?
It depends on how far he can get without taking contact.
Ooh. A lot of work for Jimmy. We're not the gun for it. No utility either. No support. Flashes are coming. Steps come in. Frozen. Headshot. Straight to the Vin's dome.
Hard clear as well. Might be better off saving this one, Mouse, because you know a player could have gotten down secret. He can hold on to that vent rotation. Now you can't go through ramp, so you have to go through secret. Carrigan even is making sure they can't drop on down. Shui might be able to clear him here. Some in-game leader on in-game leader action. And he will get the better of him. But still, I think the save would be the better of the two options.
Yeah, so do they. That was a well-constructed round from FaZe. You can see how limiting it was to Mao's. And just Exertion's death, you know, has started to fall apart for them. Jimmy's so isolated on the ramp side. This is the death we're discussing.
And spamming through the smoke, right? You're giving away this now holes in the smoke. So if you're going to help you track down exactly where those bullets are coming from. FaZe are cruising right now. 6 rounds T-side, their map pick, no dramas, anything else? Icing on the cake. Neo, very happy with how things are proceeding thus far.
Yeah, no timeout needed here. Just business as usual for FaZe Clan.
But one on the other side. Cycron wanting to call another tactical timeout. That's to discuss the fragile state of the economy. Shui could drop a FAMAS. Might have to be an MP9 in the mix as well, and that's if they want to buy. Next round, 2,400 loss bonus. And the reason that you're probably having that discussion is you have an AWP on Torji right now. If we don't force buy behind this and we lose it, we won't see another one of those again. So at this point, I'm thinking, hey, we probably should get some weapons out. Util for Exertion, heavy, so he's been donated some goodies there. Jimmy into that aforementioned FAMAS, and MP9 for Exertion. So the buy, as predicted.
Serviceable.
Yeah, and they need to make this work now because the next will have to be an eco, a partial, or more saved guns. We've got Ancient up next, Mirage after that if we need it.
Your opponent's on 6 on the T side,
yeah,
as you've highlighted.
It feels desperate, right? And this is the thing you have to contest for these rounds.
They're giving it a go. It's Torji making a play, and he's nailed the shot onto Rain. Double nades towards you, maybe triple.
Yeah,
so that's info.
Try and get out, but okay. This is aggressive. He's trying to make more plays, is Torji.
Whoa. You've got a man advantage.
I don't think they'll expect this, however.
That's certainly an option. Brokey could be his next target, should he leave the safety of that box.
This is a heads-up play from Torji. I respect it. It could have gone horribly wrong. But the fact that he's staying aggressive, not just shying away after the opening pick. He grabs another. Perfect work from Torji. Unexpected.
Yeah, and he knew he had the biggest gun. He knew it was up for debate if he'd ever see it again on the CT side, and so he's putting it to good use. A double kill on the yard, but still slipping across.
Have to convert this now.
They have to, but it's no one actively holding this low side. Brokey's having very little resistance upon his exploration. It's Brolan. That's down.
Plenty of ways they can do this. Brokey can limp out the smoke in towards the site from this single door side. He can use it to path close. They can also go behind the bomb box. Here you go. So you'll see the smoke come out. Pathing through it.
Clearing. Oh, what a shot onto Brolan. Brolan pulled the trigger first. Brokey more precise. Robs on the lobby lab. Gets one back. Exertion will find an upgrade and a frag. Maus need this. Fighting tooth and nail. All that hard work from Torji could be for nothing if Brokey and Carrigan can pull this one off. Here they come. No kit. A 10-second defuse ahead of them. Time is ticking. They have to find them. Brokey hiding out behind the doors. Makes the sound cue. Torji to provide some covering fire. Exertion as well. Now the doors are open. Brokey's got another. Oh dear. They're running out of options. There's no time left. All of that hard work from Torji. And it's FaZe that lead with the round. Does he lead with the orb? No, not at all. An incredibly well-recovered round. 7 on the board for FaZe.
That was a 5v3 in favor of Mouse with the saved AWP getting 2 opening picks. There's the first, under pressure. Torji with a ballsy move back through the smokes into Warehouse. Catches Frozen unsuspected. But this is it. It's FaZe. They have had a move, right? Okay, we have the secret space. We have enough utility. What do we got? A smoke, a molly. All right, well, we're going to get the molly over towards Dark. We're going to limp the smoke through the door. We'll go through the palming. That means if anybody's close, a.k.a. Brolin, has to worry about an awful lot. And Brokey hit a banger to send Mouse back down to pistols. And they're just going to push into lobby. The meat grinder spins into action here for FaZe. Carrigan having to keep that Glock out of ammo. And that's 8.
Oh, man.
This is, look, coming into this, I also fear for Spirit a little bit later today as well. Because Donk, he's been the biggest talking point. People can't keep him out of their mouths at the moment.
It's true.
But if he can't perform at the level we've seen, look, Spirit obviously have other individuals who have played big matches before. Chopper and Magic's go back to Antwerp. We know Shiro. This is right Gambit. Cloud9. But Zontix and Donk, this is a whole new world for them.
Yeah, it's a different game on the stage. And Exertion, he's active, so looking for Robs. Ready for that engagement, as we discussed, and he makes it look so easy. Takes down the aggressive CT. There's more where that came from, though, as Robs just disappears.
Yeah.
The puff of smoke.
Whereas where there's one, there's more, and Robs is well aware of that. And look at this, now they're trading places. So you can have lobby control, that's fine. We have all 5 up. Torji has been able to get another AWP in play. And Jimmy just chasing the thought of FaZe, who are nowhere to be found.
Looking for answers.
He's trying to get ahead of the rotation. This back Warehouse position from Brolin will get an opportunity.
Yeah, there's a lot riding on this one from Brolan. One clutch to the good. One of the reasons they have 3. He does adjust into Carrigan. Could have been more.
Rain's so lucky. So lucky they went wide on that.
At the disadvantage now on the back foot. Is Robs not going to clear this? Robs is always aware. The smoke now ensures that Shui has a real opportunity. Right in front of him, blocked in the smoke. And he only gets 1. He'll feel a bit hard done by on that one. Down they go. It's 9 on the T side of Nuke. FaZe Clan are cruising. As expected, FaZe Clan have moved into their map convincingly, making moves. Mouse with only 3 as they have to take to the T side. They're in control, full control for FaZe as we get into the second half of our first semi-final of IEM Katowice 2024.
Well, Alex, in a shocking turn of events.
Oh, I see what you did there.
Robs has a Zeus. Again.
Let's see what he's cooking. It's worked for him before. His pistol round Zeus strategies. Trying to be a bit of a trend setter.
Hey, where did his Zeus go? Oh, there it is.
It's there. Oh, he's even working it all out.
Come on, Robs.
Oh, no.
Come on, let's make it 3 from 3, shall we?
So far, 100% success rate on these purchases. And no, he's done it again! Oh, the shake of his head as all of Miles' discussions, the plans that we got this FaZe, it means nothing in the face of a full 5 alive FaZe.
What an absolute nuisance Robs is being.
Oh, they're just bullying him.
That's 2 from 2 in the pistol department. As Yanko highlighted, that was a mission from Mouse last time they went toe-to-toe. Gatekeeper or Dark Horse. Right now, the fledglings are falling flat on their face.
Look at the range. He's perfectly got that one.
You can see him lining it up on the ground as well, making sure. It's going to be a one-shot kill. And they are getting absolutely dismantled here on the Spodek stage. Things are going beautifully for FaZe. Another grand final for Carrigan.
We heard in the interview Carrigan discussing it, saying it's, it's a joy to have someone who just comes to you and says, I've got an idea. As in, I'm going to try and do this with the Zeus. Is that okay? And he gets the green light from Carrigan.
Yeah, you want your players to stay creative, keep bringing you ideas, whether it's something that seems a little bit cheesy or something that can have greater implications. But so far in the pistol rounds, Inferno, we saw it against G2. Now Nuke getting another opportunity.
Ancient towards that Jag position.
Yeah, Nico didn't enjoy that one too much.
No, not at all. Well, you had to laugh. That's the only other option. We're getting a masterclass today here, folks.
And through the young core. Frozen 13, Rops 13, Brokey 12. You've got the seasoned vets who have been doing this for longer than I can count. I think I'm out of fingers now. Rain and Carrigan. Fantastic in their positions to enable the youngsters, and while the youngsters deliver, Rain will go down. That M4 can be picked up as long as they don't give over another body. Darting back for the silenced M4, making sure it gets there in time, and that will be dropped back over towards Rain, I'm sure. But already up to 11 our FaZe on their map choice. We might have another quick first match of the day. FaZe not even having to break out of first gear. Mouse, this is essentially the conversation starter. Is there any reason for us to get excited in map number 1? Or is this going exactly where we think it is?
Former teammate Frozen, top of the scoreboard in this dominant performance. Rain has taken down Torji. Aggression of his own. Towards that yard position, Shuey spotted out. Tags him up. And actually, Rain has been caught out in the open, punished by Shuey.
Needed that level of aggression. Trying to find some space towards ramp.
This is proactive.
Yeah, but Rops is already down here.
Yeah, only an MP9. What can Rops do? Can he make it sing? Will they overlook it? Especially if Frozen takes first contact. This can go horribly wrong. One and done. Now Rops with another. He's hunting Brolan. Brolan has the bomb on his back. If he goes down, it's round done. He cannot afford to go down before Shuey can activate. Holding himself.
Roki seems to aware it's a possibility.
Shuey's pre-aim tested here. Brokey just looks away. Oh, it's a hard shot. Missed it. Missing it again. It's a hard one now. Still finds it eventually. Breaks down Brokey.
Still heading B.
Oh, and Robs miraculously holding on to this site with that SMG.
Need a miracle now, Shuey.
Not with this HP. It could just be a long-range burst. And Robs is staying active. You'd assume he's dark, but now on the site, and Robs gets 3. He's too good.
Pack it up, Alex. Let's get over to map number 2, shall we?
Quite the KD, 16 and 4 for Robin. Cool, and yeah, most definitely not breaking a sweat right now.
Well, FaZe appear to be the fan favorites. Neo behind them. Carrigan always gets a lot of love here in Katowice. But Mouse, we knew it was going to be a tall task, a big ask.
Out-positioned, out-aimed, out-brained.
Just settling into this environment to play your game. And they haven't been able to do it. Exertion had a couple of moments where we thought maybe, just maybe, they could start to bring themselves into the game. The first round they posted was through some lobby aggression. That's always a good sign. But it also lulls you into this sense of the team, all right, boys, we can go, let's fight them. And then you're taking these uncharacteristic duels, which are bad decisions in the broader scheme of Counter-Strike, and while FaZe can outmaneuver you. This will be the final round as we see Galil's equipped with a MAC-10 in the hands of Exertion. And FaZe, well, Brokey has his weapon of choice. Sinking feeling is you don't even feel like you had an opportunity in this first map. And now they're back against the wall going into the second.
Yeah, this is just flown by for Mouse.
You'd love to just get a few rounds now just to feel warmed up.
Real talk, but I don't think Rain, he got the memo. Look at that. A full magazine spammed through the smoke, and it will be audible. You can see his mouth moving.
Yeah, and the rotation already here. Hello.
Frozen's go with this. Holding the angle, knows he's going to be cleared, and just holds down Mouse 1 for 1. Still FaZe up. Upper man, and it could get worse for Mouse with Brokey's angle. Karrigan already catching Brolan, and ladies and gentlemen, it seems FaZe Clan have got Nuke in the bag. Torji disagrees. Only Torji stands. Double under his belt, and a bullet in his head. FaZe Clan take it 13-3. A dominant start to the semi-final. They got their sights set on something grander. And a step closer to it. FaZe Clan take the first map.
This is the brand new collection from Colex. This is the end of an era, signifying the end of CSGO, moving into CS2. Within these packs, you can get plenty of signature cards. There's great new art collection in there as well. And Dupree, 5-time major champion, the only player with 5 majors to his name. He is the Grand Master card that you will certainly want to try and collect, and you'll be so lucky if you could unbox. Even me, as the ultimate Na'Vi fan, I do want to try and get my hands on one of these. So let me start getting inside of this and seeing if we're going to have any hits, any good pulls that we want here. Ooh, first one. Legend Twists coming into play. This one says 1-time major finalist. So we're covering off the finalists in there as well. 2-time major champion, Fallen. Crimson there as well. And these ones, to know what these cards are, these are for you to get signatures on yourself. So we see a lot of people and collectors taking them to events, getting their own sign. I've signed some of these myself as well. It's just good for you to have. Oh, lovely. And a simple as well. So here we go, 2 of the art cards on here, Device and Simple. Legendary Orbers. One with 4 majors to the name, one with 1. So out of all the packs I've opened, these are some of my favorites, and this one is a special 1 of 500. I've got number 300 of the cards available, and you can get yours here in Katowice at the ESL shop.
Wow, that one's pretty much over as soon as it started. It feels like we just got here and we just got the game underway. Psych! It is FaZe Clan running away so far with this semifinal. Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters. It's a semifinal. It's a Saturday. The sun's going down outside, and right now so are the hopes and faith of Mouse fans around the world.
Yeah, the sound might be going down on Mouse too. I mean, if it continues like this, we were talking about, are they ready to take that next step, finally get over that hurdle? Doesn't look like it.
Well, let's hope that this Mouse is a nocturnal animal, because once the sun goes down, that's when they better shine. 13-3 is not a great start. Obviously, Nuke being FaZe's map pick. Starting T-side, though, you don't expect FaZe to get that many rounds.
I know, it's FaZe's map pick, but
what I saw wasn't necessarily map related, how Mouse was losing rounds. You know, they weren't really playing together in some situations. Players weren't on point individually. They were losing some fights that were even favorable, right? Like, it's not that much about Nuke as it is just Mouse not coming in ready to play.
Yeah, and they were going for a lot of those like 1-for-1 plays. And honestly, like the first 2 rounds that Mao's got on the board, or 2 of the 3 rounds on the CT side, weren't really off the back of anything special. It was off the back of them just brawling out. They knew they couldn't beat FaZe in a heads-up game, so what they did was they just took the fight to them. They're like, you know what? We're not going to win if we have to draw the round out. We're not going to win in these tight 3 versus 3 mid-rounds. We have to get scrappy, and we have to do it early. So one of the earlier rounds, it was round, I think, 5, 4, whatever. It's early.
You mean this one?
No, that's one of his.
Oh, but it is round 4. Like,
this is round 4. If you want to start with round 4, but
yeah, let's do that. Let's start with what did happen to Mouse starting from the first gun round, right? And some of that discombobulated play. So first gun round, Torshi, the AWPer usually plays that rotation. He goes straight into Secret. This is probably some sort of an anti-strat, or at least how they want to open the game. Now you see the smokes outside from the side of FaZe, right? Pretty standard stuff so far in the round. 1:15 left. But now as they're going down Secret is when I want to show you something. So now they're coming in. Torji, he's in an all-in position here. There's no way, like, he is one and done somehow by some magic if he can get a couple of kills, right? But look at his utility. He has everything here, right? Like, he has a smoke, a molly. He can shoulder peek this whole time, use his utility, buy time, hold an off angle, he can get 1 kill, fall back, right? He's in an all-in position with full utility. He's going to get 1 kill and die here, right? 4v4, what happens now? Brolin, he's just going to start looking for this fight, right? He's going to spot Frozen, but let me show you something else. This is Jimmy, number 5, who's over there on ramp, who was like sort of starting to go towards Yard. Why not communicate and say, hey, Jimmy, let's fight Yard together. I see you have a flash. Throw that flash for me. Throw this incendiary on ramp, which is what I think he's doing. He wants to come outside, but where's the patience from Brolin? He goes for a full swing, just dies, right? And this is Mouse's players sort of taking matters into their own hands, not thinking big picture, some tunnel vision, right? In the end, FaZe just together, let's just play Tay, go in, they get the trades, they win the fights, and they win the first gun round.
And this is a perfect example of FaZe letting the rounds develop, and they're going to just win because Mouse are going to make the mistakes. They're not going to do stuff together. And the best chance that Mouse has at actually doing stuff together is when, you know, one round after this, they have to do an eco, but Jimfat, he saves the M4. And what happens is they instantly go into lobby crunch. They don't let FaZe stabilize. They don't let them get their play off. They go and disrupt FaZe right away, and this is what they're good at. They have good individually skilled players, so why not leverage that and actually go and take fights before FaZe can get off their game plan?
Yeah, and this is not, I don't want to call it a gimmick play or anything like that, but this, you can't plan your CT side based off of this as much, right? Like, this is something you're gonna pull out a call at like the right moment. Like, it worked out for them here, but you're gonna have to be able to play some default, right? And sort of piece the round together and have some good mid-round reactions together. And we didn't really see that from Mouse on Nuke.
Yeah, and I mean, we see this type of thing again on round 7. Mouse was just like, you know what? They can't win the heads up. So what happens? Brawlin goes for his 1-on-1. One and done. He gets it, but then he goes down, and then FaZe is just like, okay, we're just gonna enter into upper. This seems free. What's going on? Mouse is all over the place. There's one ramp. There's one in lobby. There's another guy squeaky door. There's another guy just like walking around, just like casually. Who, me?
Hanging around.
And what's gonna happen here is like we're just watching Mouse separate and not really look to connect. And a lot of good teams, they'll look to connect and then do the next play together. They'll group up and do a fight lobby together, they'll group up back calls and fight ramp together. But what happens here is they're actually just popping up. One out hut, one guy comes up vent, he goes back down the vents, some, you know, comes back out the hut, comes back up the vents, and they're just like finding all these cracks and little holes to work around because it's the only win condition.
Yeah, it was a bit of a hero play from Exertion because they're going with the lack of information, like you pointed out. They're going for a stack on B. He just hits good timing on the peak to get 2 kills, right? But again, these are one-offs. This is not something that, you know, you can count on to build your game around, and it wasn't pretty for Mouse on this first match.
Not the start you want in this series for Mouse, but you know, if you're the side of FaZe and you've got some of your pieces still doing doing what they're supposed to be doing, i.e. Brokey, i.e. that is why he's our U.S. Air Force Aim High player of the map. Definitely an instrumental piece when you think about Nuke overall.
Yeah, absolutely. And we were talking about him in the pregame too. Had a great quarterfinal, had a good tournament in general, but it didn't feel like any heavy lifting from anyone on FaZe, really. It was just within the rounds, within the calls from Kerrigan, them piecing, the information together, playing together, which is something that Mouse didn't do, and just executing well.
Yeah, I think a great example of it was when FaZe they were down 2 players early in the round. They lost 1 player early on. It was Rain. I think it was top silo maybe. They lose another Twin Opper, and they have a 3 versus 5. But they stick together, and they just let the round develop. They go step by step. They don't skip any steps. They're just playing together, really sharp, really tight. And then they find Mouse just one at a time, and that's where FaZe is going to excel. Mouse can't play into FaZe's game. They need to change up their approach. They can't play this like they're playing against ENCE.
But Ancient, right? So you're telling me FaZe gets Ancient, they get to start on the CT side, like it's kind of looking like the perfect storm.
Here's the problem. This was already sort of a curveball and a bit questionable from Mouse coming into, and sure, they're good on FaZe, but they're good on Ancient, but FaZe is also amazing on the map. So now it's not that you lost your opponent's map pick, it's you weren't really in the game at any point in time. So 2 things will happen, Trace. Either Mouse will be able to shake this off. Okay, first game on the stage, they didn't play the quarterfinal, they were straight in the semis. It was awful, but they'll be able to reset and actually play their own game that we saw in the groups. Or this is going to be a very quick 2-0.
What's the word there? Just smashing?
Steamrolled.
Straight up.
Destroyed.
Yeah.
Annihilated.
Wrecked, even.
I can keep going.
Yeah, I know. There's so many options. Hey, we do have the option now to hear from one of the coaches, or better yet, a report. I'm pretty sure it's Effia down there, maybe from the FaZe side. Let's check it out.
Talking to Neo a little bit, who's obviously really, really happy. Not too happy about some of the rounds that were lost, but I asked him, it felt like he didn't have to steer that much in terms of the guys. He said, no, despite losing some rounds that we really, really shouldn't have, the confidence was at an all-time high and looking good. And obviously on Ancient is something that they're so comfortable on. So I think we're looking at a 2-0.
What'd you get from it, guys? What are we seeing from Neo and Kerrigan up here that's really putting the hurt on Mouse?
Just a really solid game plan, right? Not too many gaps in their game for Mouse to exploit some of those reactions, the main ones, the basic ones. They seem to be ready for it, and yeah, just been the better team so far.
Yeah, it's really tough when you're going up against a giant like FaZe. I mean, especially when you're going to Ancient, where it's like one of FaZe's better maps. Like, you better have a really good game plan. Maybe it's because FaZe has a lot of footage on that map, and like, oh, there's something we can exploit here. And I just don't understand the pick, though. FaZe are looking so strong and so confident right now.
Well, I mean, maybe Kerrigan learned a little bit from Dallas, where he played like 9,000 rounds on Ancient that one time. There is some trial and error right there, but I feel like there's a level of comfort there for FaZe.
He's seen it all, Trace, and some of the players have as well. It was a tough situation for Mouse. They would have liked to pick Mirage, but they already lost it a couple of times against FaZe when they picked it. And yeah, it doesn't really matter the map. They just need to find a way to, beat the Mouse from the groups. If they can't do that, FaZe has their number all day long. Some pistols wouldn't hurt. I mean, we were talking about it. Last time they met, Mouse lost all 4 pistols. They lost both on Nuke. They need to step it up. They need to have a good start, and then the players will start believing. They'll start having the confidence and saying, hey, we can do this. If you're always playing from behind, and even the rounds you're winning are so difficult, you're always on edge. You're always stressed out.
I don't even think it's confidence, though, necessarily. Like, we saw them taking those fights. Like, when you pointed out, Torzy or anybody that's taking these one-and-dones, it's not a matter of confidence.
It is a matter of confidence, because they don't have confidence in the team play. They're just saying, I have to do this on my own, and that's when we see teams fall apart, and an experienced team like FaZe is going to eat them up.
Yeah, man, it is a rough start. It is rough around the edges. Gentlemen, thank you very much. Obviously, we need to sit back and try to figure out what's about to happen on Ancient. It is a FaZe show so far down here in Katowice. It's the Intel Extreme Masters. We'll be right back after this.
Colt's gonna jump across. Oh my God!
I can't explain. I can't explain it. I go insane when we get naked. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love.
So Saikon was just telling me there that there was a few mistakes, a few things that didn't go the way he wanted it to when it comes to Nuke, and he felt the team was stressed, and that's understandable on a stage like this. The pressure's certainly high. Now going into Ancient, I said, okay, look, this is a great map for FaZe as well, but he said this is comfort, and comfort is key if you want to have some success here. That's what he's relying on when it comes to this. Hopefully they can get rid of that stress and push on forward if they want to take it to a third map. Otherwise, this is FaZe all the way.
Back 10 years ago, I would be watching it with my brother. Having a Polish team that you were able to support, it was amazing because you knew you could be a step closer knowing that someone from your country already did it, that you can do it as well. They were definitely a huge motivational factor.
It means more to Camille this time around. I pulled him aside and said, hey, I think this is the moment where you and I need to push each other because there's a Polish event coming up. I know it's going to mean a lot to you.
There is a lot more magic and support this year to the Polish team than there has been throughout any other years. It feels like we are getting on the right path and we're working towards it, and seeing more players, Polish players, on stages, whether that is as a coach or as a player, it's a good feeling and everyone should be proud of it. We are a very young group, energetic, we're quick to adapt, we have a good atmosphere in the team, we feel comfortable, we feel confident on the server. I think we have a great staff behind us, so there's a lot of positives to it, and it's all a matter of putting everything together and working it out on the server.
Poland's doing a great job, and also Camille's handling super well. I think early on he told the guys, hey guys, I think in some areas it's going to be an upgrade, and I see a lot of good opportunities, so he was one of the first to push for that vision also within the group. Since his time in Gamer Legion and since he's back with us now, I think he really showcased that even with another group, he could make it work, he could lead, and especially in the moment, he's an amazing leader.
Having the chance to stand in front of the crowd and actually play and take part in the tournament, it's an amazing feeling. It's one of my dreams coming true, and I will definitely cherish it forever.
The whole team is incredibly hungry all the time, not just because it's Katowice now or the major coming up. Of course, we want to push Camille to be the best version of him, and we're going to do everything we can to also be there for him, especially at this tournament.
Chciałbym podziękować wszystkim za niesamowite wsparcie. Widzimy się w Spodku i oczywiście Polska górą.
Does anything change into map 2? That's the question the desk is asking. That's the same one I'm asking Chad as we get ready for Ancient Mouse. hoping to have and fare a little better on their map pick.
This is their comfort zone, apparently. This is where we need to see them show up, or it's going to be a quick two-mapper in favor of FaZe. However, Ancient will allow for a bit brawlier of a game of Counter-Strike. Less about the rotations, more about the in-your-face. Dual Berettas in Cave, so 60 bullets to stall this push out.
This seems like a tough one to crack. Torji tries off a shot. He's got that fight on Donut. Rain and Brokey don't budge.
Wise decision, but backing off out of Cave for now. Torji continuing to take this fight.
Frozen jiggles out, spotted and maintained.
Oh, Bomb rotating back around the world. Parked in A main this entire time has been Jimmy.
Robs is starting to probe. He had a bit of a question to ask of Torji, and he's found a couple more than he bargained for. Still not dead, it's Frozen to cover, double on the USP. Still Robs sleeping. Hidden on that side, going to be cleared out by Exertion. He's dead as well. Comfortable for FaZe on the pistol. They'd love to get that bomb down. Hold on, Carrigan's just pushed through, covered by Jimmy. Brokey does find the frag, but Shuey holding on. And he's run on down.
I can't believe Frozen got 2 kills there. It was awkward in Donut for a moment, but another pistol round. Notched that one next to FaZe's name. As Mouse, they went for the
look at this.
Conquer approach. The late call backing towards the A split.
It's a different round if they find Robs on that little excursion up mid. Instead, he gets away, tucks in. Jimmy frustrated a little bit, voicing his concerns.
Probably frustrated with Shuey running around trying to plant on that safe side, so they blocked each other. Kind of made things very claustrophobic on the site. But Shuey with the in-game leader brain wanted to get the bomb down ASAP because it will facilitate a second round looking like this. AK for Jimmy without any head armor. Tech 9, Mac 10, and Exertion onto a Galil. Gone for a Cave smoke through the flames. Light lick of damage and pressure. Carrigan surging forward. Has an isolated one-on-one unless Mouse want to flash over and flood through.
They are certainly considering it. Carrigan stands his ground. Oh, and he runs the dance, race down 3. Carrigan, single-handedly, with a little help from Rain, has ruined Mouse's hopes of this force buy. He's just looked away. And Carrigan, he closes with the quad.
Oh, the showman himself with a showstopper right there. Finn Anderson.
Oh, it's brutal.
He knew exactly what was coming. You could see him sitting anti-flash, ready for that type of play, exactly as I highlighted. And beautiful work right there. That is a shutdown. Look at this anti-flash. They come through the gray screen. 30 bullets, unloading. And he even gets the 4th for good measure. That's a beautiful little upgrade, and Rain getting fired up about that. He wants to be on the grand final stage. He wasn't with the team when they lifted the trophy back in 2022. Would love the opportunity to make good on that promise. Rain's been in the grand final 2 times before, alongside of Carrigan, but another spotless round. And Carrigan, well, in what? 10 more rounds time, will be in his 4th grand final in the Spodek.
4th. That must be quite an exclusive club.
Him and Nico, if he is able to get across the line.
Yeah, well, no Nico this time around. Just ask FaZe Clan about that.
A light work of their opponents in the quarter, looking to be the same in the semis. Mouse, you got to get activated, and now they're going all in.
They are charging, trying to brave the flames through, and it is Shuey onto Carrigan, kept level by Frozen. He's going to double up. The support, the flashbangs, the frags. Jimmy holds on to main. Robs went looking, gets punished for it. And we will sink into a 3 versus 3. It's Torji maneuvering with Brolan. Held at bay by the smoke. Rain on the other side of things. Thinks better of the forward stance in what is essentially a very comfortable 3-on-3. Brolan tested. Rain takes him down. He knows he spotted out the bomb. Doesn't want to overcommit this, but Torji hasn't gone for the plant. He has a smoke. Molotov lands. So does the headshot. Torji forced wide. He's ready for this duel now. Caught with a nade in his hand. He's a dead man. And Jimmy finding one onto Rob's short, but a 1 versus 2 to get fouls their first round on their map pick. That would be something else. They don't know where he is. They will soon. As Frozen jiggles out, Jimmy gets the first, gets away. Brokey now with it all to do, but very rarely phased is he. And Brokey keeps it on lockdown for FaZe Thailand. A close one, but still 4-0.
And the fact that falls flat immediately, right? It's all in, out middle. It's an aggressive maneuver. FaZe find themselves in a 3-on-3 situation in the mid-round. That's where they tend to do some of their best work. And the number advantage to close things out, very well done. This biff and brawl in middle, this is what you'd be expecting because Maus want to start setting a bit of tempo. Des was discussing confidence, and one way to find that is with some snowbally rounds as Carrigan. Another celebration as the mood sours as Maus take a 30-second chit-chat with the coach. Cyclone on the mic. Will just have to be another partial investment here. Max loss bonus in play. And I was just doing some quick maths. They lost, with the 3 maps they've played so far, so not including this one, in the playoffs, 18 rounds in total. That's 6 rounds per map is what FaZe have lost so far.
Damn.
So steamrolling.
So no one has really been able to step up.
G2 were miserable yesterday.
Well, it seems that Maus may be going in a similar path.
Rob's made the jump.
Yeah, he's going to be quick on this. Chewy, oh, he had his knife out. Rob looks away, still gets it done. Trying to run him down, but Frozen full blind. Still finds exertion, needs this, finds it. Suppressing fire. And there's just an endless source of FaZe players. Re-aggress after re-aggress. Look at his health, Brokey. 5 HP, he gets away. So does Brawler. In need of a fresh magazine, bomb on his back and a whole lot of time.
He's running straight towards Rain.
Oh, Rain will hear this. He's so loud about this. Oh, it's too easy. Rain will collect. Yeah, what is that? FaZe just felt like they had an endless source of defenders ready for that mid-biff.
Well, we've just had this asteroid hit the planet that is Counter-Strike, a whole new version of the game, a whole new engine, and the status quo. But right now, you have to evolve to survive, and these young guns, Maus, they've been looking tidy. An impressive performance against ENCE to book themselves a semi-final spot, but FaZe towards the tail end of last year. With Twist, we're winning event after event. Vitality had something to say about that, but where are they in the Spodek? Twist leaves, Frozen plugged in.
And plugged in well.
They haven't skipped a beat. They haven't missed a stride as the guns are back out for Maus, but under pressure once more.
Arrogant, he's just throwing caution to the wind. One past him in the smoke. He's actually sticking around. Shui's overlooked him, now spotted out. Needs a response here, but covered by Rain. The comms are clean. The frag's the same. Rox has got this one. This is just shooting fish in a barrel.
Double orbs out already.
Oh, and Torchi's used his to great effect. And an elevated angle teaches Rops a thing or two. Brokey, another warp in the feet, now onto Jimmy's cross. They know Torchi was with him. Repositioned already, Brokey spotted out. His fingertips and shadow in the temple position. Fires off the shot, and no foul! Rain will collect! Yeah, look at that, that's the face of a man that's got his eyes set on the grand final. Looking to do it in efficient means.
Yeah, look, if you're just tuning in right now on Twitch, this is Counter-Strike speedrun. FaZe showing everybody how it's done. And yeah, just the awareness as well. Carrigan obviously communicating there is a chance he's leaked through the smoke. Rain not going to drop the ball there. Sure, a couple of nice shots from Torji, sure, but that's all it was. This one has already gotten away from Maus. It's meant to be their comfort. Oh, I'll tell you who's looking comfortable.
Oh, the covering fire, the good supporting flushes. It doesn't matter.
Just bask in the glory of FaZe.
Untouchable. Oh, indomitable.
Someone get the timer out. How long's this map been going?
Awesome games done quick. Counter-Strike edition.
Welcome to the stage, Maus.
Yeah. Now get off. FaZe Clan seem to have the incentive here to make it as short of a trip onto the Spodek stage as possible for Maus.
Yeah, their eyes square on that prize, and they would love an opportunity to take Spirit on in the grand final and get a little bit of revenge from the group stage. That was a seeding match. It didn't matter at all. We just wanted some more reps.
Oh my God, making Zershin do backflips, front flips, unhappy. This is just running away. What are you supposed to do? Yeah, you just feel helpless.
What do we got here? 1 for Zershin, 1 for Shui, 3 for Brolin, 4 for Torji, 4 for Jimhat.
Is there something to be said about this kind of stubborn nature in mid? Surely Mouse need to avoid it. It's not gone well for them.
I understand why they want to opt for it, right? It's one of these plays where if you can get the tempo in your favor, oh, here we go. We've been going for 10 minutes and 26 seconds and counting, and we're already 7-0, and that's with 2 tactical timeouts from Mouse, so you can take that off the clock.
Yeah, this might be one of the fastest best of threes we've seen on a semi-final stage at this rate.
I get the brawly nature, because if you can establish control, you can force the CTs into different setups, but the amount of flak damage and the response time of FaZe, it's been more than impressive. So they are slowing things down now ever so slightly. It'll have to be a late mid-control for the likes of Jimmy and Exertion. Those 2 paired up. The flashes are ready from Torji. Shui searching in towards Cave, and he's a dead man again.
This is Rain's Cave. He is the demo you watch when wanting to learn that position. Okay, out mid though, as you discussed. Going late. Does it deviate? Brokey smokes himself off, looking to reposition. Rain is actually aggressed through the smoke. Catches one.
Oh, look at the bombers.
Oh, Rain's about to find it.
Yeah, that's a nice little surprise.
Lads, I have the bomb. And Mouse have got mid. Great, congratulations.
Did he end up spotting it?
Ooh. Is he gonna... I'm sure he's aware.
Whoa, actually,
It's not on his screen, on his map. Oh, loud, here's Torji. I mean, this is it. If Torji can find him, the round has legs. If not, oh, Rain. Oh, it's cruel. His 3rd kill. This one securing the round for FaZe Clan.
Looking clinical.
Truly. Surgical, our FaZe.
Crowd will be asking for refunds in a minute. Is this what we signed up for today?
They've barely touched their nachos, and it's already the end of our best of 3.
Maybe Falcons versus Spirit can deliver as our 2nd semi-final.
And that has a similar thread as this one. This idea of these fledglings, these new generation players, we thought that perhaps a passing of the baton was imminent, where experience would no longer prevail and the new gen, that new blood, that hunger inside them would start to overtake, but not to be, as FaZe demonstrate their pedigree.
Just so easy, right? Shui there making a play on his own, no ability to trade, and then just taking all this space, finding the bomb, perfect little prize in a big round for Rain. And this one, it already feels done.
It does.
8-0, sinking feeling, a couple of saved rifles short, but Mouse, I hope you enjoyed your time.
Just beautiful Counter-Strike. I mean, you know, you can put yourself into any one of these Mouse players' shoes. Why not Shui? This time, Molly's off Rain. It's deeper now, forces him off the angle. Exertion paranoid about those mid-push smokes, and here we go. Shui, only one. It's Rain that finds him, equalizes. And that smoke buys him a lot of time for some wall bangs. He's got his lineups set. Oh, counter wallbang did do some damage. Rain will back away and respect it.
Yeah, and considering the state of affairs, it's unlikely someone's going to brave the smoke when they hear him clicking out of ammo. Whereas I'm sure if this was a group stage match, they might want to push the issue. So they did buy an awful lot of time, and look at this with the AWP. Are you serious, Brokey? You're so committed.
And Brolan, so dead. Jimmy, good one back. Odd flash.
Rain was here.
Flash is up, perfect. Rain has to get away. Was vulnerable to Cave with a white screen. Now the second wave of Util forcing him further back. Has to play retake now. Bomb should be going up the stairs. I say that, they're not across. Xerxan, you have to hit this shot. Rain is such a nuisance. Oh, he still sprays one. Gets away with it. Delays them. And Torji goes wide. Manages to make it a 1v1. Torji is the only beacon of hope for Mouse to post around. You don't want that 13-0 on the semi-final stage. And it's up to Torji now to take that away from FaZe. Take that away from Rops. Sneaking suspicion as to where Rops is coming from. He adjusts with the Galil and they are on the board. Something to celebrate. 9 rounds deep.
All right, we'll give them that. Well, they'll take that. As you mentioned, Torji, the only one really standing up to be counted for at the moment. A hard-fought-for round. Back and forth in the trade department. The response time again of FaZe. They were there quite quickly, but in the one-on-one, even with all the util that Rops had to his name, he literally had a full bell. There was nowhere that he could use it. Couldn't get out to the side to smoke the bomb. But back underway we go. Oh, and fighting into flames. Exertion. There we go. Some signs of life.
Ooh, just a narrow escape on 17 points of health. But an opening kill going Maus' way. Can they build upon that clutch from Torji?
They can work with 4, but again, Alex, the lack of pistols against FaZe is such a problem. It's currently 3 from 3 for FaZe, and if they get the pistol in the second half, well, this is going to continue going in this fashion. So, yeah, let's get 3 more on the trot. Let's go into halftime with some confidence. But Maus, you need that pistol.
And it's Rain. Don't test him. Loses his head, does Brolan. 13th for Rain. And that equalizing frag from Rain makes Exertion's mid-fight and success negligible.
Flash at the ready here. Rain's going to peek this, I think.
He's only got 11 bullets, Chad. That's surely not enough for all 3. But it's certainly one. Backing away, doesn't go down.
All here.
They have to find him. Brokey, this is his chance. Rain knows he's under a lot of scrutiny. A single bullet could do it. And now he goes. They line up again. Torji, the name we have to say. Up the ramp. At advantage. Frozen flashed and audible.
There's a molly. He could stall the planet if he lobs it.
Too late now. Torji's got the code punched. Needs to go wide. Frozen can isolate this duel or playing behind it. As Carrigan crawls, it's still Torji fighting tooth and nail for a consecutive round here. And down he goes to Carrigan. They're 1 versus 3. Now 2. And they swing wide together. Standing up, standing tall. Maus have found a second.
Exertion with the opener and closer in that one. And Torji with the in-between. So good impact in back-to-back. And I think you may have done enough to force FaZe into an awkward situation with their purchases. Torji there catching the lineup. Rain swinging forward, Brokey getting caught. And Carrigan with that 1-on-3. No hope as the investments are there for FaZe.
Oh no.
But it's pretty miserable. So broken down. Those 4 rounds are possible, especially if they win this one.
Yeah, but nothing but salt in the wound, like an auto shotgun in the feed.
Oh, and they're coming his way.
The Alligator in the jungle, supported by Robs.
How many is he going to get?
They're going to push this. It's perfect. Brokey's got the weapon for the job. Popping and full of lead. Swaps to the AK. Surely you've done. Job is not done for Brokey. Pushing through Main and just shatters the hopes of Maus' run to the end of this half.
Taking them right where they want them. They broke the finances. But Brokey chews them up, spits them out. And the smiles from ear to ear at Frozen.
They could do no wrong.
Yeah, this is FaZe, even after they copped the left-right, it is not good night for them. It couldn't have been better. Smoke just lands, they brave through, they hear the shotgun, then I think we've had enough of that. But you're already committed. And coasting still are FaZe. 9. 7 rounds to the good.
Yeah, the wind, if it was ever in their sails, is most definitely gone.
Going out mid again.
And we know the barrage of utility is hard to weather. Jimmy just holding down Maus. 1 white screen Frozen. He prevails. Molly will finish the job, surely. Yeah, Exertion finds Robs in the cubby. Brolan losing that duel against Rain. This turret in the cave position. You just can't get past it, can't get through him. Torji's going to give it a go. They're going to peek him from both angles at the same time. And loads his magazine. Carrigan right there for support. And a 10th round for FaZe Clan's defense. It's theirs. 3 away from the grand final stage. And FaZe making it clear that's where they belong. to anyone that doubted that FaZe Clan is a different beast on the Spodek stage in front of the lights, in front of the thousands of fans. Look no further than this, a statement of what FaZe are capable of, and Maus in name, Maus in stature. 2 rounds is all they've got. FaZe Clan trying to make one of the quickest semifinals we've seen in Katowice. And it could very well be over at the end of this pistol. Is it gonna be 4 for 4?
That's at the tip of everybody's tongue. This has been an absolute battering. And Maus, that pistol department, it is bleak. A big 0 next to their name. And that'll be back-to-back in the last 2 times they've faced FaZe if they can't scoop this one up. Exertion goes looking, but the smokes are already plied towards A. Deep donut, CT. Carrigan patrolling mid, sees a couple. The bomb will get planted, so guaranteeing the Galil's into the next.
Some good damage onto Brokey. Tough retake ahead of them. Smoke on Brolan, no
a flash.
Maybe really hinges on this first contact. They're fighting for Donut, leaping through the smoke. Oh no! Exertion could not put the crosshair on the head. Frozen can. It looks good. It favors FaZe for 4. Brolan on the floor. Up next to the plate. Only 1 from Torji. 3 in the Donut position. There's nothing here for them. Shui down. Torji next one to 4. And there you have it. Perfection personified. FaZe Clan up to 11.
Humbled on the stage, these inexperienced youngsters, they step out, they get themselves a spot straight into the semis. But it's the quickest of appearances and one maybe they'd hope to forget. Torji, the only one really kicking up a bit of a fuss so far on Ancient. And if we continue in this direction, Alex, it'll be an average of 5 rounds lost per map for FaZe so far in their playoff run.
Who can touch them? Who can stand up against the wrath of FaZe Clan?
Spirit did it in the groups.
Sure. Can they do it in the Spodek?
Oh, they've got to pass that Falcons test first.
That remains to be seen. We'll find out after this one.
Well, Maus have already limped through a large percentage of their utility invested in this one. 3 smokes remain. Pressure towards A. Torji rabbles off the scout. Rain susceptible now.
He knows. Still falls. What? The element of surprise was his. The shadow advantage there.
Look at Rain. 20 kills, 4 deaths. It was all tied up. Everybody was 7, 8, 9 kills. It was pretty even at one point.
And then they kept coming cave.
Oh, and look at this space from Carrigan. Ah, this round is done. They are chasing their tail right now, Maus.
Didn't even consider the knife. He's a gentleman after all.
We've already embarrassed them with the scoreline.
Some damage on 1, but this is Rain we're talking about, and he's covered by Frozen. You just can't get through. 1 great on the dig. Jim Pat stepping. Oh! Triple dig! But from behind, Carrigan covers. Brolan saves his teammates high.
28 seconds for this Brokey. Still plenty of time to pull this one off.
And Jim is low. Brolan must survive. He's been spotted out. Sprayed on down, 2 HP. A single bullet. Whoever pulls the trigger next.
Wait,
what?
Brokey saving?
He doesn't want to play.
Okay.
Okay, Jimmy's done it.
Well, the Finn kicks up a bit of a fuss.
I mean, he's here. He's definitely made that clear.
You know what can sometimes be better than a pistol is a 2nd round conversion as long as you can hold on to the next. Brokey shying away from a fight. You don't see that very often.
Interesting decision making. I mean, this is a beautiful sequence. The 3rd. Chef's kiss. But is it too little, too late? As stunning as it may be, just a bump in the road for FaZe Clan. Or is it the start of something special?
Oh, this is mandatory. Again, they've put FaZe right where they'd like them. Humbled the finances on a lower buy. Not going to be attempting things with pace, FaZe. 4 incendiaries. Burnt out early, just to retain or garner some map control. Excuse me. Is Rain ahead of that? Shui's not aware. I don't think he saw this. I don't think he saw this at all.
Oh, hard adjustment on the sensitivity. Shui will find them both. Dreamy for Maus.
A comeback story can't start until you've been knocked on your ass. We're already counting to 10. Now, this will be another big confidence booster. Your first half, you had Torji with some big rounds, a clutch and a multi-kill. Now Jimmy, he's put his hat in the ring. Brokey grabs one back, but it's all good in the hood. 50 seconds left, essentially locked in towards this B finish. Telling with the position of exertion. They would have to be somewhat noisy if they wanted to make their way back now. Difficult crossfire to break. Oh, and they're going to play together.
Oh, they're looking for you. Surely the MP9s can deal with this one. Shui down to Robs. Picks up the bomb and an open runway. If he can get that bomb down, it's a different game. Oh, bounced it off. Not the ideal deployment. He's planning safe in the smoke, but not safe from the spam. They get the conversion, phases force, falters.
Yeah, important to stop that plant as well. We could have seen some deagles come out, which could have been quite menacing. FaZe now will have to be very humble in this investment, maybe P250s at best. So Mauser doing the hard part, struggling through the early stages of this second half. Karrigan with a decoy. Robs with a cave smoke that also bleeds across and covers off Heaven. He's using the decoy as a fake to run into cave as a fake flash. Shui should be able to have them for dinner here. The A4 punches up a few. The support is there. Robs lost in the source.
He's surrounded. And cleared.
All right, all five staying alive, building themselves a bit of a bank now on this CT side. The fact remains, FaZe only need 2 rounds.
Yeah, now they've got the guns out.
Still going to be light on with the util, however. They won't have everything they need. Lacking some mollies. Robs only has a smoke to his name. It's not going to be the easiest round to take map control, and well, there you go. Karrigan not opting for the mid and B lane. It's just going to be A pressure out the gates. Torji, they're coming for you.
Drops his incendiary back and away. They're going for the push, committing. It's an all-in on A. Torji gets that first blood, gets away. Nade to Brokey box, good damage, and swinging. Nearly 3, up to Jimmy. He gets his double, make it a triple. Miles holding on. FaZe trying to change the pace, and they're sent back to spawn.
Confidence now for Mouse. You can see it. The response time was there. That was an all-in. Neo's going to take the first tactical timeout. He would love to get himself back in a grand final. He knows what it takes to lift the trophy in the Spodek. Did it with his countrymen once upon a time. But that's a fairy tale as far as Katowice is concerned.
Tactical timeout taken.
Here's what I'm saying. Boys, we just need 2 more rounds. We don't need to rush it. It's all good. Take your time, take an eco right now. We'll get the guns out in the next. We'll do some standard map control. We're better than them. Think about how we beat them on Nuke. We strung them out. We stressed them out. They were taking individual fights. Why play heads up CS? Why play into their comfort? Allow the game to come to us. We're almost there.
Almost there.
Well, this one's still going to pack a bit of a punch. Tech9's aplenty. U2 as well. Range throwing out the lurk smoke front B.
Starting 3B. Preemptive calling, perhaps, from Shui.
Explosion's coming.
Tech9's charging. Brawler caught out completely. Pantsed by the flashbang. Tech9's are running him down! Not like this, says Mouse. An exertion trying to disrupt. Close quarters with Tech9's aplenty. Bomb down, weapons juggled. Molly forces them wide. Through the smoke, the spam comes through. Jimmy trying to right the ship, trying to recover. Kits are present, needs headshots. Exertion provides another. It's hectic, but look at Karrigan. The Joker in the deck. Brokey delaying, shots are being hit. Karrigan crawling, defusing. They're on the cover, and they have recovered. Just about, by the skin of their teeth. Mouse find their seventh.
I'm sorry, that one right there would fire me up so much more than the previous. The last was just all in. It was in your face. Aggressive counter-strike, all 5 with an A-rush. That was a sight you lost 2 players immediately. You're in a 3-on-5 retake. You take your time, you take a breath, and you talk about the situation. The volley to flush out the side, the spam through, the fact they go, we got a couple of smokes to work with. And at that point, sure, it gets a little bit hectic, but FaZe have no real estate. That is a beautiful retake.
Mouse might be starting to believe now. And a missed shot from Brokey keeps Jimmy's heart beating. Maybe even quickening in pace.
If that type of a round doesn't get you believing, nothing will. That, even though it was against just that light upgrade, those are the type of rounds that can really get out of control. Those are the most hectic of scenarios.
I mean, losing 2 players immediately. You're smoked off.
It's a bit of an unforced error here. You can see that Frozen can see around this CT-sided smoke, so a gap available to Heaven alleviates some pressure from Rain. If that mid-smoke was deployed properly, there could be pressure from Cave. He'd have to worry about the lane push as well as Cave. So that's bought them a bit of time. 2 towards Donut, 1 red, 1 Cave, and 1 floating deep B.
Perfect timing from it. Exertion's incendiary. A lick of flame gets Torji ready. Doesn't want to give up this opening pick. Freedom now for the maneuver. Shadow tracked!
Wow.
One hell of a shot from Torji.
19 kills and counting.
He is going to peek into Brokey's orb, though. And trying to flood into this A side. Defended now. Info, though. Carrigan, it flows. He knows. 2 towards the A site.
Someone's going to get the bomb.
30 seconds. They're running light on time. Rain steps up for it. Grabs it. 27. Rots. If he wins this duel, it gets uncomfortable.
It's going to be a B finish, surely.
2 players here. Brokey providing some cover. They know Exertion was towards the A side. Smoked as well to facilitate all 3. 15. It's really on.
All on the in-game leader.
What's he got? The Polish player strafes in for the double. And this is an 8 for Mao secured.
No time to plant. I think he's too late. I think he's too late.
Is he? He's dead now. Jimmy secures it. This gap is closing. Practically perfect on the CT side from Mouse.
Forced by victory. That Jimmy triple deke. The impact is echoing through the Spodek. We're talking 6 consecutive rounds. It was all about the pistol. It's 4 from 4 for FaZe in this series. It was a dominant first half of play. Cows, if they can get 2 more rounds, they'll be the first team to take FaZe to double digits in the playoffs.
What's Carrigan cooking? Or is it Exertion we should be excited about? Burrows D pass in the smoke. Carrigan the first to fall. And Exertion get away.
Oh, real desperate.
He certainly can. He's out of there. All in forward position. Rain seems hyper aware of the potential. But holding on and maintaining this advantage more important.
FaZe have rushed the issue in a couple of these gun rounds, and now the scoreline is just 3 rounds the difference. With this one here, if they don't plant, it will just have to be another one of those Tech 9 rounds. And sure, they found great success with site control, but they couldn't get it across the line. Mouse, you're not in the driver's seat just yet, but you're pulling things level.
Still got some util as well.
Great rotation. 3 players over towards B from Mouse. If it is a short and long smoke setup here with a pillar molly, they still need to try and get themselves some control for post-plant phase. Side something, plant's good.
They have to push the smoke. Thrown out by Shui. Oh, and Brolin overlooked completely. They have locked them out. No entry. Disallowed by the Mouse setup. 1 back from Rain. Coming out of Cave, they know Brolin was cubby. He's going to be double swung from multiple angles. Rain precise, finds the headshot. Jimmy pulls him out. Up the round, only Robs. And it's Jimmy again.
It's Jimmy and Torji. 19 for Torji, 17 for Jimmy, and those are the 2 names who have had the most impact in this game. Torji in the first half with the clutch, don't forget about that. The next round he had a 3-piece. And then Jimmy, the stylish digs from the young Finn, 17 years of age.
Yeah, finding 3 on that round.
Oh, we spoke about the fledglings, right? We've got the experienced champions, right? There's no question about their pedigree, about what they've achieved, and every single name. Frozen, he's comfortable in this team for a reason. Carrigan's already taken him to the highest of heights before. Now it's the reunion tour. But Mouse, I don't think they were part of that plan. And what revenge that would be. Take this to a third. Show us a little bit of competition. And, well, Mirage, that could be anybody's game.
Yeah, we know the young guns like to bop around on that map in particular.
Look, Alex, no plant, another half buy.
They did find some good pace and some opening duels on their last Tech 9 foray.
I think just allow them to expend all this early U2 and, okay, yeah, pop out on a bit of a time delay. Donut Smoke lands, they can cross. Exertion, that's too little too late. Carrigan has the space. The in-game leader continuing with the pep in his step. I think he just wants to get this one done.
He made reservations.
Smoke's gonna fade, Brokey might get caught.
It's very ballsy from Exertion. He's
They're
not
feeling
shy.
The game. They're feeling the game now.
Yeah, they're plugged in. Torji, he might find one as well in combination with Exertion. That's frozen, but traded. And feeling themselves is exactly what we're seeing here. Welcoming these duels.
Need to get this bomb back. Oh.
Yeah, Rain just about. He scoops it up, avoids the spray.
Red is a gap. And they have time to work with. Guns available as well. Exertion's low, they're clearing together. This can still go wrong for Mouse. Timing's everything.
Overthinking. Weapon retrieved. Exertion just looked away. And now Rain is 7 bullets. 7 bullets, but it's in the back. Oh no! Oh dear! Rops and Rain are doing it! They're doing them dirty. Brollin's on B. They know he's the B player. Open
Yeah,
space.
6 kills. 6 kills so far for the Swede. On loan.
What has he got? This is when the going gets tough. And Brollin with an opportunity to save Mouse on the semi-final stage. Post-plant positions. Surely Rain has got him, his back presented. Swings on out, and that is ridiculous from Rain. They drop it. Timeout called immediately. Emergency meeting. Just as it looked like Mouse were standing up, puffing up their chest and making FaZe work for this one, they pull it off. Against the odds, look at how it started. Long range Tech 9 and this timing window from Rain. Just experience prevailing in a disadvantaged scenario. And a heartbreaker there for Mouse. Can they keep themselves level?
And they cleared as well. They went and cleared red together. And it was just timing falling against them here. An absolute cruel mistress in Counter-Strike. One of the most frustrating moments. It's when you get pipped at the post.
26 from Rain.
Well, they took the time out. They discussed the finances. There's enough for a Mouse buy, of course. The streak of 7 finally broken. 3 more to take us to overtime. 1 more for FaZe to get themselves into that grand final. Finishing blow here, Alex. This isn't map control. They're allowing the B lane to be taken. Usually 2 mid, 1 cave, and 1 of Brolin tending towards lane. Shui's actually dipped back. Another smoke now expended. Looks like they'll buy their time. Can set up the U2 outside the doors, and then explode through. You can see what was such a forward stance of a CT setup is now quite passive. They used all their U2. You're hoping to find fights when you expend so many nades. But they were given nothing.
And now a red smoke arrives. Lining up their flashes, and here they come. Mouse's comms filled. Preemptive rotates 48. Is this the final round of Mouse on the semi-final stage phase? 1 round is all they need. And they're pulling them apart here. Shui forced into the fight, steps up, finds Carrigan. Both leaders now calling from the grave. It's only 28 and counting. That bomb on the back of Brokey.
They're going to pivot A. They're going to pivot A through Donut. They've just been blocked.
But you know who's there. You know who's there. Young Jimmy with it all to do.
They're rotating in. Mouse will have everybody here.
What have you got? Jimmy needs more than one, needs the multi, rain down, big shot from Torji. He knows they've only got 10 seconds. Survival integral, disrupt the plant, you've won the round, Miles! Extend to 10. The double digits you discussed, Chad, they've done it. Just about.
Wow, that response time as well, because the bomb was spotted cave, it immediately pivoted. And I think what was great here from Mouse was the timing on those two block smokes. As FaZe took back lane, they blocked the top of the ramp. It forced them through cave. That's where we saw the Carrigan-Shuey exchange. Then the late donut smoke was genius. We've seen Carrigan in high-pressure matches before go for these B fakes and then pivot through mid to donut for a late A play. And he went for it again. The chips were down. He wanted to try and pull him out of this hole, and they've had a couple of rounds that feels like they should have secured. 12 to 10. Timeout taken from FaZe. And we have a real game of Counter-Strike now. Loss bonus, of course, it's on the side of FaZe. They're hedging their bets right now. They do not have to shove all in. Able to just level out the playing field as far as the cash is concerned. But it's still a deadly looking buy when you consider how round number 2 of this half was posted, and round number 1 was the pistol round. FaZe have not won a single gun round. Jimmy again.
He's got a lot to do. The world on his shoulders. The teenager up against legends. Incendiary, reaction, turning his back, gets away, exertion, supports with the spray. Combines for a man advantage. Oh, and he extends it. Jimmy's done well. Only Brokey and Rain. Only Brokey and Rain. That's a deagle opportunity. Miss from Torji. Still not as threatening as they needed to be. Brollan's dropped the ball dead on Donut.
Overextended without his teammates.
Oh, hold on.
What?
Hold on! Beautiful from Torji through the smoke on the USP. Double.
Out of him.
Rain's gone. They can call it.
They've heard him.
Mind games, mind games. Shuey's holding. Oh, he's dead! Is Rain gonna do it like this?
The dirtiest of 30s.
From the old gun, he can finish it, and Torji with the USP says no!
Torji has really come alive in this map of Counter-Strike. This is insane. He is playing with balls.
I was convinced that was it. How has he done that?
The kill through the smoke, it was like a laser beam. The USP just rattling off. Here it is in the replay. Brokey with no hope. Think dead, and still keeping to the sidearm. That is huge for Torji, making a name for himself. One more round and we're going OT.
Oh, wow. What a surprise. No one, not even FaZe, not even Carrigan saw this one coming after that first half.
They haven't backed down from the fight at all. Continued to vie for this map control. And a huge number advantage in the first 15 seconds of round number 24. Again, FaZe have not won a single gun round in this second half of Counter-Strike. And now, the Puppet Master, he's going to have to call some of his absolute best because there's 3 players donning this B bomb site. Cave is closed for business. Brollan and Shuey in a crossfire. Exertion joins the party.
Exertion spotted, Rain accelerating. This is the duel to open up the B bomb site. Exertion down. Now it's up to Brollan. Empty-handed. The B site is lost. A disadvantage. Retake gets worse. With the loss of Torjis, who can step up in the similar capacity? 2 of them are low, but it doesn't matter because Brokey's found the headshot and FaZe just have to finish off Jimmy. Advancing. Trying to do it, trying to save them, but FaZe have got this one on lock. He needs to reload. Brokey wants it done. Falls away, time on their side. And FaZe Clan are off to the grand finals. There's that gun round they needed. The last round of regulation.
No choke, says Carrigan, but it was damn close.
Oh, God.
Now's the fledglings, not experienced in this environment, pushed them. Sure, map number 1 was a blowout. Map number 2 could have gone the same way, but sweat on the brow as Carrigan will find himself in his 4th grand final here in the Spodek. A chance for Rain to remedy 2022 where he couldn't be with the team.
And of course the coach, the pride of Poland, Neo, a decade in between. But back to the grand final stage of the Spodek. This time in the coach position. It's poetry in motion, it's poetry live and direct to us. As the grand final spot is locked in, frozen, familiar faces. His former teammate, Exertion, giving him that hug, and they did make them work for it.
Oh, yes, they did, and that was through impact of Torji and Jimmy. Those two stepped up big time, really making an impact, and that is, I'm sure, what they thought map 1 would have felt an awful lot more like. But Carrigan happy with this. Always the crowd pleaser, the showman. We know FaZe do their best work once they get into the arenas, and they're set to do it again, a grand final appearance for FaZe.
So, do you know, I had this whole opening question, you know, insert Simpson, stop, they're already dead meme. They made you work for that.
I mean, the gym head round on A, it sounded really insane. So I think they showed great mentality. Obviously some slip-ups, but if you can fight back like that against us on a stage, I think they deserve applause from the guys. I think they showed a great game today.
It was a great game. Let's walk down towards this trophy, because I want to get you close to something. You've had your name on this trophy. You've done it before. Last year you said was a disappointment, you didn't make it there. You did win it the year before. Rain wasn't part of that. How much is it a motivating factor to make it and win tomorrow for Rain?
So much. I remember winning with JKS, and my first was Rain sitting in his hotel room. I wanted him to be on the stage with us. He's the stage in the grand final, and this is my 4th time FaZe Clans in the final here in Katowice, so I'm just so stoked to play tomorrow. You have no idea. So much sound every single year for so many years. You guys always deliver.
Absolutely, it's a great crowd, it's a great stage to play on. A Polish coach as well, Neo, a decade between when he was here. That's also got to be something. So many reasons to make it through to tomorrow and so many reasons to lift that trophy.
You know, Neo won here 10 years ago. When I saw that come into the tournament, I will be happy to wish a trophy again to him, a legendary player, and now also a legendary coach, and he's doing a great job. And I think he loves to play here. He was so nervous yesterday, you could feel it. So it means a lot to him, and therefore it also means a lot to me.
Well, we can see that, we know that. Put your hands together for your winners. It is Carrigan and FaZe.
Carrigan, FaZe, hell, I don't even know where to start with this lineup, but I can tell you it is certainly not going to rain on their parade today. We're going to have Rain joining us right here on the desk. And wow, what a way to end a series that looked all but done, Rain. Hold that thought. While you're having that thought, try again. Nope. There we go. Try it again. Yeah.
Hello.
Hey, there he is.
I'm here. I can hear myself.
Perfect.
Yeah, I was a little bit too close for comfort in the end. Almost threw that away, but I'm happy we closed it out in the end.
Did you just want it to get a little bit spicy? I mean, if you closed out immediately, wouldn't it have been a lot of practice, or just get a couple more rounds in, scare the fans the old FaZe way?
No, we wanted to close that one fast. That's the problem as well, I think. We kind of sped up a little bit of rounds and didn't work out so good.
When you do those types of force buys and try to like rush these games to close it out, is it because you're tilting a little bit, or is it just like, oh, let's just do this because we're just like so much better right now?
Yeah, I think we had a lot of momentum on our side, and I think Carrigan likes to crawl a certain way when we had the momentum, and unlucky for us, we didn't break them on it, so.
Yeah, there's something about, you know, you can win all the pistols in the world, but if you don't get gun rounds, what happens, Rain?
Then you lose.
Yes. Very close, very scary stuff. So yeah, what was the switch there in that last round? You're like, you know what? We're going to do it with guns this time.
I'm not sure, to be honest, man. We just kind of Hail Mary contact B play, and we had a good read on them, and it worked out.
Were you prepared for the Ancient pick from them?
Yeah, we were.
Oh, okay.
Were you like happy? What were the face? You know, the expression on Carrigan and Neo's face when they picked Ancient? Were it just smiles all around?
I don't know. Like last night, we looked at it. We didn't really know what they could pick against us, because I think our map pool kind of matches them very well, so they didn't have that many options. And we kind of knew we printed 3 maps, and all 3 maps are on the game. So.
Let me ask you one more thing. The first round you win after the pistol is actually a half buy, right? And the half buy before that, you had a 5v3. Both came after a timeout. That has to be Neo making those calls. Those are his rounds, utility heavy, right?
Yeah, for sure. He gives a lot of good input during the tactics, and every time he calls something, it usually works out.
How has it been for him? You know, he joined right before Cologne, right? It's been 6 months now that he's been on the team. So how has it been working with him after this time?
It's going better every fucking tournament. Every tournament.
Holy smokes! What were you thinking? I'm just kidding. That's fine.
So I think he's doing a very good job, and even from the get-go as well, he had really good input, and then it's just getting better and better every tournament.
So, I mean, Yenko, there's obviously, we got the man of the hour, and we can kind of look at things a little deeper.
Yeah, because it is typical phase, right? Even when things go south in this way, there's a pistol round somewhere in there that someone's going to hit some crazy shots. This is not it. This is from the first half. When you guys were dominating right here, did you get the info that Shui was going through the smoke, or did you just show up at the right time?
I think called that somebody was in the smoke close to him, so I just wanted to double check that we didn't leave any gaps.
Because here they just got pummeled. I mean, this is 25 seconds into the round, and there's nothing they can do. You guys were just winning every fight. Is it just the stage aspect, or is it because you have such a good record against Maus, or were you just in the zone?
I think it's a little bit of both, right? We have a clean record against them in CS2, and we just have very high confidence against them. And also it's like extra motivation. It's David's second time playing against them, I think, now, so we just want to beat them for him as well.
Yeah. I mean, you know, overall, great showing from FaZe, from what was a harder path to get to where you are now. You go back onto that stage. Rain, anything you want to say to the people that can hear you right now? That means all over the world, in this room.
All over the world.
The whole planet. It's all yours.
I say thank you guys for supporting us. Spodek, you're amazing. I love playing here, and I'm happy I get to play here. 2022 was a bit rough when I had to sit on the sidelines, so I'm enjoying every moment.
All right, well, that is Rain, that is FaZe, and that is them making it into a grand final. But first, the DHL MVP. Check this out. That's right, ESL.GG/DHL MVP, but this is the short of it all. You need to use your Twitch channel points to vote for your MVP, and we'll catch up with them at the very conclusion of the grand final. If you can believe it, there's going to be a lot of FaZe names in here after that first map, and then ultimately closing out the series. Sounds about right, Josh.
Sounds about right, and honestly, I don't know what I was going to expect from Maus going to that second half. That was a complete switch around from what we originally saw, because Maus all throughout the first half basically was just like, okay, let's try going out mid together. Oh, that's not working. Okay, let's spread default and work around the map. Oh, that's not working. What can we do? Oh, maybe we run a set play. So it's really interesting to see how the half developed into, you know, going into the second half where they started stringing rounds back and forth. There's actually a round that I'll talk about in a...
There you go. Don't get ahead of yourself. I know what you're thinking.
I'll wait for it. I'll wait for it.
It took 3 halves for Maus to arrive to the server.
Yeah.
Start playing, and it took for their backs to be all the way against the wall to finally play a little bit more loose and start finding some kills. If anything, from that first half, even as they were getting pummeled, they weren't backing down, you know? They were playing to win. They were being aggressive. They just couldn't find any openings. FaZe was shutting them down at every single aspect of the game, right? And it was only once Jimmy got that round and a couple of individual kills that they managed to get some momentum.
Yeah, it was Jimmy, and it was towards the end of the second half, but it was just like, we were talking about the confidence in the game plan, right? Not just the confidence in the players. But going into round 11 here in the first half, this was something that was just like, is this inexperience? Is this, what is going on here? Because what we saw was, this was Maus losing a lot of rounds in a row. So what they decide to do is, hey, you know what, let's do a set play. What are we gonna do? We're gonna drop our smoke into A site, or B site, and this is gonna be blocking vision for FaZe Clan. But what FaZe Clan is actually doing is they're doing an aggressive play. They're taking control over B main and highway, but they're doing it with only 2 people. What we're actually seeing here is a stack on the A site where they have a shotgun boosted up, and what's gonna happen is we're gonna see that Maus loses all the info towards B. They get smoked off, they get mollied off, and FaZe has all the control here, but they're still trying to sell a fake by throwing smokes and mollies and flashes into B site, but FaZe has all the info. They know it's a fake. So what's gonna happen here is these guys are running out not only into the shotgun and the rifle stack, FaZe knows that it's going to be a hit, and they have a smoke up. Now Mouse is running through a smoke into a stack, and they have no idea. Nobody at B calls, hey, maybe we shouldn't do this. And any experienced player or team, what they're going to do is say, like, hey, you know what? I think they took control of B. I don't think this is going to work anymore. And you need to have someone on the team that calls an audible and says, hey, you know what? This starter round strat, it sounded good in theory. We needed to do a set play, but right now it's not going to work because they just took control of B. They know it's a fake, and we're going to run into a stack, and nothing's going to work.
Yeah, I think instead of that, the communication was more like a Hail Mary, really just
probably fair.
Please, something just go our way, right? But information is key, and also for the players that are in that situation, right? I mean, they're so focused, they know what's coming, and it's just a mop-up from the FaZe clan.
It's an ambush, if you would. You know, they're essentially leading them right to it. And yeah, there's not much you can do after all that information is displayed and thrown all over the place. Speaking of which, throw another round up there. I'm thinking 21. We cool with that?
Yeah, I think it was the one where Rain and Brokey, I think, were in a 2v3 towards the end after a half buy. And this is like a lot of the times they just use this utility really to create some chaos on the map and gain map control. You could see here they were hoping to get kills on mid. Before that, they were hoping Mouse was playing close by. It was actually a 2v4 from Robs and Rain. And here they get a couple of kills, maybe some unnecessary challenging from the Mouse players. And this is where FaZe is at its best. Like, you will always see them win a couple of rounds like this. Just impeccable timing to go on the flank. And, you know, again, for Mouse players, both players need to be looking towards A. Why isn't someone watching for that flank, for timing? But that's where the experience kicks in, right? Like outplay, out-aim, everything, and FaZe gets to match point.
On the flip side of that, Mouse actually looked really good there. Like, obviously, they had just won a bunch of rounds in a row by playing together and doing these mid-round reactions together. And I thought they did a pretty good job there of re-clearing Red Room together, re-clearing through Donut together, and fighting and clearing that. It's where the late round comes in, where they kind of had this momentary lapse of judgment where one person's watching A main, one person's watching Donut. Why aren't we continuing to move around? They did like all the steps except for the last final step. And had they gone and followed through with their plan, they could have actually won that round. But that's where FaZe is going to punish you for making those mistakes.
Yeah, and you know, for Mouse, end of the road here, right? And I think, Yanko, you put it most apt in saying, yes, they showed up, but albeit way too late in the day. However, that's for us to speculate. We can hear from Mouse direct.
Mao's run will end here at Katowice in the semi-finals, but at least they fought hard on this final map. And I want to start with that. At one moment, it looked like you guys were going to bow out completely. What do you see as the main issue, how you started the games here?
I don't know. I think obviously nerves is a part of it. I think we didn't show up as a team. I think it was really difficult to play rounds, to be honest. We were not really communicating well, in my opinion. I think that yeah, we just didn't show up as a team today, and that's unfortunate, and yeah.
Does it hurt as well that you lost all the pistols? Because Ancient could have been yours had you got one of them.
Yeah, I mean, sure, but I think that it was not a factor in this game, you know. They played much better, they deserved the win, and yeah, I mean, I wish them luck in finals, but yeah, we didn't show up today. I'm still proud of the achievement of semi-finals, but I really wanted to have more in here, and yeah, I mean, I hope next time we will show better Mouse.
And the string of CT rounds where you guys were fighting back, did you start to believe then?
Yeah, absolutely, of course. You never lose belief, not in this team. And yeah, I mean, I'm really proud of the guys for fighting at least. And yeah, I think it was not our day today. Might sound like an excuse, but yeah, we didn't show up today. And yeah, I'm at least proud of the comeback we did.
Okay, with it not being your day today still, this is Brolan just coming into the team. Things are looking like a positive step still for you guys. Are you confident going into the RMR and the major?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, as I said, it was a great showing here. And yeah, I mean, I'm just looking forward for the RMR now. Kind of tough in this moment. Obviously, I'm very sad and I'm upset as well. But yeah, at the end of the day, we need to have our head up at all times and look at the RMR.
Onwards and upwards for Mouse after this. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and yeah, that is Mouse eliminated. You know, they did make it competitive there in the second half. First half was a wash. We got to call a spade, right, Yanko?
Yeah, and I think also they weren't anywhere close to challenging FaZe here. And listen, a couple of months ago, we're talking about when FaZe was towards the end of CSGO, you know, they weren't playing well, they weren't making playoffs. People are already talking about maybe they should get Frozen for someone. And we're sitting there saying, would Frozen even leave Mouse? Like at that point in time, because they're doing well, they just won Pro League, all of that stuff. But I think it's games like this that you see why he made that decision. I don't think he necessarily thought his teammates were bad or anything like that. It's like in these big games, they don't play the same game. People get too nervous. The communication isn't there. They're making too many individualistic plays instead of playing as a unit. And, you know, it's the exact opposite in FaZe Clan.
Yeah, they have a good foundation at the very least, is that we saw what they're capable of here. If they're able to emulate what they did or replicate on their CT side against FaZe Clan here, you know, Mousesports can go really far. But FaZe Clan, I mean, as soon as CS2 comes out, you know, Twist is like on the way out of the team. They're just like, let's just play, and they're winning everything. So when Frozen finally comes in, it's just like, okay, this is easy peasy.
And it is, you know, the first arena game for Brolin after a long time. He didn't have a good series, but hopefully this is just, you know, getting it out of the way. So for the RMR, you know, he can get back to that level, and hopefully in the future, Mouse can figure out a way to translate group stage play into playoff play.
And win or lose, this is going to be a learning experience probably for both sides a little bit. Absolutely. Obviously, you look at Ancient and how that went down. Hell, you know what? Let's go back to the brackets, though, so we can really paint the picture of FaZe making their way back into a grand final in Katowice. Can you believe it?
Yeah, it's been incredible from FaZe in the playoffs, dispatching G2, the defending champions, and then taking care of Mouse just now as well, booking a spot in that grand final, which is going to be a best of 5 too. And you know, on the other side of the bracket coming up, we have Team Spirit versus Falcons, where, at least for my money, Spirit is a massive favorite. You know, it would have to be a serious drop-off compared to what they did in groups for Falcons to have an opportunity here, and I think FaZe is prime. They want that matchup. They want the rematch from the group stages.
Yeah, the group stages, we didn't get to see the same type of caliber FaZe that we saw today and what we saw yesterday as well. So, you know, obviously we don't want to get ahead of ourselves and say Spirit's definitely going through against Falcons.
I do,
but I mean, okay,
now,
I mean, okay,
quote me on that.
But
we can.
We could, yeah, it's saved. It's on the internet.
It is forever. And we're not here forever, though. I can tell you that much. We have to go to a break to keep the ball rolling here, guys. There's another semifinal in front of us. You were kind of hinting at it, so thank you for your time. It is going to be Spirit taking on the Falcons, and this is the Intel Extreme Masters. It is still 2024, and we'll be right back after this.
Welcome, my friends, to the Cathedral of Counter-Strike!
Elevated, never low, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys want it tall, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait. What was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally. With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
Am I still doing the timer?
I think so.
Why not? We've got 2 more attempts, right? We've had no,
Alex,
4 attempts.
it's great for me to finally say this. Firstly, are you ready?
Yeah.
And Chad, start that timer.
Okay. Whoa, dear. I feel like I've got a hard one here.
Yes.
It's a fancy SMG. Battle scarred, though, but it is classified. So let's go for what? That's like, ooh, what? You put like maybe $18 to maybe $25 for something.
The wear is the one that sets
Yeah, it's
you off.
battle scarred, I know, but it is still a rarey jobby.
Already blown more than 15 seconds.
Okay, let's go. Yeah, let's go.
It gets hot.
25.
The time adds a lot of pressure.
$25 dues.
That's fancy candy apple. It's an oldie with a goldie. Feel tested though. Probably only going for like
really mounting.
Oh, it's actually quite stressful. 13.
Yeah.
Dual Beretta Stat Track Factory New Mil Spec. That's going to be nothing. Like, let's go for 2. 2,
7.
Is that
Jaguar?
That's an Anubis, is it? The Legion of Anubis, quite a new one, battle scarred. 40. No, that's too much.
It's a knife. It's an envelope.
66.
66.
I actually like the knife.
No, the time has expired. He falls just short. And that's the end of the line for Alex Machine Richardson.
No points. No points.
Eliminated.
Well, you're not eliminated. You get 0. So.
I wanted to know if you were close.
I wanted to know if I was close.
Oh, and we find out the hard way. That would have put you in first place.
Oh, that is so sad.
Devastating. And even with
wrenching. Wait, so what was the Wait, that knife's
240.
That's quite high.
How did I get more points?
Well, you didn't. You
Well,
got
I didn't.
0.
Okay, yeah.
Well,
technically.
I think we should swiftly move on.
All right, are you
Don't
ready,
do that
Mr. Birchall?
I'm not ready. Yeah, let's go.
Let's do it. Time starts now.
Oh, the pressure is just immediate.
That's a weasel. Is that the name of it?
Let's go $4.
That's a
Chad's going to be decisive.
solid guess.
Let's go 60 cents.
Oh, he's just nailing it.
Let's go with another 60 cents.
Oh, I think.
Do we have a winner?
I don't like this. Hang on.
I don't know what. It's a scout.
It's stat track.
Yeah, people can't be super interested about a scout, though, can they?
It is stat track.
There's only a couple.
I'm going to go with $9.
Ooh,
Okay, I think he's doing
Is that
fantastic.
a black laminate or is that like a?
It does look like it.
Wait, oh yeah.
Or a
kind of
slate.
black-
Or a
Yeah, I
slate.
think that's a slate.
I've got 20 seconds remaining.
Factory new, stat
factory
track.
new. This looks good because it's if you tune into Owner Pixel Streams, it's a good base for stickers.
Yeah,
so you
It's
can
a
really
fantastic
build a lot of things
canvas.
off the top of this. But I still don't think it has that huge of a valuation.
I think
It is stat track, so let's go with $65. We'll lock that in. Thank you, Eddie.
And so the results are in. Ladies and gentlemen, he makes it in time, but miraculously still posts a 0.
I
How
thought
has
you
he
were
done
nailing.
that?
I thought you were doing.
I thought you were nailing it.
Maybe I don't know much about skins. I know like all the high end stuff. I actually am really enjoying this. I almost want to play another one.
I think you should sign up at white.market/ESL.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to. Right? I need to like reclaim my honor if I'm being honest.
Kisarata is in contract jail in the Fury Tower.
Well, firstly, congratulations, everyone. You are the lucky few who have made it through the auditions.
What audition?
Now, it's time for some dry runs. Now, I'm sure you've all memorized your lines.
You guys never send me the script.
But the script is here if you need it. Now, Hugo, please, go on. Interior. Night. A troop patrols an underground bunker. We follow a tunnel leading to an impenetrable metal door. Inside, a meeting takes place.
Look around, gentlemen. I was tasked to assemble the greatest minds Counter-Strike has to offer. But none of them could make it. You read the brief? Kisarata is in contract jail in the Fury Tower. I ask for your best strats to get him out. Well, what do we have here?
Take it by force.
Impressive as ever, Victor. Kirill?
But you always made the plan the best.
Alexei?
I may have something, but it's complex.
Try me.
We hit the north entrance and we hit it hard. We send in Alpha for a full force breach. With the Furia forces occupied north, Beta squad sneaks in through the southern entrance.
Alexis, sorry, please, just for me. Can you simplify it?
Okay, concentrate. Let's take the north entrance labeled A. The south, B. We send one squad north to hit A, but what we're actually doing is hitting B.
A diversion. It's so crazy. It just might work.
Of all the IGLs I've worked with, you are the only one who gets it. It's genius.
Call
call in Alpha and Beta. Let's go get our men.
A huge tower stands against a mountain. A bridge extends to the north entrance. Alpha Squad look on from a distance.
Well. We so back, baby.
Yo, focus up, boys. We're gonna be super exposed on that bridge.
Good job we have you, King.
Wait. Do we really have to do this, like, nice Saibu thing? What? You don't know? It's fake. He's a fucking idiot.
Whoa. He bought me a beer at an after party once. Super nice guy.
The classic.
He invited me to a pug once with his French mates. They were shouting loads of encouragement.
You think you're besties now because you have him on Steam?
This guy. Oh, I say hi to my dad like twice. He looks fucking obsessed.
So cringe you have fans at the desk. But yeah, Zaiva's a fucking idiot.
Guys, please, let's pick up from where you're crossing the bridge to cause a diversion.
It's awful quiet, no?
Yeah, too quiet.
An orb booms from the Furia Tower. Bullets go wide as the group begin to run. Bullets hitting everywhere. With the men themselves.
Whoa, Jesus, that hopper. Washed.
Smokes, boys.
The squad deploys smokes across the bridge. Zaiwu and Magisk take a moment to breathe. Nico remains on guard.
Out of nowhere, a figure jumps through the smoke. Art unloads the full magazine without hitting anyone until Nico one-taps him.
He will never learn.
I think we have the attention. Beta Squad, move in.
Beta Squad move in a single cohesive unit up the south side of the Furia Tower, taking it in turns to cover their teammates. Robs is at the back.
Wait, hold on. Rob's at the back.
Yeah, you're the lurker, right? That's kind of how it would go down.
Yeah, but there's lurkers and then there's lurkers. It makes the most sense if he's at the back.
No, I'm leader with the group. I mean, for sure ahead of him. Wait, where'd he go?
Don't be confused. Blame's a method actor.
Give me a sec. Blame?
What man's actually saving a table reader?
Blame?
That's commitment, though.
Damn, he's good. My idol.
Well, we feared this would happen. That's why we have a backup plan. Floppy here. He'll be the mocap artist for Blame.
We got the company that CGI'd in Carrie Fisher to Star Wars, so we're in great hands.
Bro, why you got the gear on already?
Because I'm always ready. When you need a man who can do it all, I'm that man. Forget Device. Can't stop the flop, can't stop the flop. Bam! What a shot on the Tazid. Inhuman reaction. Bam! Looks like another save from VP. So, what will it be, boys?
Just Blame's lines, Ricky.
Right. Now, where were we?
Waiters, you are clear. I repeat, you are clear. Get the fuck in there.
After you, boys.
Beta Squad scale the tower to its highest point and swiftly breach the final cell door. As the smoke clears, Que Serato is revealed.
My friend, James here to save you.
Save me? From what? From contract jail. Come to Europe and fulfill your potential.
Nah, I'm good.
What? I don't understand.
You will never understand.
The end.
That's it?
Well, good luck with the funding, guys. This will save esports for sure.
Underwhelming.
I can keep this?
Vai pra pista, mexe o seu corpo e me excita. Vai pra pista até amanhã, hasta la vista. Vai pra pista, mexe o seu corpo e me excita. Vai pra pista, olhar pro DJ, olhar pro DJ.
What do you guys make of all the upsets that we've kind of had at this tournament? Like Vitality's gone out, Ents is looking good with a brand new roster, Heroic was dangerous with a brand new roster.
Navi's out.
Yeah, Navi's out. Like the upsets at this event, I mean, they feel pretty legit, but I'm just surprised that so many of these new rosters are playing well. Can you guys attribute that to anything, or?
The last 5 events was won by Vitality and us. So everything under that, in my opinion, Spirit was ranked 14 coming into the event, but knowing how they played and watching the demos, they were not number 14 in the world. So I think the points that was between number 3 to number 15 was actually, everyone was really close there, and it just took, I think the biggest upset is obviously Vitality not making it to the playoff. I think also slightly Navi. I think they play good, but they lost to Spirit, and then I think they lost to Falcons, right?
So half the upsets are upsets. And
yeah, but I think the rest of the team was like kind of up in there. I think the field is very, very close. I mean, all the new teams, there's a lot more unstable teams right now, and it's very hard to, for example, coming to the event, many of the teams we were watching it, there's not much information about how to play. Spirit only play Blast, but with the coach and standing, right? So it's like you don't get much of the new teams, and that's why I think there's also the upset, and it's also beginning of season where people are not at 100%, but maybe at 95.
I think it's not really a lot about teams being great, because it's the first tournament of the year. Talking about Blast, who cares? Like, it's just the groups. Who cares? People are coming there just to, I don't know, without the practice, I believe. And Katowice is the first big tournament of the year, and not everyone is fully ready. And with new rosters coming in, you can't be ready for them. And I believe the CS2, because of some more random than in Go, and of MR12. If you catch the momentum in the beginning of the game, it's easier for you to win. So it's more of it's like making upsets.
Sure.
To happen.
Yeah, a lot of factors going into it.
Donk, when you look at this though, and you want to see you go onto the stage, you know, this is your first big event where you can lift the trophy, have success. Are you motivated more? Do you want it so much? Is it like what you dream of?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah. I want to take this trophy.
Do you think you are favorites here to win because of how well you guys have played?
We'll see, actually. Like, it's first big stage for us as a team, so it can be tough for us.
Zontix, though, told me he does not think you will be scared. What do you think? What do you think in your mind?
Maybe, like, first, like, know how to say, maybe first few minutes I will scare it, but later inside the game I won't.
Focus on the screen and do what you do best.
Yeah.
Nice, I like it. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing you guys on stage. Good luck, enjoy the rest of your day. Shiro's there as well. See, Shiro, look, he's already learning good English. You know, you practice with him?
Yeah, I know he's no English, but for me...
Donk, you have to teach Shiro more English, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Magic's gonna do it.
Magic's is translator, teacher, amazing player, anime enjoyer. What else? Chef?
Yeah.
You can cook?
No.
No.
I can eat.
You can eat. You can eat.
Yeah.
He's lying.
He's lying? He can cook?
Yes, for sure.
What does he cook?
It's a secret. We can say it.
Oh, look, they're trying to get in the middle of me and making sure I don't know what happens, but I like it. Magix, if you win, will you cook me some food?
Yes.
Yeah! All right, that's a win. I'm taking that. I'll let you go. Enjoy the rest of your day, guys. Thank you very much.
When you guys go up there, do you think the crowd's going to be more like on your side or against you guys, or how do you feel like the crowd's going to play out? Do you think you're like going to get propped up, or?
Well, it's definitely based on who you are facing, because if we will go against Ents,
yeah, you ain't in that crowd.
We will never be cheered by the crowd, because I faced Furia in Rio, and I believe it's going to be the same. When you're winning the round, it's completely silent. When you're losing a round, it's so loud, and the greatest feeling is to make them silent. As you know.
So it doesn't affect you guys, just like oh man, if they're silent, like I can't wait to like win this round and then hear them like go completely silent. Just like the power that you have to silence an entire crowd must feel good.
I hope we have those powers because, I mean, we have two players who are new to stage and I have no idea how are they going to play and perform. But talking about myself and Chopper, I think we're kind of used to it. Because even we played last time in front of crowd was a long time ago. It was Rio.
I think that was the last stage match, or the crowd match. Yeah.
But I think it's kind of the same.
What are your thoughts heading into playing in front of a crowd on a stage? Like, are you like mentally trying to prepare yourself a little bit?
I don't think anything will gonna change for me.
Yeah.
Like I'm just very calm all the time. So I don't care about the crowd is going to cheer against us or anything like that. I think it's only me, my teammates, game plan, and the game. So that's it.
your secrets. Promise you honestly I wouldn't use them against you unless I thought it'd be fun. So I sit at home alone in your t-shirt. I'm wondering where it went wrong when you always said it, how you liked me better than anyone. We cannot talk, we cannot just shrug or dust it off, or is that thought? 'Cause I cannot pretend I am your friend, I am your nothing. I don't feel bad, I don't feel anything. I don't feel anything. I don't feel anything. I don't feel bad, I don't feel sad, I don't get mad, 'cause I don't feel anything. And you're sending texts like you are writing up your thesis. I don't have the faintest idea why you would be hung up on me when you were the one who said it, that we had to end it. We cannot talk, we cannot just shrug or dust it off, or is that thought? 'Cause I cannot pretend I am your friend, I am your nothing. I don't feel bad, I don't feel anything. I don't know what you want, I don't know why you go. We've been here before, so go on back to her before you wake up in the morning, regretting all the texts you're sending. Heard other lines before. I roll my eyes when I see that you're typing, so go on back to her before you wake up in the morning, 'cause this is just getting boring. I don't feel anything. I don't feel anything. When I see you, I can't help but fall back into my emotions. 'Cause all the good times that we had is flooding like an ocean. Sometimes I wish we made it through the summer. I never thought I'd lose my homie, love, a friend, but it's over. I'm falling in the deep end. I cannot swim. I'm falling fast, falling in the deep end. I cannot swim. Oh, I'm falling fast, falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end. I'm falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end, deep end. I'm falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end, deep end. I'm falling in the deep end, deep end. When I see you, I can't help but fall back into my emotions. 'Cause all the good times that we had is flooding like an ocean. Sometimes I wish we made it through the summer. I never thought I'd lose my homie, love, a friend, but it's over. I'm If I heard that you If I heard that you If I heard that you If I heard that you
Behind every device, every simple, every twist, lies a mentor. For some, mentorship was their calling, a journey they'd always sought to embark.
I think Kerrigan, throughout his career, has just shown he's so good at maximizing how much he gets out of his star players.
Robs is now capable of using this incredible intelligence to apply to his game and be much more versatile than he was before. Robs got his major, he got the into the Grand Slam, and now he's one of the kings of CS2.
A role that felt like destiny. A cardinal rule, trust, a non-negotiable. Always stay true to your word.
Like Kerrigan just intuitively knew, this guy's got a skill set that is designed to do something completely different, and he can deliver
put your region on the global offensive map.
They were getting donated money in order to attend tournaments. I think there was a major where they got donated money to attend the qualifier. Fallen has been a great inspiration, not only for me personally, but I think for pretty much anyone who's ever played Counter-Strike.
Not only bestowing your knowledge upon the next generation, but giving them the tools that not all are afforded, providing them a platform to prosper. Paying it forward. Remember, being on the receiving end was how their own legacy began. A change in tide can be hard to stomach when those around you are consumed by the swell. But adaptation is imperative. Part the waves, forge a new path.
He was a force. Another very smart player that had incredible skill sets. You can see how that's translated to him now coaching, because he brings so much of that knowledge and brings that knowledge from a player perspective as well, that allows him to connect and identify with players. I think his influence on Vitality was a little bit different, and this is why he's the greatest coach of all time. Maximizing relationships and making sure that everyone's on the same page and everyone's comfortable with each other, working through the issues.
For others, mentorship is demanded, a role bestowed not by choice, but through necessity. The castle of 8 years crumbling beneath your feet. But when you have a decade worth of tools, who says you can't rebuild?
He's going to be talking with the coach, and he's going to help them see what he has learned throughout his years and playing at the very top level.
ADN as a player and as an in-game leader and as a personality is that knowledge that success is not easy to come by and it's never guaranteed. Every game was just going to war with the guys next to you, and every game was getting everyone as fired up as they possibly could be.
The guard may change, but you guide the rhythm.
Kind of adapt his game from being such an important entry fragging piece of the Astralis puzzle back in the day.
A beat that will echo eternally through the Hall of Heroes and inspire those who follow to compose new symphonies.
And you're watching this legendary, storied player who has some of the most accomplishments of any player in Counter-Strike.
Once brothers in arms, now paving the path for future generations.
He's very capable of competing at the highest level, and now he's got this incredible chance to mentor and bestow his knowledge upon a new generation of players in Denmark.
The new wave standing on the shoulders of giants. And forming fresh relations. But as this new chronicle begins, where does that leave those absent of a mentor?
What about BB? Is Nafany equipped to deal with that? Look at Donk. He's got so much riding on his shoulders, and who's he gonna turn to when he needs guidance?
There are teams out there who have incredible talented players, but who may risk losing some of that talent, or may risk not fulfilling their potential because they lack that leadership.
Because when all is said and done, when the last piece of confetti hits the floor, when the medals begin to collect dust, these players must become mentors to ensure their own legacy lives on. Seize the shift in tides. The more you embrace, the more there is to gain.
At IEM Katowice in the Spodek, a new potential trophy hoister steps forth.
The beginning of the year, it's the first tournament with my team, playing I think really good, but we are not in our best shape right now.
He's pretty joyful person to be with. It's funny, and he's the person who can bring great vibes.
If I have some negative vibes or something like this, I will like scream on enemies, so I won't keep it inside me.
Чё ты долбоёб, пока
course he is still going to come forward. It's Donk.
Get donked.
When I played CS, I was 4 years old. It was 1.6. You don't need to get some pressure from this crowd. You have to play just your game.
Might be like only in the beginning of the game because it's like new experience, new feelings because you have never played in front of a lot of people who screaming loudly. Screaming itself. I think it's great. They have more personality because I don't think that it's gonna be entertaining watching the sports scene with players who have no personalities.
Hello, Emil. How are you?
I'm good.
Shall we move to the side maybe so your teammates can pass? Wow, doing really well here, I want to say, in Katowice, even though it was up and down. And every time I talk to you guys, it's like, we'll see, one game at a time, one game at a time. But come on, are you not starting to feel it? The chance to play a final here again, maybe win the trophy.
I mean, it's all part of the process, no? So I think right now we're just focused on trying to improve from game to game. And of course, if that means lifting the trophy, of course, we'll take that with us. I mean, let's be honest, everyone wants to win Katowice. So, of course, we're going to do our best to be able to do that tomorrow. But, I mean, it starts today. It's the semifinal. It's a well-playing team. So, if we're not going to play 100% today, it's not going to be a final tomorrow.
Yeah, and of course, team spirit is a big question mark. If they will be able to replicate what they've done off the Spodek stage, then they could be really, really dangerous. How do you feel about it? Also knowing that, well, on the other side, there are a couple of guys who are stepping onto the stage for the very first time.
I mean, they've been playing some really good CS, but at the end of the day, I mean, Donk will have his rounds. We just have to accept it's part of the game and really not care too much about it. I think the only thing that can make us make him better is if we start giving him more space and letting him taking the duels and always being, you know, the guy who's controlling the pace. So we need to take the duels, we have to, and then we need to, of course, shoot him.
Yeah. Speaking of duels, you gotta shoot him. Yeah, he's gotta die then. But speaking of duels, Madden yesterday, wow, unbelievable. I'd love to know from your perspective how different it was when you knew him before and you were playing against him, and now that he's in your team and you're seeing what he's doing.
No, I think one of his biggest strengths is that he doesn't care. He's just doing whatever he feels like, and he's always trusting his instinct, and he's not really getting pressured by the fact that it's a big game. So I think that is definitely his biggest strength, that he just goes out and do what he's supposed to do. And yesterday, of course, he did a lot, so that is obviously really good. But at the end of the day, I think it just comes down to him believing in himself and always going with his gut feeling. And so yesterday, it was a good gut feeling.
Definitely was. Good luck today.
Thank you.
Hello, Magics. Hello, boys. How are you doing?
Good evening. I'm doing good.
Doing good. Now, you've been in the semi-finals of Katowice before, but during the online era, first time in the Spodek. Anything change in how you're feeling today?
I'm feeling, thank you.
Feeling very thank you. Will you be very thankful after a win as well?
Yeah.
What was your reaction to when the community was saying, oh, this update in CS is going to nerf Donk?
Yeah, they're fucked.
So it's really going to be a problem?
Yeah, it is a big problem.
How do you fix it?
That's the problem. We don't.
There's no fix for Donk. I'm going to let Magics go. No chance for him, it seems.
Straight to the point from Magix, and you know what? I don't blame them, because we're talking about a squad who was on fire during the group stage, now having an opportunity to be setting the Spodek alight. The aura of the arena only familiar to one on the side of Spirit. That comes down to Shiro, and for the other 4 members, an opportunity to be following in the footsteps of legends. Speaking of which, I've got 2 up here. Maniac and Steel joining me. Guys, I am so excited to be diving into this, not least because we get to see Donk up on that big stage for the first time, right?
Yeah, we get to see Dunk up on the stage for the first time, and we have already heard him say that, you know, his teammates said, oh, we don't care about the crowd, we don't care if they boo us or anything like that. So it's going to be interesting to see if they're actually going to put the money where their mouths is, or if they're going to crumble.
Listen, the lore of Spirit in this entire Katowice event has been so interesting. Every step of the way we said, this one obstacle, they're going to falter. It's not going to work out. Oh, they lost the map to Na'Vi. Against Complexity, it's going to be harder. Elijah is going to put Donk in his place. Oh, wait a minute. No, that didn't happen. But it's okay. They're going to lose to FaZe then. Oh, wait a minute. No, that didn't happen either. And now we are on our last leg, our last resort, and we're saying the stage. The stage is going to stop Spirit. But what if nobody can stop Spirit?
This is the final boss, the final test for Spirit. Obviously, it's making it to that semi-final. We can check out exactly how they made it to this very position, because of course they hop-skip straight through, avoiding those quarterfinals, because they put up some stellar results still when we look back to the play-ins and the playoffs. We said that Na'Vi, that was kind of their first big boss test, and then FaZe as well. They handily dispatched them.
Yeah, the big boss test of Na'Vi going 2-1 against them, losing only the one map on Anubis 13-11, so it was pretty close, you know. They destroyed Na'Vi in the other 2 maps. They destroyed Complexity going into the FaZe game. We were thinking like, oh, okay, maybe, you know, FaZe beats them, stops them in their tracks. Oh, okay, Spirit wins. But then FaZe is like, you know, we were talking about them earlier. They played earlier today, and it was just like, yeah, FaZe is a team that plays for the stage.
Yes.
And until they get to the stage, it's like, kind of sleeper mode. Because we brought it up earlier, they had like an 80% win rate against like teams outside of the top 10, and then in the top 10 it was 86%. So it's like they play better against better opponents. They play better the later it is in this tournament.
And it's also the quality of the Counter-Strike that Spirit played. We're obviously going to talk about Donk. And if we could, we'd spend an hour talking about him. But I think it would be a lie for us to say it's only the Donk show. It's not the case, right? There were some numbers, some stats being brought up, the T side, the quality of the T side from Spirit, the fact that there's other individuals shining in here as well, the experience from Chopper. In my book, they played the best Counter-Strike up until this moment. The question is, does it translate to the stage? But the quality of the CS up there, holy hell.
Let's talk about the only man who is familiar with this Spodek stage. Obviously, Shiro making it to the quarterfinals in some years gone by. But he is the sole survivor in terms of that experience factor.
And what a story Shiro already has in his young career, if you allow me to use these terms. You have to realize he comes up with the Gambit group, right? The Gambit youngster. Then he's in Gambit. Online Counter-Strike, they're teaching everybody a lesson. You go from online to LAN, and they fail miserably. Never really deliver the Counter-Strike you wanted to. You see the numbers up here? For a man of his caliber, that is not enough for elite events. But I would argue that he individually, he always tried his best. He was looking for help. He was desperately looking for somebody to help him, to step up, to be right there with him. And then when he went to Spirit, we thought, is that a downgrade? Is he downgrading? Was there not a better team he could have joined? But we had it wrong. We had it all wrong. He actually nailed it in the transfer, and Spirit could become a team that absorbs player rather than be poached.
Yeah, and Shiro's been playing well all event, and we were talking about, is it the Donk show? But then whenever Donk isn't putting up numbers, Shiro is the one that's, doing a lot of clutches with his op. He was just all in their faces. But also, we were talking about how Spirit, they're winning in this online era, and then what is CS2 basically? CS2, even on LAN, is kind of like an online era. But now, new update comes out, they're like, you know what, Peeker's advantage, let's kind of tone that down a little bit. So that is the big question mark though, because, it's got to be the forefront of every conversation. What's going to happen to these guys? Are they going to lose their kind of like onliner form when they go into these stage matches?
That's a question I want to pose to you guys, because I see you guys over on socials. I see you. You're saying this is the Donk nerf. You're saying he's dead in the water. Do you actually think that's realistically the case with this update, Matthew?
I mean, I think it's pure copium at this point. But what matters is not what I think about it. What matters is what Donk thinks about it. Now imagine he's been steamrolling everybody at this event. Like the numbers he's had as a rookie at the elite event is never to be seen. I know CS2 has a tendency to skew the numbers just a little bit because of MR12. I don't give a shit about that. He is playing like an absolute superstar. It's phenomenal. What does he think about the current situation? If he starts having the bad game, if he's not hitting a couple of shots, we've witnessed the lack of trust in Nico's eyes. He used to know how to do it. I don't think Donk is going to be in any trouble personally. I think the amount of confidence he's got right now, and he's so free-flowing in his game as well. He's so liberated in how he approaches Counter-Strike. But how does he feel about it? That's my question.
Yeah, I agree with you because, you know, even in this segment before, he was talking about how he's been playing CS since he was 4 years old, starting with 1.6. And it's like, when you literally grow up and your entire life is Counter-Strike, your brain is wired different than like everyone
Well, that's
else's.
a fact.
It is. Yeah, so when you have your brain wired for CS and then you play through like different iterations, you should be able to adapt. And then you also think about it's like the Matrix, right? You're not playing CS, you're in the Matrix and you just see like code on the screen and stuff like that. So I think that's what we're going to expect when we see Dunk playing.
And what is really beautiful to see is that I don't know if I want to give the credit to Chopper or the entire Team Spirit, but they have somehow found a way to let him play the Counter-Strike that he exactly wants, and it makes sense in the grand scheme of things. That you're tapping into this unlimited amount of energy, and you're just putting it into your playstyle, and it works beautifully. And then Shiro comes in, the yang to the yin, the passiveness to the aggressiveness, the sniper behind you. It just works. It just works.
Should we dive into some of the minutiae of the Spirit game that we saw versus FaZe on Nuke?
Yeah, absolutely. We're looking at one round that was between Team Spirit and FaZe as well. And I just wanted to quickly touch on some of the methods and the protocols that are put into this Team Spirit, because it's not only about fragging. We see here the outside setup. We have our man Donk, he's by the red box, and Shiro is playing with him outside. It's a very important round. It's round 6. It's a full purchase for FaZe. The reason why Donk is holding this secret position is because there was an incursion at the very beginning of the round. So he's kind of between a rock and a hard place, but he is still going to handle things pretty well. Here comes the team play. Flash from Shiro. He peeks on in, gets a kill on the rain that's completely flashed, and here comes the aggression that I was talking about. He gets a kill. By the way, that grenade is moving like hell. I don't know what the hell is going on over here. But he goes for more aggression. At the same time, this is where I'm talking about synergy. When all of the skirmish is happening, Magix finds a timing through that smoke in the door. It's almost impossible for FaZe to keep track, and that's why Carrigan walks completely unknowingly to this situation. Donk's been aggressive. That was round 6. You push down a little bit further down the road. It's round 9, and once again, you have a different kind of flavor to the same aggression that we're speaking about. Here, it's a 3-man setup this time. Donk, again, is behind that red box. You have here Chopper, who's help as a third line of defense if needed, but Shiro is supposed to take that aggressive peek down here towards the box and then pull away so that Donk can become invisible. There is a method to the madness. It's not only based only on skill. They build game plan together. Shiro finds the kill onto Carrigan. He pulls back, and here comes the flash again. And guess who's black? Guess who's white again? That's Rain, completely deleted, and the aggression comes in. This is beautiful Counter-Strike. It's more than just one man destroying. It's about team play, it's about synergy, and the aggression from Donk.
Yeah, I know we highlighted the T-side win rate earlier. They had like a 75% win rate on their T-side, and like the next team down is like 62%, something like a massive disparity. But they do a really good job on their CT side with their team game plans. It's not just like Donk's just fighting and it's just like him just running around or something like that. The entire team is involved in some capacity, whether it's they're directly involved with holding a line, whether it's they're involved by throwing a flash, or whether it's involved, like you pointed out with Magix, okay, as soon as you see contact outside, we know one's lower, we know there's 2 outside, okay, I'm just going to go in here, there's at most 1 person, going to find them. So there is a method to the madness, like you pointed out. Everything is deliberate, everything's for a reason, and everyone's got their part in their role. So even though we highlight Donk because he's putting up ridiculous numbers, it's like everyone, even the people not getting the numbers, they have map control. They're the ones setting up the flashes. And if Donk doesn't get his kill, guess who steps up next? Okay, now it's my turn. He's down, he took out 2, I got to clean up.
Well, before we do see Team Spirit's debut on this big LAN stage, let's check in with Zontex, courtesy of Banks.
This is the stage that these players have been waiting to get on, and Spirit are now facing off against Falcons here. Your first game for the semi-finals. I want to ask you, Zontex, you're playing on one of the most legendary esports stages of all time. What does it feel like for you just standing here?
Like, I don't feel anything. Like, no, like, I'm just playing, you know, like, it's the same as yesterday or a week ago. Like, I'm just playing.
Just playing, just focusing on the game. Okay, so tell me, some players get on stage, they feel nervous. Some people get nervous before a game. How do you seem so fine?
Like, if you ask the most obvious question, like, why should I feel nervous, or anyone who is on the stage will try to ask themselves this question, it's a little bit too hard to answer on it, like, logically. So, like, when I'm trying to ask myself this question, I just can't answer it. So I don't feel nervous because it doesn't seem logical to me.
So we're putting logic over the emotions, which is a smart thing you need to do in a game of Counter-Strike. Falcons, though, right now, how do you think this team can perform against you guys? You have beaten some very good teams. You demolished FaZe, for example. But Falcons right now seem to be leveling up a bit. Are you worried about this team?
No, it's a new roster. I think they have some problems because new roster. That's it. So I think if you will play our CS, our best game, it will win. That's it.
So straight to the grand final for Spirit.
I cannot say that because it's our first game on a stage. But if we play our game, our CS, we're gonna win.
Okay, I like it. So you're full of confidence. Our CS, our game, we're going to win. But then you said, if you play on the stage, which means there must be some worries here if you will not be able to play the same.
Like, I cannot say for other people in my team, for my teammates, you know, but I don't feel any nervous. But, like, maybe someone in my team possibly can be feeling nervous. So I cannot say for everyone.
Well, Tropper and Magix have some experience on stages. You also got your psychologist behind you. Is there anything they told the team before going into this game?
No, nothing at all. Just say that like it's the same because when we are about to play CS, it's the same, you know. So it doesn't matter. Is it stage? Is it online? Or like it's CS. So
it's just CS. That's it. Well, full confidence, full focus, only on the crosshair it seems. But let's see if that's what happens when they get on the stage and in the game.
I'm loving the confident words coming out of Volontic, but Matthew, you buying it? You've been on this stage and you've been battling against the crowd, which if the intro was anything to go by yesterday, Spirit they might just be doing that. You buying his words?
Yeah, listen, I respect the confidence, but having myself been in that position, it's not the same. It's not the same when you're on the stage. It's not. Do you remember who said that last? Nafany said it's the same. Nafany said it's gonna be fine. We're gonna play our game the way we did it in Gambit. That didn't turn out great. I don't know how I feel about it. I'm not in his shoes. I'm not gonna tell Zontix how he's supposed to feel. Of course not. But from an outside perspective, I'm thinking maybe they should address the fact that it is going to be a little different. Maybe the game is going to get ahead of them. I really hope that he actually displays the exact Counter-Strike they're talking about. If he doesn't, we're going to be ready with the hammer.
Well, I think the one thing to point out was that he didn't even sound super confident in his answers there. It's like Banks was like pulling teeth. Like, is this what you actually think and believe, or are you just putting on like this facade? He does, but at the same time, he's like, well, I can't speak for everyone on the team. It's like, you guys haven't really talked about this ever. Like, you're going into a semifinals and you're not talking about like, all right, like what's the game plan going in? Are we gonna, you know, approach everything the same? How's everyone feeling? Like none of these conversations happened.
If it was true that it was the one-to-one same Counter-Strike from group stage to playoff before the stage to now here, Spirit would already have the trophy. This is how we were talking. That's how we were talking about it right now. They played the best Counter-Strike. They have the best individual. They have an incredible sniper right behind them. The reason why we're all excited is because it's not a guarantee. We don't know how they're going to behave. We don't know how they're going to take that pressure, step up or not, fight or flight. That's what we don't know. How is that supposed to be always the same? It's not.
And when we look on the flip side of things for our Falcons in that game yesterday, it was a story of mental fortitude, right? Which has been, it's kind of a theme throughout this Intel Extreme Masters, Kato.
It is the polar opposite of the Spirit story. If you ask me about Falcons, it's about not playing the best Counter-Strike, of course, getting down and dirty, having to come back from situations, but have a look at how many times they had to turn the situation around, how many times it got very dicey for Falcons all the way from the start. We're talking about a 2-1 map, but it's 10-9 scoreline in the last against Rebels. They could have faced elimination right from the get-go against Complexity as well. 8-10, they're down on the third map as well versus Navi. First map, 3-10 down. And yesterday we witnessed what could have been an incredible historical comeback from ENCE against Falcons. So in terms of purist Counter-Strike, sure, there are mistakes. Not everything is perfect. But whenever they are called upon, whenever they need to deliver in a moment that is high intensity and high pressure, they do. They have already proven to us that they can. I can't say the same about Spirit.
Yeah, but to just do a talking counterpoint there is that, yes, they did have the resiliency to get through that. But at the same time, what's it off the back of? It's off the back of individual skill. It's off the back of individual heroics. We're not seeing them with a cohesive game plan where they're going in and they're just like steamrolling through. It needs to come down to these situations where they have to win a 1v3 heroic round for them to be able to get over this hump. And whether they're down or whether they're ahead and then the game gets close, it's always coming down to that. So what happens if you get hit in the face by Donk and company when, you know, you have to rely on these heroics? is Spirit the type of team to show us that they will let that happen?
Should we talk about one of the heroes that was necessary for Falcons yesterday, particularly on that last map? Boros, we didn't exactly know where to place him, particularly because he was one of the more inexperienced guys coming up on this very stage, but he delivered, certainly.
Yeah, he keeps on delivering, honestly. He was under a fair amount of scrutiny joining this Falcons roster. We knew as well all the back and forth around, hey, who's going to be the 5th player? Oh, well, it turns out we cannot really get this guy, so Boros, you know, little bro thinks he's on the team. He gets a jersey and he starts playing, but actually he's been delivering. I have to say, I was one of the doubters out there. I didn't really know if he was going to keep up with the level of Counter-Strike they wanted to play. Mechanically, it's not a question. We've witnessed him in the Monty jersey. We know what he can do with a mouse and a keyboard. But I thought once he's surrounded with so much experience and Counter-Strike is being played so fast, maybe he's going to lose track, he's going to make mistakes. I have to admit, I've been positively surprised by what Boros has done here.
For Falcons having so much budget for a big, large project and then being like, well, we can't get the people that we wanted, let's go with this guy. You know, he's been doing really well. And I think part of the reason why they were able to get this far and get through all these like hardships with the Na'Vi, the complexity, it was in part by him. He was like at the forefront of the things. But part of what we know about Snappy was that he was saying that all these other players on the team, like Sun Pius, for example, are stage players. So maybe Boros was just here, stepping up to the plate, doing what he needed to do to get his team to the next part. And then now it's like, okay, he can chill back. He'll do his part still, but he's not going to have to overcompensate and do too much and make up for his teammates not being able to show an impact.
Yeah, he had a bit of a cold shower at the very beginning. I kept an eye on his stats, rather, on the last map of each series. I thought this was a very interesting trend. We see it started against Eternal Fire, very complicated. Everybody got caught off guard in that series, 0.52. But from this point on, Boros has been able to either deliver excellency or decent performances in the last map of every series. Rebels 175, we witnessed against ENCE 130, Na'Vi 192. These are absolutely bonkers numbers. So whenever he's had to pull the team through, he's been able to do it. He's been able to lead the charge, both in-game and in terms of numbers.
How would you kind of characterize Boros's playstyle? What kind of, X factor is he bringing to the server? Because I think back in Paris, it was the story of aggression, right? Have you seen him developing in that aspect?
I think it's kind of the same thing. It's, the chaos, it's the aggression, it's the getting in the middle of the fight and just like brawling out with everyone. It's not like he's just going to sit back and try to do like this heads-up play. He's in there to just duel and brawl.
I love that you mentioned that, because I think part of the success for him is to be able to have the same kind of success while dial it down just a little bit. We know he likes to fight, but there are positions, there are situations where you need to play a little bit clever. Maybe you need to play the 5v4 with enough angle. Maybe you need to play the info and the playback. I thought he'd be lost doing that. I thought it was either my way or the highway. But no, actually, he's been able to keep up. He's been able to pull back in a couple of these situations. Nuke is a good example, how he plays Ram. So good for him to have this adjustment that he could do.
And another member of Falcons that was really turning up to the server yesterday was, of course, Madden. And he had the chance to catch up with Shox ahead of the semi-final series.
Madden, you're back on stage. I gotta say, yesterday, that was absolutely insane. Can you tell me a bit about how you reflected on your own performance?
I mean, I think I played really good. I played better than I usually play, I would say, but obviously this is a new team and I have new roles, so the expectations went a bit high, and yeah, my teammates expect me to show up these good numbers.
Yeah, Snappy said specifically, I think, we want you to take more responsibility. And then I talked to Magisk earlier, and he said that he thinks of you, something he didn't know before, that you will always just do what you want to do if you see the opportunity. Plus, you don't really care, like, in terms of if people are booing, if something's going wrong, you'll always keep a level head. Is that an accurate representation?
Exactly like that. I mean, I just do my thing. I don't care what crowd is saying, what people are saying. I just play confident. I do my moves, and obviously, as Mark already said, I need to be more selfish in a way in this new team because my roles are better than in the ENCE lineup before we had. So I'll just focus on myself and try to do as good as possible.
Strategically, yesterday versus ENCE, it seemed like you could really force them into having to play your game. How do you think it's going to be against Spirit?
I mean, obviously against Spirit they have insane individual players, but we are a very new team. Obviously we don't have much structure yet and stuff. We're gonna focus on the things we have and the things we feel confident at, and we just gonna play our game. Obviously they have Donk, he's insane, and he probably will have his own rounds where he smashes us, but we're just gonna focus on us and try to do as good as possible.
Okay. Awesome, thank you.
Yeah, you certainly got to expect that man to be flying thick and fast. Let's talk about the map, Vido, though, because actually one of the bans, quite interesting in that one.
Yeah, there was a bit of a, I guess you would say, a shenanigan in the veto right there. The fact that Spirit removed Nuke, that is a show of respect towards Snappy and towards Falcons, because that's a map that Spirit completely outclassed FaZe on. We knew Inferno would be sort of ghosted in the veto. No one would go for a first rotation because neither of them played the map. So I'm a little bit surprised that the Nuke is being pulled away, and then you have an Ancient coming in from Spirit. We've seen them a lot with the aggression on the CT side. And Anubis, that's the map they lost to Navi. So do you have any doubt about this Anubis situation for Spirit?
Well, that's what I was immediately looking at, was like, okay, Mirage out, that makes sense. Spirit's pretty good on that. But then Team Spirit's picking Ancient, which is also one of Falcon's better maps. But at the same time, they look so dominant on it. And then Anubis, yeah, that's the map that Spirit's only lost, what, like one map at this event. It was to Navi.
That's Anubis,
it was 13-11 on Anubis, yes. So, you know, these are decent maps for Falcons to be on. They're on their best map and the only map that Spirit's lost at this event. Maybe we are shaping up to see something interesting happening here, or maybe not at all.
Tell me about Spirit starting on the T side of things on this Anubis. What should we be expecting coming out of them?
Well, I haven't actually seen that game against Navi, so I'm not going to fluff out there and pretend, although it is usually what I'm getting paid to do, so maybe I should do that. But to be fair, I think starting on the T side is extremely important for them. Not only because of how T side Anubis is as a whole, but because we're talking about a first map, first game on the stage. You get to dictate the pace a little bit. You decide when you want to play fast. We know the aggression possibilities for the CT side is very complicated. Falcon's going to have to be on the receiving end more often than not. And this is where the aggression from Dog, and this is where we're about to see the patch that is supposed to fix him. Let's see when he swings on you. Let's see if the patch really fixed him.
Shall we get it underway, gentlemen?
Or do we decide?
We have got a game on our hands, but not before we head to a quick break. We've got our maps, but we need to get our teams out in front of the Spodek. For the first time in Katowice history, Spirit and the Dogmeister up on this very stage.
It's time for the DHL Drop. Whether you are in the arena or watching from home, you can participate in the DHL Drop. Follow the steps for a chance to win amazing prizes. Hold up the DHL Drop sign or type !DHL Drop on the chat to enter.
I think we do have a lot of strengths, starting from like firepower, keeping it with great game plan. That's pretty much what is working for us for now.
The new talent, Donk, I think he's like the biggest talent since they won 2017 or something, so I'm looking forward to play against them.
In Falcons, the most excited player, I think Mike Isk. It will be very exciting to play against him. 4 times champion major, Grand Slam, he's a legend, I think. Very interesting to play against him.
Experience on the big stage. We saw it with
vitality, even though we're talking Saibu and Spinks, sometimes on these big stages, they can have rough games because they don't have the experience.
I'm not really setting any expectations going into this match because anything can happen. If we play well, it will be good. If we won't, it won't be that good, but it's still alright.
Yes, 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 Katowice, it is time for our second semi-final here at the Intel Extreme Masters 2024. Who's ready for some Counter-Strike? Do you know what? This is a place that really has become my spiritual home because not only do we have the greatest crowd, we have brought you Counter-Strike in the form of a second semi-final. I've just been backstage. Down those stairs, we walked two teams who want to lift this trophy. Two teams that want to take on FaZe, who are in stomp mode in a grand final best of 5 tomorrow. So, who's ready for some Counter-Strike? I think we should bring out our first team. And you know what? It involves a player who has become a religion. There is a God. Donk, be thy name. Please welcome, it is Team Spirits. But they have to get back past the team who looked good yesterday. They have in Madden someone who lit up the server, but they have been built to win trophies, and now they have to prove it. Please welcome to the Spodek, it's the Falcons! Right, Chopper, Snappy, let's have you out to the center. Little face down right in front of me right here. Two captains, two IGLs. The handshake is made. You ready? You ready? Let's get it on, boys. Take to your computers, because now it is time for our second semi-final. This is where anyone makes a mistake and it's goodbye. See you later. We'll see you next year in 2025. Who's going to win this? Is it going to be Spirit? Is it going to be Falcons? Well then, for a place in the Intel Extreme Masters Grand Final tomorrow, is it going to be Spirit? Is it going to be Falcons? Let's get it on.
The stage where legends have lit up the path before. Now Spirit, for the first time, they get to bask in the beams of the beast. But that comes with one very important caveat, Match you not crumbling under the pressure of this colossal crowd.
And it does feel like, in spite of Falcons ruining Enz's dream yesterday, the crowd may be slightly just tending towards Falcons here. So for Spirit, if you ever want to dream of lifting that trophy, this is about the first high-degree test you're going to face. The crowd isn't exactly with you, but if you beat Falcons, you go up against FaZe, and they're the crowd favorites. So there is no easy way to the trophy.
There certainly isn't. Josh, what do you have going down in this semi-final? Who is going to be netting that spot versus FaZe tomorrow?
Well, we saw a Highlander-type moment where Falcons were able to absorb all the fans from ENCE, and we actually saw Team Spirit front and center on the stage doing the huddle. You talked about this yesterday, where ENCE was out on the stage trying to get the crowd behind them, and now Spirit's just like, you know what, we're out here, we're doing a huddle in the open here. I don't think they care. They weren't lying before that they don't care about this, but it's going to be a scrappy game. It's going to be explosive. Both teams, very aggressive styles, so it's going to be, right from the gate, a banger.
Who you got taking this one, Matthew?
Listen, I've doubted Donk every step of the way, and I think it's time I learn from my mistakes. I am so ready to jump on the Spirit train, and if I'm going to go down, if I'm going to be disappointed, then I might as well be, but it's going to be wholeheartedly, I'm with Spirit.
This is going to be an incredible story to witness unfold. We've got Anubis, we've got Ancient and Vertigo, if we do so require it. So let's get this semi-final underway.
In this arena, we've witnessed greatness. We've watched dynasties rise and fall, but perhaps today we will witness the beginning of a new reign as Donk has climbed those Spodek stairs for the first time. He's looking to make it to the grand final on his first run out at the Prestige event, and he could have the highest rating we have ever had here in Katowice.
Man, he's exceeded every expectation set before. We've moved the goalpost on him from different stage of the tournament to the group stage, for the play-ins. Now we have him on the stage, and once again, a chance to show that he can rise above everybody's expectations of what he can deliver. But if there's ever going to be a team to stop him, it's one that's got 4 major trophies standing behind them, playing within those ranks. This is a team, Falcons, that has the experience to shut it down.
Greatness in the server. Will it be a great game? There's only one way to find out. We're kicking this one off in Anubis. The first time we'll see Donk on the server, and he's going up against the greatest coach of all time, with many of the great players standing in front of him. Team Spirit start on the attacking side, and they've said they're not scared of the crowd, they're not scared of the big stage. It's time to prove it.
Pistol round is live. Spirit is going to be attacking into the defensive Falcons. A little bit of utility, Molotov, 2 smokes for Team Spirit to use to break into the bomb site, and it's quickly. It's a little bit of a movement towards this A bomb site. 4 players going to be tacking in where there's a stack. Falcons are ready. Initial engagement is a stalemate. Running out of ammunition, and now the Glock's going to swing the corner.
And Magis retreats, gets back into position. Cake is his spot, and he'll stand and he'll fight, eventually taken out by Donk. Falcons were flawless on pistols mostly yesterday, but this time Spirit are giving them a taste of their own medicine, coming out swinging into this A-bomb site. And they've put Snappy left in a 1v2 clutch. He runs right back in, and that headshot draws it down to just Donk, and he steps up in his first round on the stage.
Nice triple kill, 3-0. That'll help calm down the nerves. A solid pistol round to get you comfortable, to get you ready for what's coming next. Almost a pistol round victory or clutch for Snappy as he comes through the smoke. He's able to take down Shiro, which is a player of his stature, probably not used to the amount of attention he's not getting at this point. He's one of the best offers in the world. His transfer over to Spirit has obviously made them an instant contender, but it's Donk who's got everyone's eyes glued to him, and Shiro gets to operate a little bit into the shadows.
Falcons have gone for the force. We've seen them win this many times yesterday versus ENCE. But throughout the group stages, Team Spirit have been playing the best Counter-Strike so far at this event. Should be more difficult to make something happen with the 5-7s.
Yeah, and you have to know, I mean, having watched these games from Falcons, having seen the quarterfinal yesterday, that this force buy going to be coming out. This is something you can expect. So they open it slow and cautious and perform basic map control. Molotov in towards Dark to force back the defense, and now Falcons want information. They have no idea what's happening on the map. A quick peek, they don't see Magics. They're going to be able to shift off.
Very composed start from the T side of Team Spirit. Not looking rattled. They'll gather up in mid. Matt and Mixes move off that angle at the wrong time. 45 seconds remaining in this round, and Team Spirit have got that mid-control.
Yeah, they've just found great timings on every single move that they've made, and just now, Falcons about to realize they're at the wrong side of the map. Magix,
open your eyes. There he is right in front of you. Magix eventually gets that kill. And that was the only A player. Team Spirit into the side bomb's going to go down, no issue. And if you're Falcons here, you've invested to play for the win. You didn't get that opportunity, so save the weapons on the other side of the map.
I think one of the interesting things coming into this matchup as well, we just heard in the pre-interviews, was we heard it from Madden, we heard it from Magix. I mean, essentially verbatim. And that, for me, I mean, the way they talk about Donk is just like, he's going to get his rounds. He's going to have his moments. He's going to break us a couple of times. He's going to do something special. We just have to accept it and not get frustrated by it. And that, I think, is a concept that, obviously, with the two of them saying it essentially the same exact way, is a message that has been sent to them by the team, that has been something they want to latch onto and just say, this is going to happen. And if you expect it, you don't get weighed down by it.
Zonic started today by saying he guesses it's his turn to take a swing at the Wonderkid. And it was quite frightening to see Donk stand there for a moment and have to be ushered off by his teammates as he stared down into the crowd. He didn't move off the angle. He didn't look shaken.
No, both him and Zontix have been very vocal about how they're not really concerned about how they're going to perform on the stage. They don't think it's going to add a whole lot of pressure. Now, we've seen players say that before in the past, and it's gone the other direction. So this is all about a discovery. This is all a little bit of a journey to see what kind of a team spirit is going to show up in this environment. They're out to a 2-0 lead, so everything's good at this point. Falcons in the next round will be able to mount a little bit more resistance, and this is a very similar, identical setup to the previous round. They'll find a timing for this flash peak. Unfortunately for them, it's pretty much identical from Team Spirit's opening as well.
Controlled. But Falcons can take a few more risks in this one because they know they're getting the buy in the next round. So we'll see these pistols take a swing at Team Spirit. Donk taking steps towards Dark. Forces Snappy away. Donk now swings, goes for that fight, receives some damage, deals some out. Changes the position because now it's about Team Spirit chopping through middle. First 2 kills are in. Supply stepping up in that 5-7. It's a swift double kill, but Magix needs to get this one if there's something to be had here, and it certainly looks like there's something available for Falcons. That headshot draws Magix and the bomb.
This round is pretty much the same as previous, except for the fact the timing of when Falcons switch over to middle is just perfect. And even if they get the bomb, they're not going to want to traverse to the B bomb site. They're going to be coming right back towards A after they pick it up. And Magix is already having a flank through A main. This round is exceptionally dangerous for Spirit.
Timing, looking back, jumping around that corner. Zontix goes down, so it's Donk up against his first real clutch.
And he called out Magix specifically, saying Magix with an Intel Grand Slam, with 4 major trophies, this guy would be interesting to go up against, and he's got his chance.
Magix has been in this arena. He's lifted the major trophy on this stage, and now he goes up against a player taking his first steps on the stage itself, and he's moved out towards main. He's got the angle on him, making steps. Magix knows, and Donk wins the clutch. That is delightful. That is divine.
Good win.
Donk. It's so sick to see him in a clutch. He never looks like he's going to lose a 50-50 duel.
We've touched so much on the confidence that he just exudes in the game of Counter-Strike, but I mean, in a round like this as well. Remember, Magix was the only player to go down previously, so he had no armor, and I think Donk just knows he's got all the advantages. No cause for panic. Things looking good at the start for Team Spirit, but it's the first gun round, and Sun Pius has his AWP on the CT side.
It's a good recovery, considering that was a force buy for Falcons, so now Spirit need to focus up and realize up against the guns for the first time, and it would be an absolute risk to not mention the performance that Madden had yesterday. He single-handedly broke apart Ence's dreams with that dual Beretta 1v3 clutch.
He had so many rounds on Nuke. He's the entire reason they're in this position. Here's Sun Pius, Magix creeping up closer. Oh, missed shot, and they can't double up. But now Madden comes back. He was injured from nades earlier, so what can he do?
Yeah, Donk just moves through. It's a big kill again, 6-0, yet to die. He is just looking so damn impressive in this moment, and that bomb is going down. Magix locks it through. Madden is the player trying to be elusive inside of the smoke, and he's got to be set up by utility here. Snappy looks to release him. But Madden maintains position behind the smoke, and a follow-up comes in, and that's enough to force them away. Falcons can't go for this one. They cannot compete in this retake.
That's a rough start with the AWP for Sampaio, who was hit or miss yesterday as well. He's been pretty vocal about some of his struggles getting comfortable in CS2. We saw a ton of frustration yesterday on the stage. Someone who normally steps up in these moments, banging the desk, not having a good time of it. And obviously not getting the opening he would have liked. He's even passed over that AWP for free to Shiro. So resources scavenged by Team Spirit, and they take a solid lead.
And we heard that the fans of the arena are definitely not the biggest fans of Team Spirit as a whole, but Donk, he got the cheers. There's a lot of people behind him. I was talking to many people around the concourse ahead of today's event and talking about yesterday, last night, and coming into the matchup today. And many people were just very excited about one player, just a single player.
He seems like, from what we've seen so far, and this is why it's so exciting to see if he's going to rise to the expectations here on the stage. It's just a phenom, a generational talent, and in a tournament where we've had a couple different, generational talent step up. Monesi on this stage in his first Katowice was absolutely incredible. Donk seems to be following in those footsteps, and this is the ultimate test. Started playing Counter-Strike at 4 years old. Round 5, it's 4-0.
I'll take a look at the individual battle between Sampaio and Shiro throughout this matchup when the AWPs come out for both players. Sampaio didn't have the classic stage performance yesterday, and Shiro can go missing in these kind of moments. So eyes will be fixed upon that. Nades go into middle. Once again, Chopper applying pressure. Donk will default outside of dark.
A little bit of spam through. Falcons don't know what's happening on the map. Spirit's lining up for an A execute. This time they've busted out of that default spread way earlier in the round, and on a nice timing, it's going to put a lot of weight on the Magisk. Smoke coming in, peeks before it, and there's Donk.
Yeah,
instantaneous headshot.
Magisk can't handle him right now. He cannot handle him. And this A site has fallen, and Falcons are locked out of this again. You can't really go for the retake. There was not enough damage done. You're not in a position to feel comfortable. And in fact, because Team Spirit have been so dominant at the start of this, they're hunting them down on the beaches. Snappy's not allowed to save. Falcons may be allowed the mercy of 3, but that push from Chopper's coming in through that B bomb side as well. So these weapons look like they're going to be cleaved out of their hands, and that would be an absolute disaster to kick off this game for Falcons. Chopper goes into the cave. Sampaio will stand stall, and he's got himself the white knuckle grip on his weapon, desperately trying to hold on to it. Boris does the same, and they're doing a good job here, Falcons, at just pushing back this hunt.
Right, but I mean, you're still going to lose the round, and then you still have to be put in the situation. Zontix does find one, does find Boros, and Sampaio won't take that peek. It's all well and good. It's a silver lining to take a couple of those guns away from Team Spirit and keep at least one in the hands of Sampaio alive. But I mean, you're still down 0-5. You still didn't get to fight whatsoever in that round. It's just a nice A execute, a good timing for it. And for all the talk about how strong Donk is an individual player, obviously a good start, 7-1. We saw him with a great entry frag, but that's a tactical victory in the previous round. Back-to-back tactical victories where Falcons couldn't even go for the retake. It's so convincing on the start.
And it was yesterday that Falcons had their great, strong start to settle into the stage environment against ENCE. They've got a completely different story at the moment. Snappy trying to play aggressive on the CT side. He's fully committed into the canal. And Zontix is going for this peek. He wants to fight him, and he turns back. It's incredible from Zontix. The awareness and the composure to spin back and take that second kill.
And that's also Falcons flexing, saying we want to be able to dictate some action on the map. We've been letting Team Spirit play their game. Let's be disruptive. Let's get in their face and harass them a little bit. And it is just swatted aside like it's no big deal. 5-on-3 with over a minute in the round. And Team Spirit is in complete control. Sampaio is going to have to deliver if he wants to claw Falcons back into this round.
Magix has got, it looked like he had perfect timing. Might still have that opportunity. He receives the headshot first, but the AK-47 superior in that fight. Madden is going to be frustrated about that moment, and 40 seconds left. It's the two players on the other side of the map surviving for Falcons. And once again, Team Spirit head into A. They don't have a whole lot of money left over here. And Donk is pretty damn close to them. If he gets rid of this AWP, if he gets rid of this M4, the Falcons have nothing.
That'd be a huge tool to find. No one's looking for this push at this timing from the B bomb site. So hot on their heels, and we saw how ruthlessly Spirit wanted the hut in the previous round. It cost them a little bit of money. But Donk's going to go for it anyways.
Pius dropping a little further back. He's going to be flashed in here at Donk, passing that back to Magix, who will have become very used to flashing Donk into place. Flash it perfect to get rid of Pius's angle. He tucks into the corner, and Donk has to realize that, but Pius holds stead. He's looking for this follow-up, just desperately trying to hold the weapon, and because of Magix's health, he doesn't feel confident going around that corner. So he'll stand away until the final moment, and we'll go for a spam and a swing at the end. So Pius will not get his weapon. Nothing saved over for Falcons. There is no mercy on the server today.
Entirely worth it for Team Spirit. Entirely worth it to take away such a valuable weapon. And Falcons in an awkward economic situation. They'll have to make a decision during this second timeout they're using. This is Zonic, greatest coach of all time, trying to come up with solutions. It's a new team. It's a new roster. It's going to be difficult to overcome these hurdles. They're still figuring things out. And right now, he's got to do it on the fly. Team Spirit running over Falcons.
Second timeout for Zonic already. He's burning through these quickly, and for good reason. This is the Falcons map pick. Now we know how T-sided it can be. We know the CTs can suffer a slow start and find it difficult to get into the game, but we've seen Falcons try and throw a couple of different looks into the CT defense, and it's not like they're competing here. The majority of their kills are coming on exit frags, trying to save. They don't have the weapons for the job here, apart from the AWP of Pius, so that has to be the battering ram. And he's been detected early doors. Donk's turn. He has the same round again.
He's done this pretty much every time, whether it's Nate or Molotov in towards Dark, but we haven't, because they've had so much success elsewhere and they've fallen back into some A executes a number of times, he hasn't really had to aggress in towards Dark. They've won the round before he's really been needed to push into that position. He's just there to harass, to provide a little bit of pressure.
Pius realizes he has to take some risks. And that one's paid off. He goes around the corner, Zontix is taken out, and now Chopper feels like he can move through middle. In tandem, Donk takes Dark control.
Yeah, but this is it feels like that was almost a go signal for Spirit on the other side of the map. However, they do call it off. Donk's got that position in towards Dark.
He could get a second here too. Snappy's hiding behind the pillar, but how long can he hold it? He does step up. Donk is down, and Magic's down from Canal. It's a big kill up to the window, and he just detected Magic's too. Pius is rotating off. Remember, this was the only premium weapon alive. This AWP at the start of the round, and Pius nails that shot, goes back again, but this time brought down by Boris, and he is sharpening his butcher's knife. He'll drop into the site himself. It's a hefty clutch ahead of him.
Well, you got to start somewhere. Tapping the bomb, hoping to force someone into the open. Looking for camera. No one's coming through the smoke. Now you stick it, but your Molotov's about to fade.
Magix looking to slice up Magix, and he's done it. No issue for him towards the back of the cake, and now he's separated it, but there's 9 seconds left. He's so damn close, enough time to plant. And Magix just sits back. Boris, the butcher, bludgeons them to death. What a moment for Magix inside of the Spodek. Falcons can't catch a break.
They got absolutely wrecked there. Never able to double up on that fight. 3v1, and they couldn't find any way to work together. An individual peak. This is alone as well. Snappy's left in the cold with no HP. Magix just works them.
It doesn't look like it bothered him at all.
And look, that's the round you come into it, basically with only an AWP, hold the phone, a little bit of aggression. The off covers this push.
A whole lot of aggression, trying to be disruptive, and it's worked out early doors for Falcons. 2 picks just like that. They wanted to run this earlier. It wasn't effective because Zontix took them down, but this time Boras walks too far. A step in the direction of Chopper, and he sweeps him under the rug.
That might have been too much when you already have a 5-on-3. Now you've created a hole in the defense. that Magisk is going to have to run back to plug. 3 on 4. As this finally Falcons getting on the board. Everything that has been able to go wrong has gone wrong for Falcons in this game.
They still stand ahead. But that extra heartbeat of Magisk might fade away upon this A plate. Magisk descends down the rugs. Madden coming back to help him. A completely different story in his performance today. 0 kills, yet to find impact. Smoked out at heaven, severed off from his teammate inside of the site. It's good damage. And this has set up Falcons in the final 30 seconds to be in the favorable position to close this one. Team Spirit not on the site yet. Finally, they take that step. Ball plant coming in. Chopper falls. Snappy gets a double. And now it's just Shiro in limited time. But a clutch ahead of him. If he had extra time, maybe there's a chance. But with that 10 seconds left on the clock and the shot for Sampaias, Falcons will not let this one slip.
Not at all. That is really well done. You have the man advantage. Smartly played. Smartly played, and finally Falcons have a round on the board, the first one for them. Another timeout, this one used by Spirit, their first. They've had no issues, and now, I mean, you have to say, still not really any issues, just a matter of not letting Falcons build upon this.
Keeping them out of the game entirely is going to be super difficult, especially because they have got so much experience in terms of finding solutions. Snappy over the last few years has been incredible at staying in games, finding that mid-game adaptation to keep them into it. They're a team that always come back when they were inside events. And they've been growing in this tournament. Falcons have been getting better and better with every match we see them. And Madden still yet to frag. It's Donk with that opening. Predicts the movement in middle and takes his time as he walks through the water.
I'll say in defense of Madden, this is really the only time he's had a great chance of getting involved in the action early. A lot of it has been him rotating in hopeless situations. Magisk is in a little bit of trouble though, because Chopper's found his way behind into the smoke. And Magisk didn't expect it, and when it clears, he's gone. 5 on 3 and all 3 defenders at the B bomb site, so they have to push forward. Boros is going to try and rotate back, blows a gap in the smoke, but not a comfortable fight.
And he drops back, plays the disciplined style. And now Team Spirit prepared to execute into an empty A site. Snappy's push is being detected, but that battle of the in-game leaders goes the way of the Dane.
Doesn't matter, they already have the bomb site, and it'll be interesting to see how much Falcon pours into this retake, because it's going to be smoked off at camera, no easy avenue back. Falcon still at the B bomb site. That might just be it. So far out of position, they don't want to risk the weapons. This game is falling flat just by how dominant Team Spirit is playing and working Anubis.
You mentioned at the start of this game, Shiro is probably feeling a little strange about the lack of focus on him, the lack of pressure on his shoulders, because inside of this team, Donk is taking that limelight and he seems to revel in it, whereas over the years we discovered Shiro doesn't exactly like it when the big lights are pinned on him. We haven't had to mention his name yet.
Well, it's a different team, he's going to be much more comfortable in this when he's got someone like Donk popping off, and in his previous team of Cloud9 of Gambit, I mean, he didn't have that supporting cast popping off when he needed them to help out.
I love what Pim said in the group stage. She says this could be one of the most baller moves for Shiro stepping down from Cloud9 that was a head scratcher for everybody, and it makes the move to Team Spirit and suddenly has an upgrade.
Yeah, and they're firing on all cylinders, and look at the way they're forcing Falcons to just scramble for solutions. All 3 timeouts available to Zonic used in just 9 rounds of play. And they just can't find anything to slow down this Team Spirit machine. And so much of the conversation around nerves, around handling pressure, well, when you're this dominant, you don't have any cause to feel nervous, any cause to feel that pressure, because you're just running over them round after round after round.
And if you are Donk, you've had no experience to humble you in this tournament. You've had no experience to humble you at all in the Tier 1 circuit. This is your first prestige playoffs, and you're 8-1 up. You better hope that that timeout for Falcons has given them an idea, an adaptation for the end of this half to scramble together and pick up the remaining 3. Team Spirit not going deep into the playbook. It's a default again. Donk will start towards Dark. Neo on his gun, and Neo awaits in the grand final. And currently looking in this kind of form that Team Spirit will join him there. Hands off the mouse, hands off the keyboard. Such a comfortable environment at the moment. Magic flashed into A main. They don't want to just sit back. They don't want to give them all of the control, but as soon as there's a reaction, as soon as there's a move made on the map, Donk makes his play through Dark and breaks them apart in that opening. Second in for Dark, holds down Mouse 1, and even though he gets eventually traded, Zontex is right behind him, and Spirit break through B.
Yeah, he's done all the work nice and easy as they come at him, eliminates Snappy, and then just spots the follow-up swing from the defense at the perfect moment. Outplayed in, once again, a situation where these remaining Falcons players just can't even think about attacking and actually going for this round. It's going to be 9-1. Here's the initial contact. And remember, I mentioned earlier, Donk's been doing this every single round, but very rarely has he spun in and actually been aggressive with it. This time catches Snappy not ready for the fight.
Nine to 1. We've had our fair share of one-sided playoff matches so far inside of the Spodek. I know it's still map 1 of this semi-final, but a tantalizing prospect in the grand final. Spirit make it through for the rematch versus FaZe. And everybody talks about how FaZe are a different beast on the stage. And so far, that swing has not hit.
It's a timeout, a second timeout used by Spirit. I'm not sure why. I don't think they really need it at this point, but maybe they just want to hang out and have some fun.
Yeah, just making sure they stay composed. Hallie's just going around the back of the team, drilling out his orders, the conductor of this machine.
2 rounds remaining in this half, and for Falcons, it's not even a recovery mission for them in these last 2 rounds. It's just give us some kind of a foothold, something we can work with in the second half, and hope and pray that we build upon that and come alive in that second half. But first, you need the rounds to toy with.
And we've been seeing Team Spirit play this controlled default on the T side, and Falcons didn't want to just let it happen, so they pushed. We've seen so many different attempts of trying to be disruptive on the CT side, throwing aggression in, but even that was failed.
That push has worked once and it's failed once, but there's only so many times you can execute a push like that. Like, Spirit is going to be ready and prepared, knowing how they've kind of executed a couple of times. So we'll see what Falcons bring to the table. Op still in the hands of Sunpius. He's got 11 kills. Dragon make it 12. Oh, the trademark Sunpius peak. And he's got 2 to open up round 11.
You need some life. You look to the sun, and he's spraying straight through that window. Snappy looking to take a risk. It's Chopper this time. Up and Chop. Down Snappy. No problem for the in-game leader again, who's been winning that individual battle multiple times.
I think Snappy's seeing that Donk is eliminated, who's their dark player that we've seen harassing and pressuring that part of the map. Shiro as well, the Opera that might be far back looking for a push through dark. And Snappy sees a window of opportunity where maybe nobody's got their eyes on it, but Chopper shuts that down real quick.
But Senpais is repositioned. Sensing a weakness, an opening for Team Spirit through Dark. Falcons look to plug it quickly. Boris was sent out to clear close. Iron goes on to explode. Peaks, but Senpais still flicks back. That's 3 in this round so far. But is he going to be able to reposition back to A in time? Is that where Team Spirit want to go? And if they do drop into the canal, well, Madden's moved into position now to watch that. Magix goes back, and he's going to be that only A player having to deal with Chopper and Magix coming into this.
Yeah, but this is such a solid position. This should be really well done. Magix has so many options in this position. He sees both. He can back away safely in towards A main and play it really dynamically, delay as long as possible, keep them trapped inside the bomb site for his teammates to arrive.
Disciplined use of the smoke. Experience showing for Magix. Waiting on his teammates, knows they have the huge advantage in the player count, but Team Spirit, they're pushing forward, they're taking these fights, and suddenly just Magix again. Surely he can't clutch inside of this site a second time. And the answer to that is absolutely not. Madden takes him out towards heaven. And the second round, it was far hard for, but it's Senpais that gets them there.
I think that's the problem right now is across the entire Falcons team, you only really have Sun Pius delivering when you need it most with all this experience, with Magis, with Boros and his skill, with Madden in the game he played yesterday. You're only getting Sun Pius at the moment able to find any success and any comfort with the plays he's making.
And even though his kills look great too, there's been a lot of those being exit kills, just trying to save to his AWP. He's had multi-kills in those moments, but
he had a
finding impact.
He had a critical miss as well in the first gun round. That's oh so long ago at this point. Final round of the first half.
And a change-up for Donk's early positioning. He's not towards Dark this time. And Snappy knows that because he's pushed through Canal. He's taking a risk and he's running right by Shiro, who's smoked out. He'll use a nade, and Snappy now under pressure. How long can you keep your feet wet inside of the Canal? Because you're being bombarded with utility. You're being pressured from multiple sides. And your support network of Boros is now being pushed back.
This is what I mean. This is the third time they've ran it. And this time, look how passive everybody is when they see the Molotov, when they see the smoke come down. It's Zontix chucking nades from a distance, being very safe to any push out of A main as well. He knows exactly what that aggression looks like and doesn't take any damage for it.
Donk's about to round this corner at mid. Madden waits for him. Madden hits that headshot. Second kill this time for Falcons. They're not being broken apart in the mid position. Shiro decides to eradicate the defense though. When his riflers are down, it's the AWP that's come to play.
And now you've split the defense as well. A defensive smoke deployed. They're coming right through it. They don't want to wait. It's all on Boros.
That's a good first kill for Boros. Magic falls. Boros with the decapitation on the second. Just Zontix with a 1v3. Falcons so desperately need a third round. This was not a good CT half, but it's doable if they win an extra round here at the end. Zontix peeks towards heaven. Boros is slightly overextended, but it will not matter. He will secure a final round, a third for the Falcons to close this first half. But Team Spirit, their first stage match, is full of swagger.
Anubis was Falcons' map pick, and they're down 3-9. Sun Pius, the only bright spot they have to look to. And for Team Spirit, we haven't even had to see, this is what's frightening, we haven't had to see the explosion of individual ability, of Donk's prowess, of Shiro's prowess, because it's been a calm, tactical, clinical victory and domination for them in the first half. Let's see what Falcons have, trying to come back here in the second half of this opening map.
And the opposite for Falcons in the first. Snappy showing evident frustration. I'm going to try and cool their jets with a pistol victory in this second half. Magix has detected that play early on. Boros running after him, trying to catch him with a Glock, but they'll retreat, they'll fall back, and that bomb plant will start to come through.
Retake scenario, let's see what they've got. Everyone coming from CT spawn. One player is going to come in with a late play towards Temple.
And Chopper, he's got that smoke, he's got the kit too. So they've got extra seconds to play with here, Team Spirit, as they attempt this retake. Snappy sits at the back of the platform. And some Pius will deplatform. Zontix, good double headshot from the Chopper. The propellers are swinging, but it's Falcons that come through with the T-side pistol.
A spectacular again from Sun Pius. 18 kills now, quad kill in the pistol round to keep Falcons in this. That round loss could have buried them. It goes the other direction. And they get to start dictating things from the T side. Really well managed on both sides of the bomb site, peeking around, working with his teammates. And Falcons are still in this.
Team Spirit not going for the force buy. Falcons showed that they want to do that on the CT side, but Team Spirit have rounds to play with, so they feel comfortable taking a moment to let Falcons breathe.
Miss Molly for Snappy not going where he wanted. Miss Nate for Snappy not going where he wanted. So he'll hang out outside of Dark.
Yeah, fortunately for Snappy, it's not going to cost him too much. He's going to walk through towards Dark and pressure this B bomb site. There's 3 pistols here. He's either about to make a whole lot of money or he's dead in an instant.
He's got numbers, and then he just tells everyone else to move forward. Utility in place, and it should be an easy round here for Falcons. Magisk with the opening kill. Bomb will be planted. And no real danger of a retake with just USPs and a salvaged MAC-10. So Falcons won't hit any kind of a speed bump. They'll be clawing this closer, 5-9.
AK goes down. Boros gets aggressive, kind of his trademark.
Yeah, but that's a huge mistake. That'll be one that Falcons talk to him about this game, and they're like, we can't risk AK-47s, because now you've lost another. And now when this bomb goes off, Magix is going to be looking to recover that. So Boros, just a little bit of a misstep, could have a huge impact.
Doesn't always show restraint. And now they're hoping that that bomb blasts the AK onto the beach, so these pistols can pick it up and leave. They're hoping it blasts towards them. Will it? It blows into the corner, so a sprint from Magix to try and grab it, and he's got it. Boros gives them an AK-47. We'll see if that comes back to punish them.
Well, it's immediately shuffled down the line to Donk. Give him the 1-bullet headshot rifle.
Oh, God. Yeah,
Let's
when you're
see what
up
he can do with
against
it.
Donk and you give him an AK for his first gun round on the CT side. Better off showing restraint in the last round, though.
Yeah, that's a little bit scary, but I'm more interested to see what Falcons is going to come out with in this gun round. What kind of a fight are we going to get out of them in the second half on this T side? Can Snappy work them? Ents, when he was the leader of the Ents lineup, they were a very dangerous Anubis team. I'm curious what he's been able to do with this new lineup very early on. But remember, this is their map pick. There's a certain level of comfort that they had to have here on Anubis to pick this map. And Snappy can certainly call them back into this game.
Yesterday, it was simplicity. Yesterday, it was Madden on the T side finding space, working gaps, delivering impact. So far, Team Spirit sitting back. They haven't given a single fight to Falcons early on, but they don't have information on this CT side. And Donk is becoming one of the best Dark players in the world. And now he's set up for a play with Magix aggressive out of B main. Snappy realizes there's a gap to move through Dark, and possibly even more of a gap towards this A bomb site due to the numbers spotted. So Zontix, you said you're going to step up on the stage. Let's see if he really means it. Double kill, lines it up. Madden takes him out swiftly. Rotations coming through, and Donk is the first player to arrive. Here's that AK-47. Thank you very much, Boros. The Spodek has its new sovereign. Donk just runs them over.
That's really well. You got to give all credit to Zontix there, though. Yeah, the Donk kills at the end are flashy. Zontix has no utility. He's got nothing to slow down that hit. The fact that he gets a double out of this is absolutely wild. Nade on his feet, still manages the first fight, cleans up the second one as well. Pius couldn't handle it, and then Donk comes in for the cleanup. Doubled up on the scoreboard, 10-5. And Falcons very quickly brought back down to Tech 9s and a Deagle, no AKs on the map. And remember, all 3 timeouts used in the first half.
So a quick call, nice and simple from Falcons, trying to break open this A site. Zontix goes 1 for 1. He gets early information on the amount of players that have pressured this bomb site, but it's about Madden on the flank. Shiro detects it, locks him out of the play. Boris has to send a shot right back and does so immediately. They're not calling it off just yet. They're repositioning. They're sending Donk to the beach. And he's joining up with Magix to come in with a double setup through heaven. Noise being made in the water. That causes the swing. Pius manages one, but again it is Donk, even on low HP. But Boros eventually will take him out of it. And because of Shiro's initial damage, he cannot do this. He has to retreat.
It's all good. I think Team Spirit's saying we can kind of go for this retake, see what we get, because we're sort of playing with house money. We're buying in the next round regardless. Shiro's got plenty of cash for an AWP. He can drop that AK-47 over to a teammate. So Falcon's not out of it just yet, but good to see a little fight back. Bum rush into the A bomb site, overwhelm the defense, and clean things up in the post plant. 3rd timeout used by Spirit.
Ali used them early in that first half. Now his last chance in regulation to take 30 seconds has passed. And so it will be for Zonic.
This is a critical round that could break Team Spirit's economy. Falcons have to know they've got that money at a breaking point. This is their path back in. This is their path to a comeback.
And we know they can close the gap quickly. MR12 allows that option. You can quickly lose a game and quickly find yourself back on your feet. Magix has to go to the shotgun. The XM 1014 makes an appearance in the semi-final. Double stack of grenades onto the head of Magix. No need to panic yet for Team Spirit. They started with 4 players towards the B bomb site, but that has shifted now as Chopper will leave.
There hasn't been a whole lot of pressure put on this B bomb site by Falcons throughout this game. We haven't really seen them flirt with it too much. Actually, they haven't really flirted with middle a whole lot either. A lot of the attention has been towards A main, but this time Madden's going to throw some utility to make Chopper feel the pressure. Feel like they're taking control of his part of the map. Once again, Zontix very early on as well is pretty much out of utility. 1 flashbang to work with when this smoke clears, so he's going to step forward.
Oh, he clears close angle, but there's plenty more players around that corner. Magix is probably closer than he would have expected. And when that flash in, Zontix thought he turned in time, but he turns back to a mouthful of lead.
I think he wanted to, he saw the map control utility in towards A main, and he thought if he went for some aggression after it, he could catch him off guard. Over the top of the smoke, Magix just walks right into it. And now Snappy's got the map under his control. He can work this defense how he chooses.
But he's got to cage up Shiro and Donk inside of this B bomb site. Shiro misses his shot, so it's Donk from the darkness, gets himself 1 more, but that's not going to be enough. That isn't enough to keep Team Spirit in this fight.
Well, they're still here, still fighting back. 7-10, Falcons within 3. The nature of this game has changed because Team Spirit is back down to saving. No money in the bank for a buy. And Falcons starting to warm up into it. And you can't say enough at this point for Pius, who keeps delivering. 23 kills to top the server. None of his teammates are even in double digits.
He's been their life support, just keeping them alive until hopefully the rest of his teammates show up. And so far, we're starting to see signs of that, starting to see the Falcons get warmed up. And we know how sharp they can be when Snappy's at the helm of a T side. This time his grenades are better. He's made that adjustment. He's forced Donk back. He goes up against his D-goal, and it's still Donk. Even despite taking the initial damage and being under pressure, he gets away with one.
That was ugly from both players. I think Snappy's going to be frustrated. He didn't clean that kill up with the MAC-10. All the advantages in the world, but that armor helps Donk out massively. 3 HP remaining. Can still be a nuisance during the chaos of an execute. But one of his teammates has gone down, and now they're encroaching from the B-bomb site.
And limited HP here for Donk. He is going to be absolutely annihilated by Boros. Matches moves forward. They've got the B-bomb site, and they've dispatched of the pistols.
Both defenses struggling on this map. It's been an offensive affair.
And that is what Anubis can be. And I start to raise concern about the fact that Team Spirit, this is a young roster. This is an inexperienced roster on a few of these players on this stage, and they've used up all of their timeouts already. So if it does get close, if it does come to the brink right at the end of this map, they don't have that moment to cool down. You've got to rely on the likes of Chopper to try and get them through this. And yeah, you mentioned probably going to be frustrated. There's your confirmation.
Yeah, that one will piss you off. 10-8 within 2. We just mentioned, due to the nature of the first half, Spirit never had to feel any pressure. Up 9-1 at one point. Well, now it starts getting a little nerve-wracking. Shiro's got the op. He's been quiet. We haven't had to say his name a whole lot in this map. When Falcons defense was struggling, the op on Sunpius was peeking window, harassing them in canals, harassing them at the stairs. We'll see how Shiro decides to change his play style. He's brought the op over to the A-bomb site, where previously Falcons have been encountering Zontix with the rifle. That op could now be in position as well.
They move through the mid-smoke. Falcons disrespect the utility, and they've gained information, and now they've gained the element of surprise. Chopper had no idea. Absolutely no idea that Madden could be through, and he isn't stopping. Through the camera, he will run past Zontix's crosshair, and Zontix, oh, he struck the net. He's got away with a double still. And Madden is looking confused, makes up for his mess, but his teammates have to do the rest. He's with Magisk, and that kill from Donk has pulled it back in favor of Team Spirit suddenly, and they're in pole position to force 11.
Zontix just got the perfect kill that dropped the bomb, forced Snappy to go for it, which caused him to get spammed down through smoke.
Madden hasn't moved. He still stays in heaven. There's still time to play with to stay composed. And it's two players that embody that word, composure, in these moments. Utility placed to allow that bomb to get back into the hands of Magisk. Molotov to stop the push from heaven. And the plant will be put through.
A tough retake, but they have a man advantage. There's no kits, it'll have to be fast, and they're all here, and here we come.
Magisk 6 down at Cake, his teammate out at May. He's looking for this first fight to go his way. He stays composed behind the Cake and swings on out to his death. And Shiro makes the retake happen. This has pushed Team Spirit closer and closer to closing map 1.
That round is really an unfortunate sequence of events for Falcons in so many different ways. Spirit coming out on top of it, but you can still say they had the right call, Falcons. Moving through mid, they caught Chopper completely unawares on the timing. They had an exposed A-bomb site with just Zontix, but yet again he delivers another double kill. We mentioned he's one of the guys who said, I'm not worried about playing in front of a crowd.
It's not logical.
It's not going to be an issue for me. I'm going to step up, and he's backing those words up in a huge way.
And you're right, we have heard that many a time at this event, in particular from some of these rookie players coming out onto the stage, and then we see them crack under the pressure when they first feel it.
Not Zontix. I'll give him a lot of credit for that one. He has been some critical double kills in a tough position on Anubis at the A-bomb site.
Well, this is it, Jason. This is the final stand for Falcons. If they lose this gun round, money's back in the bin. And this map will surely be over. Spirit will be up one map in the semi-final. This is the Falcons' pick. This is their playground. And so far, it's the kids having fun. It's going to be a slow round due to the positioning of the bomb.
Showing standard utility in the middle as well. It's Madden working behind it. Solo. The bomb is still outside of the B bomb site on the back of Boros. So I would imagine Falcons is going to take control of A main, show their presence, take a little engagement, let them know, let Spirit know they're here, and back away to join up for a split at B. And it's pulling the defense, all this pressure. It's shifting Donk and Chopper.
Madden cannot stop that peak. Get donked. Straight through the play, 30 seconds left.
They're missing the window though. They need to hustle this up just a little bit. Magic has dropped back with an AWP. It's a double up setup. Now Magic has gone down. They need to get into this bomb site right now.
Falcons searching for survival. They'll drop out with that bomb, and that bomb is now on the ground and not where they want it to be. They've got to pick it up. Sampais is burning. He can't handle the heat. He can't handle the round. He's run away, and there's no time to plant. There's no time to win this. And even though Snappy gets a double headshot, 1 second ticks on, and the round is over. And after the time, it's a headshot nearly coming through here. Donk will not get that final piece inside of Dark.
Well, the fake doesn't work. Too many players picked off, nobody having success, and Spirit's able to shift back. 12-8, 4 chances to close out the map.
This is the swing. You thought Madden was going to hold the angle. And the questions about whether the update was going to nerf Donk, well, nope, not yet. Definitely not yet. And look what they've got now, Falcons. Boosting Sampais through the fire. He takes 23 damage and he can't handle the heat. He's out of there again.
I think they were doing that to get him a fast peek in Dark with the AWP, but man, all those Molotovs just ruining his day.
I hate to say it, but he did fly too close to the sun there, and he's out of there with 17 health. Flash around the B corner. Falcons look to burst their way through. There's not a lot of utility, which doesn't leave options.
No, it really doesn't let you make any kind of a complicated game plan across the map. And actually, Chomper being very aggressive. This is going to be a flash peek. Boros is playing anti-flash, but he's very close up. Here it comes.
Chopper swings, good flash for Falcons, as Chopper's blinded by in that maneuver, and Donk has to be careful. He doesn't get timed on. He's having to worry about multiple angles, but they don't buy him. No scope from Sampais is an essential trade, but suddenly it is just Sampais and Madden. Falcons about to concede map 1. Magic's with a brilliant headshot. It's been so stylish from Team Spirit. They're in search of a grand final here in Katowice, bringing Donk onto the stage for the first time. And they're about to shoot down the Falcons on map 1. Madden wraps around the site. As it was clutch yesterday, we can't keep him out of any of these situations, but the time is becoming limiting, and Magix will remove him. It's Team Spirit 1 map up in this semi-final, searching for a grand final versus FaZe, and they're damn close to it.
Shiro and Donk, I think definitely it's a scary duo. And I wonder how it will be to play against them on like a big stage and this kind of stuff. If Donk will do 218 or Shiro will just pop off and this kind of stuff. I'm looking forward to it, but so far they are a scary duo.
The games I've watched him play, it's like the moves he does, he always has a multi-kill up his sleeve. I remember one round we tried to push him in Cologne on Anubis. On A side we did the correct read. He's standing behind the donut on A side, kills one on the left, kills one on the right, kills one on the left, flicks up when one of us is jumping on top of him, kills him as well, and then
what you can expect. I mean, he's very passive. I think he's definitely the most passive operator in Tier 1 currently. People labeled him like a young Device in some way, but I think, for example, Device now is much more aggressive because he understands the meta needs it. So to counter him, I think definitely you just are not as afraid as you are against other operas to get punished. When you're on the T side, for example, you know if you're gonna push into a side, he's always gonna be there. And you know that he's gonna hold the right angles, he's gonna dodge flashes, like he's very smart, so...
I feel like we still haven't seen what he's capable of. He's in good form, but they were playing against lower tier teams where Donk has been taking over super hard. He's just been there, solid, shooting, killing what he's supposed to kill and doing what he's supposed to do. I really want to see him against tough opponents where you have to be the anchor of the team.
Try as Falcons might be flipping Anubis on its head. That hot start for Team Spirit proving all too costly, because I think it's fair to say it was a donkening on the T side for Team Spirit, with the rest of the squad ample backing up behind him. And any questions we had, Matthew, about how Spirit were going to perform on this very stage, they just said, shut the hell up. We can do exactly what we did in groups up here in the Spodek.
Yeah, listen, Freya, I just think we had it all wrong. We are talking about how Donk is going to be tested. Donk is the test. He tests you. That's what's happening. Once again, what a performance from him. Multi-kills galore, opening kills, entry kills. And I have to give it to Falcons. Did he put up a fight? We're going to talk about Sampayas, but it just wasn't enough. The nerves, the spirit, they keep on playing. They keep on doing the Counter-Strike they know and love.
Yeah, and as much as it was a Donk show, it was also his teammates stepping up to the plate as well. They were all equally contributing, and as we heard in like the interview thing with like JL and all those guys, they were talking about how Shiro was kind of like, the way they talked about him made me think of, oh, Zywoo?
Wait, is that what you got from that one?
That's what I got from that. He's a little bit passive, you know, his team's kind of doing everything, and then he's kind of there, and if you go into him, he plays it smart, he plays it slow, and he's hitting his shots.
Are we watching the same AWP?
I don't know. I think I'm going to leave it here, and we can touch on it at a different point in time.
Should we dive into the nitty-gritty of what was that T side from Team Spirit? Because so many well-orchestrated attacks, basically. Any bomb site they hit, it was successful.
Yes, Spirit had a ton of success on their T side, and one of the ideas that we put out there was the lack of aggression or the possibilities of aggression for Falcons. And they're going to get punished for that a couple times. Round 5 is where I want to start this conversation. We see here it's 1 minute and 15 seconds on the clock, so it's still a lot of times to play with. And there is this stack coming out of Falcons. 2 players towards middle, 2 players towards the B side. Now, you can pay attention to Donk. Of course, he's going to be paving the way as an entry frag. The reason I put this keep up rather is to see not only the synchrony of utility is going to be flying towards Magisk, but the timing found by Donk. At this very moment, as you could see, Magisk sees the utility flying. There's a Molotov here, another one's going to hit the ground right there. He tries to escape, but Donk finds him at the absolute perfect time. He's been put in that position with Zontix, and then they just scale. You can see here in transition, Magisk, he's got no choice, he's got to pull back. So the call is correct from Chopper. He outcalls the defense, so to speak, and the execute is right. And this is what we were talking about. If you let Spirit just go through the motions, through their strategies, they have the protocols, they have the right utility, and you can just let Donk go in these opening situations, which he very much so elaborated plenty of rounds here in this first game.
And this is the first gun round for Falcons too. They force spawn the round 2, round 3, it's another eco. You know, they don't really have a chance to get into the game here. And what they're going to start doing is they're going to be like, okay, you know what? You guys we let you walk up, you get into A main, you get to fully execute on us. We're trying to like set up a play for somewhere else. Let's do this canals push. Let's do this thing. Let's take the fight to you. Let's not give you any space so that you can set up your plays. And, you know, they ended up doing this a few times. But the first time they ran this was on round 6, I think.
I think that was right after this. That was the reaction to this round.
It was the reaction to this round. So what they do is, you know what? We can't give them the space. Let's do this coordinated team effort. They're going to get a smoke down on the canal step. Snappy's going to push all the way through E-box. Zontic's able to swing all the way out and kill Snappy. And Burrows was A main. Why didn't he come through? He might have had a smoke. He could have smoked out the molly if there was a molly there. He could have ran into the molly at the last few seconds, take a little bit of damage, but he could have saved Snappy's life, got the first pick off, and then they could have stabilized from there. You know, CT side on this map is very difficult. It's a very T-sided map because you get to have so much map control, and you get to just do this push and pull, pendulum, back and forth stuff. But losing that round in that fashion, we're actually going to see Snappy getting really upset with Burrows there. Like, why didn't you peek out? What's going on? And we heard about like right here, we see this reaction, like he's just like, what's going on here? Snappy's looking at him like, what are you doing? Why didn't you come help me? And we heard about how Falcons spent so much time on building the foundation up, and this is the result of that foundation. Like, yeah, you guys messed up in game, but you should have more resilience than this. You can't.
It's a very frustrating round as well.
Yeah.
Because by itself, the solution is correct. Like you can see, Falcons cannot afford to play passive and defensive. So what do? They take the fight to Spirit. But here, a little bit of disjunction between the two sides. The two prongs are not connected, and then it's a double kill. And that very move that you showed us is going to happen 2 or 3 times. It was the entire story of the first half. How are we going to get a 5v4 for us? How are we going to get some sort of map control? The only answer was Sampayas. But it wasn't the only heartbreaking moment in this game.
Oh no.
We go from heartbreak to heartbreak to heartbreak. You show us this round 6, frustration for Falcons. Round 7, they finally find some sort of footage, some sort of happiness in this game. And then it is the 1v3. In fact, I think it's a 1v4 at the very start for Magix. Here we see all of the kills, but just to elaborate on what it does, he fakes the bomb plant twice. He does it with a Molotov first to make sure that the second fake of the bomb triggers a reaction. And there we see the lack of team play coming in. We see a little bit of 1v1, disjunction in the timings, and he wins that clutch. I thought this was it. I thought Falcons would just disconnect from the server after this clutch.
And that was why it was so impressive to see him, you know, fighting back a little bit when we come into that second half particularly, but we have to give Donk his flowers, right, Josh? He's been a name that we've been talking so much about, and the fact that he was able to deliver so consistently, again, in front of the biggest crowd he has ever faced in his life, and not seem phased. You know what? I'm believing what Zontic said in that pre-match interview. They just don't give a damn that there's a crowd in front of them.
Yeah, you know, we were kind of like, should we give it to them or should we not before the game started? I think they look pretty good. And I was thinking, like, in that second half, is it going to happen where this is where they crumble? CT side of Anubis, it's a very difficult side. Are they starting to feel it? Because anybody can start with a good 5-0, 6-0 lead, but it's after that when the going gets tough. Are you going to be able to overcome that? And they showed that they could. I mean, Anubis CT side, that's a pretty good test if you can stay and keep your ground there.
Oh yeah, I agree with you, definitely. I think on the CT side, Donk had to bide his time just a little bit, be a bit more patient, because some of the highlights we saw here, when he gets to decide if or when he fights you on the T side, like, you're done. That's it. Like, Snappy got eliminated 2 or 3 times by the same swing into cave. He was trying to fight for his position, and Donk found it every single time. Same with the bridge push. The only player that did any kind of noteworthy achievement in this game was Sunpius.
Yeah.
It literally was a one-man show for the longest time for Falcons, and he provided solutions to Snappy. He found opening kills with the AWP, twice from bridge, once from the B side as well. He gave a little bit of breathing room to Falcons. He continued with the pistol round, 4K as well in the second pistol round. He is a big stage player. He was already in the Movistar Riders at the very beginning of his top-level career, and he continues to deliver. He just needs a support cast right now.
And dare I say it, Josh, you know, without Sampaio stepping up in those crucial moments, this game would have been over far, far quicker. I think Spirit would have had all the runway to close this even more convincing.
Yeah, I was looking at the game score. It was 9-4, but Sampaios was already at 18 kills at that point. It's like, okay, like if he doesn't have these 18 kills, what does the score look like without that? You know, maybe whenever you're talking about Counter-Strike, it's never just like one round that kind of makes everything. It's every little, it is one round. It is like every little instance that happens. It's every kill that you get. It's if you reset their money, if you're keeping them low on money, so they have to use Mac 10s, if they have to do a certain play, they don't have enough smokes or mollies or whatever to do a full set play. So every kill actually matters to a degree. And Sunpius, if he didn't get those, maybe we don't see the same, maybe we see an even worse scoreline in favor of Team Spirit.
Yeah, even with that map loss, still delivering some vitamin destruction from Sampaio. But on the flip side, it's impressive that we see Spirit, even with their backs pushed against the ropes on that CT side, still managing to come out with a W. So let's check in with the Spirit camp after stealing away their opponent's pick.
Gonna have a quick check-in with Nokibridge here, who's the performance coach for Team Spirit. And okay, one thing that has impressed me, Zontix, Donk coming onto the stage. Zontic said to me, his whole mindset was, it's just a game. Is this something you've tried to put into him? Because it seemed to me at least that the team felt different today when I'm talking to them.
Different to what, do you mean?
Different in terms of their attitude and just the way they were. They seemed more serious and more just focused.
Yeah, I think they're a little bit excited about today's game. But speaking of Zontix and Donk, they're pretty mature for their age. Like Zontix, he's really cold-blooded and he really had to show some emotions or something. And Donk, he's just playing his game. He's just having fun. And we try to focus him and all the other players on the game itself, not thinking about stage, not thinking about opponent and all the stuff that it's just decorations, you know.
And that's crazy though, because we see many players, young players especially, come on the stage and they don't play the same. So was there something specific you did?
It's hard for me to compare because I don't know how different players are preparing. But for me, I have some experience of preparing the players. Coach has a lot of experience to understand how it could be felt when you're on stage. And so we are trying to make it in theory. And now they have a test to feel it in practice and to try it. How good they are, handling such pressure, you know.
And you happy with what you've seen so far?
A little bit, yeah.
I would be as well. He's doing some great work. Let's see if he continues going into the second map.
Yeah, I don't blame him because Spirit have looked cool, calm, collected, so much so that you might have been fooled to thinking that was their map pick. It wasn't. Ancient is what lays in wait. Falcons starting on the CT side of things. Matthew, how do you see this one shaping up?
Listen, the fact that Spirit were able to stop this comeback from Falcons on Anubis gives me even more confidence that we're looking at a 2-0 right there. I had my questions and my doubts as we started this series, but some point that you mentioned at the very beginning of this segment here was that it wasn't only the Donk show, and this is why my trust in the Falcons success is dwindling like snow under the sun, because you have other players who are capable of stepping up in moments where doubt starts creeping in. Zontix, multi-kills twice on the A side on the rifle in a round that goes a little bit astray. Magix suddenly brings in a shotgun out of nowhere and has the ability to find kills in there. So if we said it's the Donk show only, we would be missing part of the story and part of the reason why this Spirit is so strong right now.
And one of the things that Falcons does really well is they do the simple things really well. But this last match, we didn't see them do the simple things well. And when we go into Ancient is a map where the first phase of the round, every round is like the CT is pushing down B, the CT is pushing down mid, taking that control. What happens if Spirit kind of just throws one smoke here, one molly there, disrupts that? What's going to happen to them when they're not able to get their game plan and there is a disruption to it? Are they going to be able to handle that, or are they going to start freaking out like they did on Anubis?
That is the question, Josh. You know what? Time to get some answers, but not before we head things to a quick break. When we're back, a chance for Spirit to make it through to that grand final 2-0. Their choice of Ancient awaits.
Jump across. Oh my God!
And Fnatic are starting to crumble. What's going on? Let's look at Break Snowby's looking to shine the brightest, and he does it! His first grand final. Let's get it on!
think he's really good at making stars. I think so far Spirit like produce good amount of stars. Like you can see Donk, I think it was also Dexter back in the days. I also think Magix is pretty underrated. I think Chopper knows how to get like the 100% of the player he have, take them like it takes the player for his next level, kinda.
Chopper and whoever is doing the scouting in Spirit is really, really good. I think they've had their hands on a lot of good players throughout the years, and Chopper was always in that team, and he's always coming like to the major or to some big events with unknown kids like behind him, and they turn out to be some of the best in the game, you know. And the main thing I can praise Chopper for is like finding these like diamonds in like CIS scene and helping them develop.
Donk is super young, and if Chopper can become a influencer fatherly figure for him, he can mold that player into whatever he feels is best for the team. Of course, utilizing Donk's skills and not suppressing his abilities.
Chopper is definitely in a place I think where he deserves to be. Obviously been with Spirit for many years now. I think he's like kind of worked his way up, and he deserves this chance to be the IGL and have really good players around him. So I think this chance for him was kind of meant to be, and I think he's done a good job in the recent years as well.
To be honest, he's one of my favorites, definitely in Tier 1. Seems like a really friendly guy. I mean, he's been through so much. He played with Vega Squadron, of course. He reached the major there. Like, I mean, I think he's an incredible IGL. Maybe like the best or one of the best in the CIS region currently. I think he proved it. Obviously, he has great players under his leadership today. Yeah, I'm really excited to see where they take it. Spirit, obviously, with Donk as well, it's a very exciting talent. Of course, Shiro there, and even Zontix is a really good player. Magic has always been stable. So I think they have a really good lineup.
This is his time to shine. With all the players that he has right now, he has to make it work.
It's time for the DHL Drop. Whether you are in the arena or watching from home, you can participate in the DHL Drop. Follow the steps for a chance to win amazing prizes. Hold up the DHL Drop sign or type !DHL Drop on the chat to enter.
IEM Katowice has been a series of questions all focused on one kid. Can he do it against the best in the world? Can he do it in the group stage? Can he do it on the big stage here in the playoffs? And each of them has been a resounding yes from Donk.
And now there's a new question. The question is, who can stop him? Who can put an end to this reign of terror that Donk has brought to the Spodek so far? The first map goes Team Spirit's way, and now they're heading into Ancient. This is Team Spirit's pick, and a grand final awaits them if they can bring down the Falcon.
Grand final and the final boss in phase, if they can get there. Chopper is going to be piling up some utility. Execute coming in for the pistol round.
Here comes that utility. Chopper's the man dishing it out. Donut smoke is going to cause a couple of problems for Falcons, and a couple of decisions to be made. And there is no donut smoke yet. Eventually it will land. That's the second smoke coming in alongside CT. So Donk swings out. There's the pistol. Started off strong again from Donk, and that clock don't stop. Donk pushes forward, breaks through the A defense, and has pushed Falcons completely away.
Now he's got two guns. Let's see what he can do with it. If you're Falcons, like, do you even go for this retake?
I mean, you can't hear him scream on the stage this time, but you're hearing the shots ring out of those Julies, and you know you don't want to go back into this, but you have to face the Donk. And he stays outside of Donut. Snappy's a little further back in that position, but Donk is getting itchy feet. He wants to move into spawn. The Jewel Beretta is brought down by Magisk. A second headshot picked up by the Dame, but the time is just ticking on too far. This round is slowly expiring, but Snappy dives onto default and will die in that same position. Fleeing the scene, Team Spirit run away.
I actually don't even think Falcons really wanted to go for that until Magisk gets two long-distance kills. And like, all right, well, I guess we are. I guess we're here. We might as well. But it doesn't matter. Shut down immediately afterwards, and Team Spirit has a 1-0 lead.
He's just devastating, isn't he, when he just gets going. Even the awkward fights, he still wins them. And it turns out you still can't hear those screams.
You're still going to hear it a little bit. Second round coming in, forced by from Falcons. So now if we turn our gaze over to the Falcons after the first map of Anubis, it's who's going to join Sun Pius and providing some resistance to this Team Spirit. That's a beautiful shot. Smoke blown open and Magis gets deleted. Playing hot potato, Magix. And Calm descends on the map. Madden's brought down to 22. And Team Spirit is slowly going to work their way in towards A main. There's no resources here for Falcons. None of the defense is positioned at this bomb site. So looking to be nice and easy and clean for Team Spirit.
Magix defends the cave aggression, buying extra time for this round to be confirmed as comfortable for Team Spirit. Molly to clear out CT. They'll go through their motions and they'll stay composed as they put that bomb down. And Falcons have shown that they're willing to go for the second round force buy on the CT side pretty much all the time. We've seen it against ENCE yesterday. We've seen it in the opening map here. It's a similar story though. Every time they make a gamble stack, it hasn't paid off. They have to save into the next.
Yeah, they had a little bit of a dangerous one on Anubis in the second time they tried it. And once again, Team Spirit's going to go for the hunt.
Oh, they're going to try and rip these weapons out of their hands, and it's the best weapon for that job. The MAC-10 set up with a flash. Chopper swings on through. It's one collective for Chopper. Shiro makes sure that he gets revenge, and there's no one else inside of that cave, so they'll back away.
That's a nice weapon taken away, though. That's the FAMAS. Could have been a little bit dangerous moving forward. Good hunt at the end of the day to grab 2 extra kills, and it's 2-0. Anubis started out, what, like 9-1 in the favor of Team Spirit, 8 rounds in a row, something crazy like that. Falcons have to make sure that doesn't happen, and I guess that's kind of the scary factor they're gonna have to face. Remember, they had to use all 3 timeouts in the first half of Anubis as well. They need to be able to adapt, and they need to find some success way, way earlier on.
Sampaius, when he has the scout, is often very good at getting some tags out, at least. And when he does that, he softens up his opponents for some of these pistols to become potent. We'll have to wait and see if Sampaius can get himself in a position to do so in this kind of round, and that really is their only hope. Magix is taking a backseat over the years in this Team Spirit side, especially with the acquisition of Donk and Shiro. But he was the player that had the most stylish display of firepower on map 1. And he's charging out of cave, holding down Mouse 1 and clearing out with a Galil. Cleans up that defense, allows the pathway to be safe for Team Spirit to put the bomb down. Once again, they avoid Sampaius.
Nice and easy. A little bit of utility to cover their advancement and confidently taking fights. Boros is going to shift over. He's just outside of Jaguar. Sampaius going to try and keep the scout alive. But no resistance quite yet. Team Spirit haven't had a whole lot of obstacles in these first 3 rounds.
Sampaius is running back to spawn. Donk doesn't like that fight. Don't know if he's seen him, but should have seen at least the toes. And yeah, the swing comes out to peek him, and Sampaius moves off that angle just at the right time, and Boros is given nothing. Now, I will be watching Boros closely on this CT half. He made some peculiar maneuvers on both halves of Anubis that left Snappy looking frustrated. And that is a criticism that has been put out there about Boros in his game. We know he's got all that skill, but he's completely raw.
Well, he's got some catching up to do. There's just another really young talent as well, and you can see the potential in terms of his skills, but a lot of catching up in terms of decision-making, reading the game as well. And his whole thing is he's got to carve out a place in this team, because when you're surrounded by these players who have won championships, guys who have won a major winning coach, you don't get a whole lot of leeway. You don't get a whole lot of time to figure it out. So Boros has his own level of pressure weighing down upon his shoulders. Falcons have control of mid. That's Magisk and Boros working in tandem. Snappy is in Jaguar as well behind Smoke.
Snappy is sprinkling bullets down at lane, but it's all about this fight, and Sampaius, he helped the angle, but Zontix rips apart that AWP. And now Magic senses a gap in this B-bomb site defense, so he pushes forward as he does so often, setting up Dawn for that follow-up kill. And as he falls, Shiro answers, and the bomb will be planted for Team Spirit. Falcons have got to go for this one, and Magisk has got the blind side. Shiro wasn't seeing that.
He's the only one there. They got to be a little bit careful. Zontix is coming over slowly, but there's no one defending this bomb at the moment, really, except for Chopper.
They're going to piece that together soon. They're going to realize Zontix was far away. Last spotted towards that A-bomb site, and Boris holds. And just as we call his name, he finally finds impact on Ancient.
Yeah, that's curious, though. Team Spirit, when two players go down at that B-bomb site, they got everything they wanted in terms of the entries, in terms of the trades, but staying way too spread out for too long in that post plant. And Falcons have an easy avenue back in.
Both teams were willing to burn their timeouts very early on.
I'll tell you what, though, I can't believe Zontix ripped Sampaius' head off quite like that.
That is incredible. That angle is so favored to the AWPer. We talked about holding angles in this update, decreasing that Peaker's advantage, while Zontix still shows Spirit can rock it. Exchanges and utility thrown down middle. The B lane is a blanket of fire and bombs. Donk doesn't care about the elbow pressure. He knows he's got a timing to get out to those bottom boxes, but will they read it? Will they predict it? It doesn't even matter if they're looking right at him, because Donk is faster on that trigger, and his teammates are with him. He's never alone. He's always got the support of Spirit beside him. And a 3v3 established off the early skirmish.
I like that hustle as well from Shiro, chasing down Magisk, forcing him back in towards Donut, forcing him to use a smoke just to get away. And they'll come back to it. Shiro can provide a lot of cover with these lines of sights. It's Snappy who's isolated in Jaguar. When is his moment?
Snappy's hearing steps. He's gathering information on the movements of Team Spirit. He will have heard that descent down into middle. But he knows Magix is still in the B lane, and while he stands, Snappy cannot make his move. And just about to peek. Timing favors Snappy, but Magix considers, he looks back.
I think he spotted the shoulder. I think he pulled him into that play, made the footsteps so that Snappy would get out of position, and now it's all on Magix.
And from the big box, it's a big round here. Flashes over, sound made, good peek out, instant decapitation. Magisk with the double kill. Shiro tries to get through the smoke. It's a 1v2 ahead of him, and this time he's got a little time to play with. He'll sprint towards the side, switches to the AK-47 instead by Magisk with a magical round. Holds from the big box, and where they need him to step up most, he's right there.
There it is. There's a little bit of life and all that experience. Good round from Magisk, saving the day, essentially in a 1v3 at that B bomb site. Uses trickery and positioning to win it out. It all started in middle. The trade game. And Magisk ends this round with all 5 kills, an ace, as he puts it together. And yeah, that's an appreciative glance from Donk. He said he wanted to play against Magisk. Got a little taste of it there for the first time in this series.
Now he sees his game on the stage from a different perspective. We'll have sat at home as a young teenager watching Magisk lift major trophy after major trophy. And on this very stage with that man on your screen, Zonic. But now it's his time. And that is the story of Katowice. That is the story of the Intel Extreme Masters. It's a pathway for heroes to be born and stories to be made. And Snappy plays towards the ramp. It's an MP9 ready, letting off the leash at this point. He's going for that. And Dog stops him from making a move down B. And now he'll make his move up the ramp because he senses danger. And he wants an attack on Madden. Dog is delivering again. And he keeps on going. This little Siberian psychopath once again getting through the bomb site. Blasting through the Falcons defense.
Well, we heard it from Elige. Everything he does is simple, he just does it really well, and this is just aggressing into the bomb site without a whole lot of support, not waiting for flashbangs, not caring about the perfect smokes, just hitting headshots. And Falcons, their mentality before this series began was very much, Donk is going to have his rounds. Let's not let it frustrate us.
Such a fast swing, baits out the shot of the AWP, and now on the chase, now on the hunt. Donk is unrelenting, looking to devastate him, but Sampaius impales him, pushes him back, keeps that off, and it's essential that Falcons have those weapons.
It is a one-track mind for Donk. Swing right through the smoke. Don't respect it, don't be afraid of it. and opens up the bomb site for his team, 4-2.
Comparisons have been made with Monacy about his first step up on the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice stage. He made it all the way to the grand final. The stage didn't scare him. Donk could have an even better performance, and that comparison will go on.
Falcons chose to fight for mid and aggress towards B to take control of this lane. That's all their resources, all their players at mid and B bomb site. Now they can hustle back. Boros will be here. Sunpius is going to have to step in front of a smoke that surely lands in that position. Here comes the execute, but Sunpius is in transition over to Temple.
You know what he can do on this side of the map when he's given the opportunity. The first kill for Sunpius, the second's a miss. It goes between the legs, and now he sees a double molly fly towards him. He's cancelled out for the moment. They now focus on the Western Zontics. What the hell? He runs right through the CT smoke. And he comes away with his life somehow, and they're not stopping. Spirit pushed through every smoke. The Swagger on display. And just Sunpius now left in this clutch. He was last detected towards the temple. It looks like he's going to pray and leave away this round. A missed shot. There is no retreating. There is no disengaging. Zontix pushes through CT and finishes the round in Donut.
I don't even know what you're supposed to do if you're Falcons in that scenario. Like, they're so aggressive that entire time as a group, pushing everything. Communications have to be hectic. Comms for, how do you organize yourself?
How do you expect that? Like, you don't read that. You don't think that's a move that's coming in.
I mean, Spirit's even nading themselves as they aggress towards Donut as well. All of it is just crazy.
And they're running out of ammo, having to switch to the Glock. They're just having fun up there, playing the Counter-Strike they want to play, and it's taking them a step closer to a grand final. That's the first time out here for Falcons. The first time Zonix got on the mic here on Ancient.
Well, they started off better in this half. Remember, they rattled off those 2 rounds, rounds 4 and 5. So you started to see them put it together and mount a little bit of resistance earlier than they did on Anubis. So probably felt like the going was pretty good. And I think after that round, I think it's frustration more than anything that Zonic might want to calm down. With all those pushes, with not enough people able to actually stop Team Spirit from aggressing into the retake, as crazy as that sounds, that'll start getting under the Falcons' skin. This crowd trying to get Falcons a little energized. The chants that were supporting Ents last night have transferred over. Boros with a double dig to start this round.
Picks up a spoil of war off the ground. M4 now in his hands instead. Magix defends the bottom B ramp, but he fails to do so. Madden overruns him with that 5-7, and we've seen Falcons run this against Ants yesterday. They were able to come out with pistols, pick them up, and get rounds in the bag. And now in a 2v4, it's not looking too good for Team Spirit to try and recover this one.
Question is going to be Boros with that M4. On the other side of the map, now starting to shift as Snappy gets information, but quick kills at this B bomb site might make it easier. But now the game is up. And now the flank is coming in, bearing in ever closer.
Oh, Chopper through the ramp. Mission impossible to recover this one. There's a big headshot. Magisk is taken out of play. 2 plays on the right side. Chopper's going around the corner. He can separate these fights, and he does. Shiro bites back too, but it's all on Snappy, and they don't see him. They don't see this play, and he denies that bomb plant. Now gets away. It was so important that he took a step back, and he's mollied himself off. He's given himself a bit of cover as that molly burns bright. And maybe not as much as Chopper. He swings out from default, and this was a 4v2. Pulled back by Chopper, pulled back by Spirit, and that's the chance for Falcons slipping through their fingers.
Once again, just like the clutch on Anubis from Magix, it's just Falcons have the numbers at this bomb site, but they can't slow it down enough for Snappy to get closer, and they can't find ways to take fights together. Shiro with perfect cover for Chopper with the AWP. This is how it starts. All's well and good. Madden got one more, but look at Shiro with the AWP. Gonna take the deeper cubby, transfers over just as the follow-up peek comes in. It's beautiful.
And those are opportunities Falcons just desperately wish they could close on, because it would make this half a lot prettier to look at. But instead, they've got to do it on guns. They have plenty of those, but not a lot of utility behind it. They fight for mid early. They've got the mid control, and Sampaius from off the top rope rips apart Chopper.
Good start, but Spirit's already aggressing up B ramp. They're not slowing things down whatsoever. Sliding in, Donk again. He finds kills with his bomb site whenever he wants them. It's only Sampaius who can shut him down.
And Sampaius has to do even more than that. He pushes through the fire and the flames, and this time steps a little too far to his death. As Magis now comes back down ramp, he knows he's occupied by Magix around the corner, and Shiro secures another round for Team Spirit. This T side is not stopping. Another buy round for Team Falcons cast to the side.
Yeah, and I mean, the fact that Donk can just get kills at will at that B bomb site is like, what are you supposed to do? Whenever he comes up that ramp, it's just a straight up easy frag. Absolutely wild to see it.
You said it. It feels like he can walk up B and get kills whenever he wants them, and it's not always just because he has the superior mechanics. It's because he finds the good timing. He finds the moment where he can strike. He's such a great read of the game and senses it.
I feel like the 2 rounds we've seen him really execute that play at the B bomb site have been almost identical. Clearing the player in the bomb site, transferring over towards long, and he's got that 3rd fight against the AWP. It's 7-2 out of the Spirit timeout. They've got a 5-round lead on this T side of Ancient.
Well, a couple of options available for Team Falcons, but not ones they want to be going for. Mike 7 for Sampaius, MP9s, pistols around this. Donk out middle. There's a couple of moves he takes on the T side, all of them effective. He senses the timing to get up onto the ledge to try and help Magix, because he senses that there might be a push down the B ramp. Potentially, they might have already left cave, and Donk is waiting for that peek around the corner, and Snappy finds out the hard way, who's waiting around the other side. Another fight for Donk, and his teammates stop that B push. The rest of the weapons for Falcons are inside of Donut, and Team Spirit have an empty B site and so much time to figure that out.
Well, you might as well start talking about the next gun round if you're Falcons, because no matter where you stop Spirit on this map, like so much of the conversation, rightly so, focused on how good Donk has been playing, but also just the tactical decisions. Like, they get stopped in middle, you see a B ramp pop, and Donk gets you 2 entries. Boros gets a double kill in towards A main, they recover a 2v4. Like, everything that Falcons does, it doesn't last throughout the whole round. Spirit as a unit is playing this game so well. And once again, it's such a deep hole that Falcons have to dig out of. 8-2 with 2 rounds remaining.
The Falcons, we've mentioned it throughout this competition, they're not a team that's been together for long. It's not an easy team to figure out. You've got to bring a game plan of Snappy, who has been used to calling this ENCE team over the last few years, trying to amalgamate that together with the mindset of Zonic. You've got this raw player in Boros that you've got to mold for the big stage games. And you're figuring out all the issues of the support players too.
You've even got some vitality philosophy coming into the mix there from Zonic and Magisk. So yeah, they've talked about it's going to be a long-term project. But I don't care where you are in your progress as a team, getting beat up like this hurts. Zonic with his 2nd timeout talking things over. Trying to patch holes in this defense as quickly as possible.
Last round they had to fight with weak guns. The round prior, they had all the weapons they wanted, but not enough utility to maintain control of mid. This time they have both the weapons and the utility. This is the best chance for Falcons to pull back this half.
That's not even about pulling it back. It's just about barely getting enough to work with. Here we go. Very important for Falcons on defense. Magisk and Boros going to be in middle. 3 players towards the B bomb site. And this time, Team Spirit have a great call as well. Not spreading a default.
Wow.
Show some initial presence, and it's right towards A main. Madden is going to hustle back to be the first line of defense there.
He's about to be smoked out. So he'll have to change his position or push through the smoke.
And the question becomes how long until Falcons realize this, because there's no nades, there's no footsteps towards B, there's nothing in middle as well, and just now there's the indication, so good luck.
So Donut smoked out, Boros gets caught before it pops, and just like that, Team Spirit slice open the site. Magisk is the only player fighting right now for Falcons. A kill back, but not enough.
And Sunpius has not moved. Has not moved from the B bomb site. This retake is never even an idea for Falcons. They have to save these weapons for the last round. Outplayed yet again with no options.
We talk about the individual players on Team Spirit, the skill of Donk, the sniper of Shiro. But you've got to say, you've got to hand it to Chopper in this in-game leading performance he's had at this event. They've played beautiful Counter-Strike. It's been wild. It's been entertaining. And in the semifinals, after a Zonic timeout,
here we go again towards Cave.
Chopper calls the perfect play towards the A bomb site. Magisk holds inside of the cave, at least will stay alive with those weapons.
Very important kills to preserve what weapons, what little Falcons have to fight with. M4 is being juggled around and they'll buy up again. One more chance to show that Falcons can dent this Spirit attack. Every piece of this Team Spirit team has been impressive on the stage. Chopper's calling, Donk obviously, Zontic standing up when needed most, Magic's with his clutches, Shiro delivering calls.
Oh, it's a heads-up fight, and Donk goes out with that burst. Zontic's with him, and the burst through middle gives the advantages to Team Spirit, but they're short-lived thanks to Sunpius. And now what's the response? Team Spirit have to play this round without Donk. You focus onto the rest of the pack, and they begin their attack. Magic's at the front of B. Snappy's searching for that opening. He's holding the angle towards the stairs, a preemptive spray, but it doesn't work out for him, but it's enough of a distraction to set up Madden. Madden comes around. He spoke of a dent to the attack. This is more of a scratch, but Falcons so desperately needed 3.
They really did. Even that might not be enough. Chopper's gonna have to wait for this smoke to clear before he can get into play. A 1v3 for the Spirit captain.
He's given away his position now.
It was pretty well known regardless. Another smoke comes down, so this will draw out a little bit further.
There's a gap on the right side if he wants to push a little further up. But getting out of this smoke is going to be so difficult. So many angles he's got to worry about. And now with that utility, they're going to be primed looking towards him, but he's just trying to separate 1v1 fights, and it's not allowed by Sunpius. Team Spirit looking godlike coming into this, trying to force themselves into the grand final. Counter-Strike can be a story of love, but it can also be one of sorrow. And right now for Falcons, it looks like they are going to suffer that exact fate here in the semifinals. Down 9-3, they weren't able to recover on Anubis with its exact scoreline, but they have to now on Ancient. They shift to the T side.
And Snappy was very vocal down the line during that halftime break, looking at each and every one of his teammates, emphatically telling them exactly how they're going to get back into this.
Down, they rolled a red.
Well, had a little bit of an engagement while y'all were chilling at home. Congratulations to the newly engaged. Donk investigating at the CT pistol. Spirit aggressive in middle, wanting to hold this push back. And there's the opening kill. It's Magic's 2. Donk goes down, but Shiro wants one more in mid, and that's the bomb on the deck.
No, they come out again swinging, but fighting back is the final 2 players of Falcons. And now it's just Madden alone in this world, and we have seen him clutch on pistols. The sting is still there from Ants yesterday. This time without the Julies, this time the USP. He disengages back towards the elbow, but he's pushed by it too. And Falcons ain't winning pistol rounds today. It's Team Spirit up to 10. And when double figures run out this early in the second half of MR12, usually that path back is so treacherous.
Shiro plays this just about perfectly. Obviously, Magisk with these 2 initial kills, it's absolutely massive. But when Shiro gets involved in the action, this kill, this one, and then he just hides. Kind of freezes Madden out in the open while he's waiting for his teammate Chopper to rotate over from the A bomb site and makes that an easy 2-on-1. And it looks like with these smiles breaking out that Spirit can start to feel like those grand finals are in the palm of their hand.
Sampaius is through into Donut. Zontix defends once again. This man holds down the ship. What an anchor he is today. Shiro swings out from default. Falcons do not get through. Their wings are clipped today. Spirit have them in captivity. Snappy and Boris have nowhere to go, and they threw everything into this.
And they couldn't even get through the smoke. Zontix just chilling behind it still. Boros in middle gonna go on a mission in Red Room. But one already lies in wait, that's Magic's. He's even got Shiro joining up with him just in case. But this flank is gonna go nowhere.
Yep, he's got too many angles to worry about, and once he makes a step further, he is dead. And BM as well, just get the extra bullets into the body because they are full of absolute unbridled confidence at this moment in time.
You gotta make sure the zombie's not gonna stand back up.
Yeah. I mean, Team Spirit throughout the group stages, they came in with a statement performance, and we got to open the tournament commentating Donk, and it was a very exciting time, but we had expectations. He exceeded them. And now we're in the playoffs. There just doesn't seem to be any stop to the madness. Any opponent they've thrown at him. We've had FaZe in the group stages. Now we've thrown them up against Falcons.
We got to start inventing more things to challenge him with. We got to start finding more ways. We'll keep moving the goalposts, but he's knocked them all down.
Maybe the only person that can beat Donk is Donk himself.
Well, that was the whole idea of him on the stage. Would he get into his own head? Would he crumble under the pressure? And no.
He doesn't take his hands out of his pockets until he's up on the stage.
11-3. Spirit just 2 rounds away from a grand finals berth up against FaZe Clan tomorrow.
Falcons sprint through the double doors at this point, throwing everything they can at this attack. Boros comes off the ledge. Chopper in Jaguar. Oh, holds down. It's awkward. How has he got away with that second? It looked like he ran out of ammo, but the last bullet perforates the skull of Boros. And Falcons are feeling this as their final blows. They are winded. There's no breath. There's no life inside of Falcons. They will not soar in the semifinals.
There's no utility. Walk up and see what you can get. That's the only option. Snappy's trying to be loud and take some attention away from Sampaius on ramp. It's not working. Double peaked at the worst possible moment.
None of the kills, none of the fights going Falcons' way. Snappy now detected towards Cave, and they all swing in. Spirit are unrelenting. They are savage. And now Falcons go into a purchase that is now likely to be their final purchase in the Spodek.
This team spirit is playing so well. They have earned this grand final spot. Demolished, as you mentioned, everyone that's been put in front of them in this group stage, all the way to the playoffs. It's only FaZe that lies in wait. For Falcons, it's too early for this project.
For Karrigan, it's his 4th final at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. And for Donk, it's his 1st prestige event. The juxtaposition in what is going to be our 2 finalists is incredible.
And he's going to leave this as the best first-time performance on the IEM Katowice stage.
It's looking like it might be the best performance ever on a debut top-tier event. He is looking that good at the moment. The future is bright. The future is Donk. And Falcons come into play with pots and pans. It's Galils, AKs, and MAC-10s.
Well, he made a mistake there, so we'll chalk that one up. Miss smoke.
Letting Magix play down ramp.
Off support as well. Shiro's coming over, but Magix looks like he wants to give it up, so doesn't want to keep in the aggressive stance. He's going to spot ahead over the top and takes down Boros. Unsuspecting. Nade to follow up does a little bit of damage. Magix stays aggressive, and now he's got Shiro peeking with him, and even though he takes damage, Madden's not going to want to push forward either.
There is a red room flank coming in, but there's so many players for Spirit, they can look at that surely. Magix does take out Magix. But under a minute now left at this point. And Falcons are still fighting in this one. Sampai's headshot has taken Chopper out of the equation, but Zontix knows that he can sandwich in Magix with Donk. We don't see Donk losing many of the peaks. He might not even have to as Zontix comes around the back. It's another step closer to closing this one out. 35 seconds remain.
There's no openings for Falcons either.
And Donk's back at A.
Exactly. That shift over is perfect. So they're going to throw a little bit of utility to make Team Spirit feel like they're repositioning to the other side of the map. And it works. It pulls Shiro over, but Zontix is still here. And he's been just fine in these moments.
Despite all of the experience, despite all of the greatness, Falcons will fall to Spirit. They fall to Donk. For the first time, they take those steps. For the first time, Shiro and Donk walk up together. Team Spirit take the Spodek in their stride. Donk is through to the final of his first prestige event. He walks in the footsteps of m0NESY, making the grand final on his first Intel Extreme Masters Katowice appearance. But now the question stands, will he take one step further?
It's going to be a very tough test. But here today, at least they get a pass with flying colors. That was no stress. That was no issue. They melted through this Falcons team. Like they didn't even see him in position, and handshakes all around. Falcons and Zonic know they've got some work to do. It's been the conversation, a long-term project as they try and put these pieces together. And Team Spirit today was just far too much for them to handle.
This team is absolutely full of Team Spirit.
Now that's what I call Team Spirit. As semi-final performances go, that is as dominating as it gets.
Yes, it is.
Talk me through it then. When you take on a team and you win so convincingly, does that help you ahead of a grand final, knowing you've got a best of 5 against FaZe tomorrow?
Well, sometimes winning easily against your opponent isn't a great thing to have, because once you get a bad start, it will be rough to come back. So actually, yeah, we're winning easily, but you know, we need to be ready for a hard game.
What do you prepare ahead of a best of 5 tomorrow in a grand final here in Katowice? What are you prepared tonight ahead of tomorrow?
No idea.
All right. One last question, a word about Donk. We're talking about it being the greatest ever debut performance on a big stage. What is it like playing alongside him?
If you never try, you never know what it is like.
Man, here we go. Team Spirit, they make it through to the finals tomorrow. We'll see them in a best of 5. Thank you very much. 1 second, Magix.
Spirit, relentless in play-ins, absolutely unforgiving in groups, and turns out monsters on stage here at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. That grand final spot secured for Team Spirit, and it comes down to that coveted rematch versus FaZe, this time in a best of 5.
In a best of 5 in a grand final in Spodek, you're right, Freya. We have to imagine Spirit have lost only 1 map in the entire campaign in Katowice. It's been as dominant as it can possibly be, and all of the statements that we had made prior to this incredible test that was supposed to be the stage have remained true. The best Counter-Strike we've seen so far. More than one individual, although an absolute genius of the game, but multiple players capable of having impactful moments. Great calls, great lead from Chopper as well, changing the pace, hitting with the strategies here and there, knowing when to slow down as well. A couple of these moments baiting the impatience from Falcons. At this point in time, are we ready to accept that maybe, just maybe, Spirit is favorite?
I don't know yet. Okay, we talked about this before. You know, every step of the way, you doubted them. Okay, is this the time that we say, okay, maybe they can do it?
Gonna doubt them again?
But we saw FaZe not at their best. If we see the FaZe that we had yesterday and today, if we see, you know, Falcons was able to push them on Anubis, and Falcons after yesterday were not looking that great. So, you know, it's still up in the air.
You're right. I'm getting ahead of myself.
FaZe, I don't know. They've won like 5 of the last 7 events, and they got like top 2 in all of them. I don't know.
We got to let you be the
Man's got a
romantic
point.
for the second match.
Got a point.
That's your classic, isn't it? But think about the wider context just for a moment for both Chopper and Magix, right? They've been on this Spirit lineup for such a long time. Imagine having this many puzzle pieces coming together at the perfect opportune moment. You're talking about individuals on point. You're talking about the strats as well, just looking so deadly for them.
I agree with you. I mean, it's been a test of stamina. But listen, my question can wait. My answer can wait. We have the Prodigy joining us. Hello, Don.
Hi.
How are you doing? How are you?
Good, very good.
Congratulations. Obviously, it's the first time that we've had you up here, so thank you so much for joining us. Tell me what it was like on that stage. Did you feel the nerves at all?
Like, before the game, I was so nervous, like, very nervous, but inside the game, all good.
Oh my God.
I mean, it looked that way. You were looking so dominant. Tell me about how you were preparing when you were walking onto that stage, right? Because it's very different than, you know, sitting down at the group stage on your PCs. You've got to do walkouts, you've got to do interviews and stuff. What was that process like?
Nothing special. I'm just listening to my music and just preparing for the match.
You have a lot of experienced teammates with you. Chopper has a lot of experience. Shiro has a lot of experience. Did they talk to you about what this was going to be? Did you guys talk together, mentally prepare for this stage match?
I'm not sure. A little bit, but I knew how it was like, how it will be like.
Awesome.
Was there ever a point in time on Anubis that you were getting scared that, oh, Falcons might beat us on this map?
No, not really.
Just full force, believing in the team. Whenever we see you guys arriving together as a team, Magix, he's got his arm around you, might be Zontex. Tell me about the vibe of the team. What's it like to be a part of?
Very good vibe, I don't know. We are very friendly, very kind people, so all good.
And tell me about FaZe tomorrow. First of all, best of 5. How do you feel about that? Potentially 5 maps.
We played best of 5 already against Virtus Pro, so like we have no some expectation from this. Just we're gonna play our game and that's it.
I would like to ask about you specifically. The whole Counter-Strike world is excited about watching you play the game. Everybody's talking about you. How does that make you feel to have all that attention on you and your game?
It's very cool for me. It means a lot for me. Everyone, I'm just reading comments and I see all this support. So I'm glad for this and I really appreciate it.
You made an interview and you said you felt like people like Simple or Zaiwu were a bit ahead of you, but right now the way you play, do you feel like the best in the world?
No, my team is very good, so they help me a lot. So because of them, I'm playing like this.
I see so many similarities between Zaiwu's answers in the initial interviews we had with him and your answers. You're so humble as a player. Going up against FaZe, obviously beat them 2-0 in group stage. What's your confidence level at for tomorrow?
Like default, I don't know. Like the FaZe is very good team. I think their true power is showing on this big stage. So it will be super interesting for me.
You said Rain was the player you had your eye on last time. Is there a different player?
No.
Still Rain?
Yeah.
Watch out, Rain.
The entries is out there. You said FaZe power is on the stage. How do you feel about your team on the stage, on a stage like that? How do you feel you guys are feeling on that stage when the match is live?
I don't know about guys, but from my opinion, all the same as we are playing in studio, so all good.
I mean, you made it look really easy. You made it look so simple. Donk, I'm going to give you the opportunity. That's your camera there. If you want to say anything to any of the fans at home, you can say it in Russian.
Hi, guys. I will say in Russian. Спасибо всем, кто меня поддерживает. Я это очень сильно ценю. Спасибо вам огромное. Это помогает очень сильно мне и моей команде. Всех люблю, обнимаю. That's it.
Dog, absolute pleasure to have you up here. Congratulations. Really looking forward to seeing you playing FaZe tomorrow, but it's time to check in with our DHL MVP. You know what that music means. Yes, it's time to put those Twitch channel points to use and get voting in the chat because we've got 5 potential MVP candidates in our DHL MVP. I mean, some players shining so brightly despite the loss for Falcons. I mean, we were talking about it on that first map of Anubis. If he wasn't going to be showing up, this would have been a way more, one-sided loss, unfortunately, for Falcons.
You're very correct, Freya, but I'm going to disregard all that we have to do, and I'm just going to talk about Donk because I can. Listen, we talked to him as well. I am baffled that we are just taking in stride the fact that a rookie comes here in Katowice with the craziest amount of expectations I have seen in the last few years, and he's delivering even better than what we had expected. Are we just witnessing the beginning of a domination? I have no idea. The first signs we're seeing from this young kid here on stage is mind-blowing to me. Like I have no frame of reference. I don't know where we're going. This is just uncharted territory. Like there's supposed to be a slowdown. There's supposed to be a moment where you doubt. Like what the hell is going on?
Donk's world, and we're just living in it, I guess. I mean, you've got some other categories of players to be choosing from, Zontic's, Magic's, and of course Shiro, but I think we're both voting for Donk. Where are you going?
I mean, I think it'd be silly not to go for Donk as well. I mean, we did see a lot of good plays from Zontic.
That's right.
He was getting a lot of like these multi-kills, especially on CT side, especially on, I think there was a few clutch situations even, but I think it's just silly not to go with Donk.
And props to him for giving us those words up here, right? The first time that he's had to do an interview inside an arena, the first time he's had to play up on stage, and he made it sound so easy, right? I was saying, yeah, there was a little bit of nerves, but put my headset on, get plugged and played into the game, get a 3K on the first round. Like, yeah, it's going to be pretty easy if you're doing it like that.
Yeah, it is a good way to start, and I like the candid answers, right? Yeah, I was a little bit nervous. I had to find my own sort of world with my music and all. The vibes are good in the Spirit camp, and what can we say but to acknowledge it and accept it, right? When Zontic shows up with James Banks at the beginning of this game and he says there's no pressure, it's going to be the same, we say, what are you talking about? That's impossible. Well, now the game is over, and it actually kind of looked like a group stage game anyway, so maybe they're right.
How do you feel about them faring in a best of 5 tomorrow, Josh? Because, that's taking it up a notch, right? We've got a stamina element coming into that too.
Yeah, it'll be a stamina element, but I don't think they're going to have an issue with it. I feel like they're probably playing like hours and hours on end anyways. And when we look at their map pool, like they have a pretty deep map pool as well. So it's not really a matter of can they do it. It's what version of FaZe shows up. If it's championship FaZe that's showing up, then they're going to have a tougher time. It's not going to be like the same walk in the park that they had the first time, which wasn't entirely a walk in the park, I would say.
And this is where it's going to get really interesting to see how Spirit reacts, right? If they get sort of welcomed on stage by the absolute ogre of FaZe who shows up massively, and then they get put in their place on the map, and then see what kind of reaction. But Donk actually told us he already played a best of 5. He played against VP. He knows how that is. So there's a little bit of experience, but you gotta feel that slap. That backhand that comes your way when FaZe beats you on a map. Now this is where I want to see a reaction. But I've been waiting for that. I feel like a few games now, and I'm still waiting.
I feel like this is going to be the big final boss test, right? This is the one against FaZe on the Kato stage. This is everything for Team Spirit coming into things. But with that Team Spirit W, unfortunately, does mean elimination in the semifinals for Falcons. So let's get a few exit thoughts courtesy of Zonic.
Sonic, the end of the road here for the Falcons. I want to talk about the bigger journey in just a second, but let's start with this game and your eventual conclusions on what happened.
I think we need to play better, both as a team, but also individually if we want to. They are very good individually and they want to take fights. They are searching fights. And we just lost too many, either first kills, clutches. We need a little bit more luck. We need to be more sharper individually, but they play really well and just not our day.
Yeah, do you think this is something really difficult to problem solve for you as a coach? Because they kind of play very visceral, just like run in, headshot, and then overwhelm you, right? It's not a plan sometimes.
Yeah, we try to come up with solutions, and it is difficult, seeing it from my seat. Try tactically to outsmart them because they come in packs and they come 3 or 4 guys sending in dunk, and if we're not sharp individually, if we're not punishing them, then it's just difficult. I think we lost a lot of, either first kills or couldn't really trade, and there was just a rough day at the office, I would say.
Yeah, an off day maybe, and then when you look at the whole campaign, I know you came in here with not that many expectations in terms of, okay, we need to get our reps in, we need to prepare for that RMR. So overall, what are your thoughts?
Obviously, right now disappointed. I would have loved to. I knew that Spirit was the favorite, but I would have loved a little bit more of a fight. But overall, I cannot be, disappointed with the result. Just need to look back at it tomorrow, and I think it was a good test, and we learned a lot about ourselves to be ready for the main goal, which is the RMR. So super proud, but right now, I've tried a lot of tournaments and I'm competitive, so I can never be satisfied after a loss.
Absolutely not. I understand. Thank you. Good luck at the RMR.
Yeah, of course, unfortunately losing out to Spirit in the semi-final. But let's just look at the wider context for Falcons for a second, because I don't think any of us expected them to make it this deep into the tournament. And as you aptly pointed out, Matthew, just shows so much resilience in the face of, having their backs pushed against the wall time and time again.
Yeah, I think there's a sort of a double analysis we can do. One way to look at it is, sure, they're very rough around the edges. And we are seeing mistakes, and they are going to be mistakes because they're far from being ready. The round we put in out on Anubis, that disconnect between Snappy and Boros, that is going to happen. That's one way to look at it. The other is, what are you made of? Like in the fact of some of these mistakes, in front of some of these mistakes, do you have players capable of stepping up? Do you have people who can turn situations around even though you make mistakes? I think the answer is yes. We've seen that against different teams. It wasn't enough for Spirit, both individually and in terms of gameplay, they were outmatched. But now they have to, on one hand, do a long-term work on the playbook, but also they have to be extremely good soon, because the RMR is around the corner, and I don't think it's going to be easy. They're not going to be a team that people will destroy, but they are going to have a rough time.
Yeah, I think it comes down to the team cohesion and chemistry, because what we see is flashes of brilliance from players, from the teamwork itself, but it'll be fleeting. One game, Sunpius is doing really well, the next game he's completely disappeared. So, finding consistency between the players, finding a way that they can crawl back into rounds, finding a way that they can connect on the server and fix whatever communication issues that they were having, but also just like deepening the playbook.
Yes.
And then what we saw in this game against Spirit was a lot of situations where they would go down to these 3 versus 3 situations, but it was just like they're split all over the map. They're not playing off each other. They're not moving and connecting to each other in these mid rounds to actually go to the next step. And everything that we saw even yesterday against Ents was just individual heroics, winning a 1 versus 3, these types of things. They won't be able to rely on that, and they need to find a way that they can all start working together as a unit and all finding form and consistency in the games.
As having been a professional player for a while, it is the hardest thing to get that like natural, intuitive way to play the 3v3. It only comes with games on top of games on top of games, and we know each other, and I know how you play, and you have protocols, you have code word, so that the comms are smooth and as quick and sharp as possible. They're not going to get there before the RMR, so they really have to do some incredibly deep work in a short amount of time. It's going to be a lot of pressure for them.
Yeah, definitely going to be a test moving forward for Falcons, but we can check in with the bracket to see exactly where that leaves us heading on into tomorrow's grand final. Of course, we've had the post Polish representation. We've had the young guns, we've had the defending champions all knocked out at the hands of FaZe, and we also had Frozen getting a little bit of revenge versus his former organization, which sets us up with such a banger of a grand final. I cannot emphasize this enough. Spirit versus FaZe, best of 5, Donk. A team that we know can show up on these big land stages. This is going to be the most ferocious form of FaZe I hope that we see battling against Spirit.
And it's going to be needed to go up against that Spirit team. And if you are a fan of Counter-Strike, if you've been around for a while, you know Spirit FaZe major semifinals, what an incredible delivery this game was. And then on top of that, you sprinkle some of these storylines. Frozen in the FaZe jersey now, Donk discovering, or rather showcasing himself to the world. Ooh, there is a whole lot to be excited about. And that is all at the best of 5. That's the only moment I'm okay with the best of 5. Whenever the game is good, that's the only moment.
I think we're going to see a mass conversion of Donk heads tomorrow. Just like FaZe is going to be a really good team, and I think what Spirit, I mean, we're contrasting Falcons and stuff. Like they have all these individual pieces. I think what Spirit has really good right now is that they have this good cohesion and synergy where they're all ready to fight and they play the same style, and no one's really like kind of looking out, looking lost. You know, everyone's on the same page. And FaZe is one of those teams that's like that as well, where, you know, they even brought in Frozen. He's a new player, but he's slotting in pretty well. And all of them know like this, everyone's got their role defined. Everyone's kind of like playing in the system. You know what you're going to expect out of all the players. You know Kerrigan's going to have his ups and he's going to have his downs. You know that you're going to have Rops kind of like opening up the options on the sides. You know Brokey's going to close out rounds with Frozen, and you know that Rain's going to be a strong backbone. So it's going to be a very interesting game to see how that develops with Spirit's current form and how FaZe have traditionally been champions.
Can I be really cheeky and ask you guys to give a sneak peek prediction of who you think is going to be lifting that trophy? You don't have to say too much, but is this excited with FaZe or Spirit?
I don't know. I think people should probably tune in tomorrow.
Oh,
to get my
you
prediction,
little beta.
You know, maybe that's the moment to tune in, you know?
Should we do that?
Come up tomorrow.
FaZe.
Oh,
well, if he's going to say, I'm going to go with Spirit.
Oh, we love that.
See, he baited me into it.
Do it.
The bait counters the bait. But we will have to wait for tomorrow to see exactly how it's going to go down and exactly why those gentlemen picked each side of the equation. That is all from us tonight in the semi-finals of the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2024. Tomorrow, grand final awaits.
Twisting up the truth, this ain't new to me. Since the age of 22, I've been using it like it's fuel to level up, like it's champagne in my cup, like there's nothing interrupting my pursuit of dreams. There's a vision in my mind, it's consuming me. Take my confidence combined with opportunity, mix it up with unity, soon to be the greatest of my generation. Operation Victory. Fight or fly, we will stay through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up, dynamite. Check it. Troubled days, lonely nights, lot of tears, lot of fights. Big dreams met with bigger lies. It ain't what it seems from the outside. On my downfall they pray. Will I surrender or will I betray? Given the trauma that lives in my brain, or use it to fuel up the fire in my veins. I never complain, I rise up and do it. If there's a battle, I fight my way through it. If the wind blows, I thank God that it blew it. Cause what is a blessing depends how you view it. The fruits of my labor are in abundance. Indispensable, I'm not redundant. Incomprehensible the way I've done it. When the struggle pushes me out, I'll shove it. I rise above it. Fight or fly, we will stay through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite.
making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win. GG!
And it's all done. And Strollin's winning. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Norby!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Welcome, my friends, to the Cathedral of Counter-Strike!
Elevated, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally. With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face